I think I can talk. We'll see what happens.
You sound like you've been jogging.
Fuck, I feel like I've been jogging, and all I did was walk down the hallway very slowly because I'm old and crippled.
Told you not to do that before.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Monkey in the Morning. I'm your host, the Ranting Monkey. He's Jack. Say hello, Jack.
Hi, everybody.
Jack, we already got it queued up on the screen. We got the Republican debate tonight, which actually turned out to just be Haley versus DeSantis, and I have not seen any of it.
Oh, okay. I just finished watching it.
Like I've done with the last several, I am doing this is a purely live reaction. I haven't seen shit.
Spoiler alert, it's full of fucking dumb shit.
I hope so, because I enjoy that stuff. Let's talk about what's not going. Well, first, Jack, how you doing, man?
Yeah, I'm all right. How you doing?
Hey, yeah. All right, so back to the important stuff. Hi, Nuts. How you doing, sweetheart?
Hi, everybody.
First off, I want to say fuck CNN, okay? CNN is a shitty network. This is a presidential debate, and you should not have to jump through the hoops I had to jump to find a copy of this. This is for the presidency of the United States, and I'm tired of these cable news networks gatekeeping this shit.
Yeah, I caught the last like 20 minutes of it on HBO Max, but it wouldn't let you go backward, so you couldn't rewind it. So I had to find some stupid progressive hippie that was doing commentary, and he just occasionally going like, "Oh, that's dumb." And
yeah, this isn't
comments.
This isn't available on demand until tomorrow.
Yeah, it's fucking dumb.
And in any case, it shouldn't be. The NFL is doing this stuff. There was a story about a really big game coming up. I know it doesn't mean anything to you, Jack, but the Dolphins and the Chiefs are playing. Should be a fun game, but they've moved it to now you have to go to Peacock in order to watch it. The NFL doing it, that's fine. It's the NFL. It's a kids game that adults are paid millions of dollars for. Okay, fine. But when it comes to picking the president of the United States, maybe that shouldn't be behind a paywall. Maybe.
You'd think so, but
I fully expect to get hit with some kind of copyright with this because it is CNN and they are what's the word? Douchebags. Yeah. Absolute douchebags. So we'll see how much we get through before we get hit because it's YouTube. Dark Resurrect, thanks so much for that feminist $12. Time to listen to political retardation, drink my sweet tea, and play Path of Exile. God, we live in the worst timeline. If it's not the worst timeline, it's definitely one of them. Somebody rolled that fucking dice too many times. So, okay, Jack.
True story.
Before we get to the debate, there are a couple of things to talk about. First, Hunter Biden was referred to the full House for contempt charges.
Oh, what a fucking shit show that was.
That was glorious. I fucking loved every minute of that hearing. It was so stupid. We had arguments about white privilege. We had the words dick pic said by a congressperson, not quoting somebody, just talking about how Marjorie Taylor Greene had showed dick pics. And they kept bringing up revenge porn.
It's not revenge porn. That's not what that word means.
And the pictures were blurred. They were censored. Now, she showed porn. They actually stopped and took a vote on whether or not it's okay to show porn in the House. It was great.
Oh my god, yeah, this is fucking dumb. And then Hunter's stunt.
For those of you who missed it, they have this hearing. The hearing is specifically just whether or not to hold his ass in contempt, and his bitch ass came to the gallery. And then Marjorie Taylor Greene's turn comes up because every member of the committee gets an opening statement. And as soon as her turn began, he got up and left like a little bitch. I don't know who told him this was a good idea. If this ends up going to court, you're being held in contempt. The contempt you showed? Are you fucking serious?
Yeah, he looked like a petulant child.
There was nothing but contempt from this man. So fuck him. It's going to the full House. It'll probably be voted to hold him in contempt, at which point it gets referred to the House can send the Sergeant of Arms to go arrest him. That is a thing.
It's but they're not going to do that.
They don't do it anymore. Well, even if it wasn't that, the House doesn't do it anymore. like they've done with so many other of their powers, they just turned it over to the executive branch, and what they'll do is send it over to the Department of Justice,
who will do nothing.
Yeah, it's run by his fucking dad, for fuck's sake. You know what I mean? So, look, if I'm just gonna be honest with you. If I'm Joe Biden and my son is like, hey, he committed contempt of Congress, I'd be like, let that shit go. That's my boy. And you're not supposed to be like that, but family first, right? So I fully expect nothing to come of it. But at least they did hold the hearing, and in committee they voted to send it on to the full House. Chris Christie will not be here tonight. Chris Christie, didn't qualify for the debate, which I was not aware of. Last I knew, he was supposed to be there. But apparently he didn't qualify for the debate. And just a few hours ago, Chris Christie suspended his campaign.
Well, we kind of expected that to happen, but I thought it would happen after Iowa.
Well, he gave a statement. He says, my goal has never been, I can put it on the screen, has never been to just be a voice against the hate and division and selfishness in our party has become under Donald Trump. I've always said that if I came to a point in this race where I couldn't see a path to accomplish that, I would get out. And it's clear to me tonight that there isn't a path forward for me to win. Homie, that should have been clear to you 2 months ago.
At least.
And every day since. But he suspends his campaign. However, the interesting part is that he was caught on a hot mic.
Yes. Oh my God, that was funny.
I haven't seen the video. I just have the words here. Talking about Nikki Haley, he said, quote, she's going to get smoked. She's not up to this.
Yeah. He did make some cheap shot at DeSantis too, but he's not wrong. I don't think she's up to it.
She's not. She's absolutely not. And that's part of why we're here tonight, because I really love that this is a 2-person race. Now, look, I still think Ramaswamy should have been on this stage.
Yeah, I do too.
He deserves it. He, under every other set of debates, he would have been up there. But CNN decided one of the polls that would have qualified him, they don't accept it. Anything else we need to talk about before we actually start watching the debate? Any story? Because look, guys, for those of you new to how Monkey does debate coverage, there's a reason I do it after it's live. Because this allows me to pause. Would the word constantly be wrong?
No, I think that's almost accurate. I would say constantly is not often enough of a description.
I think it was the third debate, which is 2 debates ago, because this is the 5th. The third debate, I think our coverage went 6 hours, and I don't think we talked any other news at the beginning of that one.
I don't think so either. It was a long one.
6 hours over a 2-hour debate. So if you're new here, buckle the fuck in. But before we get there, Jack, was there anything you wanted to bring up?
Yeah, I wanted to mention Steven Dettelbach. You know who he is?
Name does not ring a bell.
He is the director of the ATF.
Oh, okay.
He got swatted.
Oh, I saw a headline on that.
Yeah. The Montgomery County Police and the Marshal Service determined there was no threat, obviously, and Merrick Garland's going to investigate. But yeah, he got swatted, and that's about all we know. They haven't really said a whole lot about it. Just that he got swatted.
I'm not laughing at him getting swatted. I'm laughing at Furry Kitten when I asked if constantly was good enough. They said constantly, incessantly, autistically.
I think autistically covers it quite well.
Fuck.
That's a developing story.
Also, and that's fucked up. Look, real quick, I don't like the Biden administration. I sure as fuck don't like the ATF, but putting this man and his family in danger is fucked up.
Yeah, there is a certain amount of irony, though.
Sure, absolutely.
So yeah, it's not that I'm not laughing at it, but it's a horrible thing to do to somebody.
I think it's funny because of what him and his agency have done. However, I don't think I stay at principles, Jack. We're principle people around here. Whoever did it, I hope they're caught and thrown in jail for murder, or at least attempted murder. Yeah.
I'm fine with that.
Yeah.
I just found it highly ironic, and fuck the ATF. They're a bunch of fascists.
They absolutely are. Basically Stasi, man. Fuck.
Yeah. Do you know who John Anthony Castro is?
Trudeau's brother?
No. Nice try, though. This guy has been a challenger of Trump's ballot eligibility.
Oh, is this the guy? Oh, fuck. What state is that in? This is the one that was just denied, right?
Yeah, he's been trying to get Trump thrown off the ballot. He got arrested on federal charges for preparing false tax returns for his clients.
Nice. Corey, thank you so much. Do you think they threatened to shoot his dog? Probably.
They probably actually shot his dog.
You know what? He probably shot his dog. He's like, wait, there's a raid here. Let me get this. I got this for you.
Come here, puppy dog. Yeah,
no,
he's facing
I don't think he's the guy I'm thinking of then, but go ahead. I'm sorry.
He's facing 33 felony counts of aiding and assisting in the preparation and presentation of a false or fraudulent return. Each count carries a sentence of up to 3 years in prison.
Somebody should have told him his last name's not Biden.
Yeah. And he represented himself in the New Hampshire courtroom, appearing without a lawyer to contest Trump's eligibility. So I'm wondering if he's going to go pro se this time too.
Right. There's another guy out there who's he got himself on the ballot purposefully so he could try to challenge Trump being on the ballot. That way he had standing.
Yeah.
And that was thrown out today because the judge is like, you're not even actually running. You've told people you're not actually running. It was thrown out for no standing. So it wasn't even decided on the 14th Amendment grounds. It was just, you're a fraud, basically.
Well, apparently he's got track record. So yeah, he's been preparing bad returns for people, promising to help clients get a higher tax refund and higher than other people could, and then claiming fake deductions on their returns without their knowledge.
Oh Jesus, without their knowledge?
Yeah, that's the allegation.
Damn.
So yeah, it's looking like this could be a tough one for him.
Can you say Al Capone?
Right?
You going away for a while, homie.
Don't fuck with the IRS, man.
No.
Don't lie on your taxes. That's a terrible fucking idea.
Now, I do think that the system needs fixed because when it comes to the IRS, you have to prove your innocence instead of the other way around. And that is wrong. That is completely antithetical to America.
Absolutely. But we're seeing that more and more become the norm in the United States, unfortunately.
With all kinds of law agencies. Absolutely.
Yeah. Civil asset forfeiture, which we've talked about many times, is a prime example of that.
Yep.
But also, thank you, Frosted Glass. Because he was the director of the ATF during the raid, his dog actually shot, quote, itself.
Yes.
It got really sad and depressed about who its owner was, and bad things happened.
That dog went, oh, shit.
Well, just save some time right now. Also may have had some information on Hillary Clinton.
Indeed. All right. With that, guys, we're going to get into this. We're already 12 minutes into the show, Jack. So, God, this might be an 8-hour show. Whew. See if I can hang that long. I would like to thank whoever this is that I'm getting this from over on Rumble for having it up and not talking during it. I'm all for people. I'm not a hypocrite. If they had talked, they were good for them. But since they didn't, thank you so much because this was a hard video to find.
Yes.
All right. So, and if I remember correctly, the audio's not great, Jack. It's a little bit low. It's a little bit low.
I'm shocked.
But let's hear it. Wait, what was my sound set to? Okay.
By default, changes the trajectory of the.
How's that sound?
It's just a little low for me. I don't know about the audience.
Audience is, I mean, if it's too low, there's not much we can do about it. Just deal with it. But hopefully that's fine. Dana Bash and I forget who the dude is.
Jake Tapper.
Go. Oh, is it Tapper?
Yeah, that's Tapper.
Oh, wonderful. I think I just got a hemorrhoid.
No, that's Jake Tapper. I already told you that.
It's important to note that Christie is fat. That is true. Before we do get into it, let's talk about why Christie chose tonight.
There's a sale at Krispy Kreme.
No. He would not suspend anything for that. He'd just send somebody out to get him for him. The Iowa caucus comes up in 5 days. Today's the 10th, right? And the caucus is on the 15th.
It's technically the 11th.
11th now, yeah. But the night of the debate was the 10th.
Mm-hmm.
Christie drops out, so he gets to get his name in the paper one more time. And this gives a boost to Haley.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
He was almost setting her up for a win here. And again, the only thing I know about this debate is that there's a CNN headline, because when I went to look for the picture for the thumbnail, there's a CNN headline that says something to the effect of DeSantis says Haley embarrassed herself tonight. That is literally all I know about it. So I'm excited, Jack. You ready to jump into this?
Yeah, although when I hear the website for the 100th time, I might cry. So just ignore the weeping if you hear it.
All right, guys, here we go. Let's do it. Oh, real quick, EFAP, y'all are pussies. I love you, but when
amateur hour over there, tell you.
Yeah, come hang out here sometime. We'll show you how to do it for real. Well, that didn't work out well.
No, that was horrible timing.
That timing was almost perfect. All right, here we go.
Professionals.
They haven't even said shit, and I've already interrupted.
Like, share, and subscribe. Send us money. Thank you of all potatoes. Speaking of that, there was Donald Trump not being allowed to speak freely in his closing statement. The judge apparently put so many restrictions on his allowed speech in his defense that he was barred from speaking at all. Yeah, the judge said he couldn't present his own, like his lawyers have to do it.
In fairness, what happened is the judge said you can only talk about things that are pertinent, and Donald Trump said, I can't do that. So
at least he's honest about it. But also what is pertinent, because what Trump thinks is pertinent may not be what that weirdo judge thinks.
True.
And I really think that judge is very biased.
The judge is absolutely biased, and I think Trump should get the chance to speak, because the judge can always stop him and go, stop it.
Yeah.
Move on to your next point. But it is kind of normal for a judge to be like, yeah, you can't get up there and just opine about anything. It has to be relevant to the case. So I understand the upset with this one, but I'm half on the judge's side here. I think
this judge has put some really bizarre and ridiculous restrictions on Trump that nobody else would have.
Thank you, Jared, who says Christie refuses to run. Who would have thought, right?
He more waddles, meanders.
And in going back to that case for just a minute, I actually think it's in Trump's best interest to keep his mouth shut, because we know this judge is biased, and all he's going to do is piss off the judge.
Yeah, and I think Trump's already got plenty of basis for appeal anyway.
Yeah.
So there's really no point in fighting with him on it.
Stop fighting with this idiot and take it to the next, because this guy's already declared you guilty anyway.
Yeah.
All right. Anyway, back to CNN. Fun repeat. Fuck CNN. You guys are douchebags. That's the worst opening debate music yet.
Yeah, it looks very rushed. Like somebody threw this together with like GIMP in like 20 minutes.
They need to, as it starts up, kick in straight out of Compton.
Or some heavy metal or something.
Yeah.
Get some pizzazz in there. Put some fireworks on screen. Make it look sexy. This looked seriously lazy. I've seen better YouTubers openings.
Get Billy Squire, stroke me.
Yeah.
That would be awesome for the opening of this.
Well, especially with Nikki, but people might get the wrong idea.
Well, I mean, it would be fitting.
Oh, it might be.
All right.
Live from Drake University in Des Moines, Iowa, this is the CNN Republican presidential debate. We want to welcome our viewers in the United States.
This was the audio I was talking about. It's not just low, it's a little bit mumbled. Sorry about that, guys. If somebody has a better copy of this we can watch, I'd be happy to do it, but this is the only one I could find. that didn't have people talking over it already. So,
yeah.
Around the world watching us on CNN, CNN Max, CNN International, CNN en Espanol, and CNN.com. Good evening. I'm Jake Tapper, moderating tonight's debate alongside my friend and colleague, Dana Bash.
And just 5 days from now, voters here in Iowa will cast the first votes of the 2024 presidential race. Tonight, the very first one-on-one matchup between top contenders, Governor Ron DeSantis and former governor and UN ambassador Nikki Haley.
We got to talk about that for a minute. Do you remember when Hannity was offering to let this debate happen on his show? This is like a week or two ago. He offered the two of these guys, hey, come on the show. And I think DeSantis was like, yeah, let's do it. And Haley was like, I'd rather talk to Trump. Remember that shit?
Yeah.
God, I hope she gets smoked in this thing. I really do. I hope she gets smoked like that pole she smokes when her husband is away.
Yikes.
Oh, and yes, guys, this will be a whole night of Monkey making jokes about what a dirty whore she is. Mainly because I don't like her authoritarian bullshit. So, and it's funny to me. I mean, it's not funny for her husband. You know, he's going to come back and get syphilis and be like, but I haven't used my dick in 6 months.
Maybe he likes the taste of strange.
And salty.
Nobody asks, nobody tells.
I accidentally hit the go back button. My hand is all, I'm a mess, Jack.
I noticed.
Days from now, voters here in Iowa will cast the first votes of the 2024 presidential race. Tonight, the very...
Thank you, Red Castry. EFAP average runtime for an episode of their show is 7.5 hours. As a fan of long streams, I look forward to you going longer than the Longman. My longest stream ever was 24 and a half. That was a game stream, Jack.
Oh, was it? Well, how long was the birth of Satsu's daughter?
That was 16.
16.
That was 16
I thought
hours.
so.
Yeah. The longest one on this show, I think, is 9 hours. But that was a long, long time ago.
Yeah. I don't think I could do 9 hours without having enough caffeine. I'd have to go get caffeine and come back. I'd be like, I'll be back in 20 minutes.
All right.
First one-on-one matchup between top contenders, Governor Ron DeSantis and former governor and UN ambassador Nikki Haley. Former President Trump met the requirements for tonight's debate, but declined to participate.
Our commitment in this debate is to provide as much information as possible to voters.
Stop it. Did he just say that on something that you can't just watch on demand right now?
Well, they didn't say it was gonna be free.
No, but he said our goal is to provide as much information as possible to voters.
Yeah, voters that subscribe to their platforms.
Fuck this asshole. Jake Tapper, you're a douchebag. And the sad part is
their goal too. Not everybody makes their goals, Monkey.
The sad part is that occasionally Jake has flashes of intelligence. They're few and far between, but there is an intelligence there. It's just been overrun with stupid.
Monkeys and typewriters, dude.
For fun. Yeah, we want to make sure the voters know what's going on. So we're only going to show some of them. You're a dick. And I hate your rounded coffee cup.
Especially here in Iowa before the first contests begin next.
I don't like cups that look like that. A coffee cup should be the same diameter all the way down.
I don't like those cups because they remind me of my ex who used to drink like coffee all the time. Was real smug about her coffee. Like she's one of those little what do they call those? Keurig cups.
Oh yeah, Keurig, yeah.
Yeah, she'd get the fancy ones, and they were like $75 a month. She'd get this little box every month. I was like, what a waste of money.
Lady Monkey does that, but she gets the really cheap coffee. And actually, she doesn't drink much of it anymore. She uses it to make hot water for tea.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, British people, we haven't discussed it. Is it okay to make hot water for tea in a Keurig?
No, you do it in a microwave like an adult.
Yeah, they get real mad. They apparently water tastes different in Britain. Probably needs fluoride because look at their fucking
based
teeth.
on their teeth. Yeah.
Hashtag fuck Jake Tapper and his coffee cup. Let's go.
Next week. So in choosing topics, we focused on the issues important to Republicans. Let's bring out the candidates now. Please welcome Florida Governor Ron DeSantis.
I will give them credit for having a smaller audience. The last couple have had those really big audiences, and they're like, please don't clap.
This is CNN. This is their audience. That's their entire audience.
Jared. Thank you, Jared. Better debate, Haley v. DeSantis. One-on-one Rust best of 3. 1v1 Rust. You're talking about the video game, right? I haven't played that. You know why, Jack? Because it's all PvP.
Oh.
Yeah. Nikki doesn't play things she can't get nailed in. She needs like some building simulator.
Ew.
Please welcome former South Carolina Governor and UN Ambassador Nikki Haley.
That is the least contact she's had with a man since her husband's been away. And I said that properly. The least. You notice that dress is white. It's kind of pinkish. That's because it used to be red.
Now it's covered in cream filling. Oh,
now it's covered in spinach dip.
Ew.
That's an old joke from around here, guys. If you don't get that reference, go watch all of my content until you pick it up.
That's true. You should do that anyway, just for educational purposes.
They haven't even spoke yet, man.
Please take your positions behind the podiums while we remind you and our audience of the ground rules. Each of you will have 90 seconds to answer questions, 60 seconds for responses and rebuttals, and 15 seconds for clarification.
Are they really writing down the rules?
I don't know. I think they're writing down this is dumb. Because they don't abide by these rules at all. They're just like, guidelines.
Good. I want to see an actual debate. I want to see them arguing with each other. I watched that whole thing today. By the way, that's like 7.5 hours, that committee meeting, and there's only like an hour of it where they stepped away. So 6 hours of this shit. And the only part that was actually worth watching was when a couple of the congressmen, Donalds, and I forget the Democrat, where they actually had a discussion.
Mm-hmm.
Back and forth, they talked. And
I zoned out for a lot of that part.
The rest of it was just idiots throwing shit.
Yeah, I was hanging out with my folks, and it was on C-SPAN. I think it was on C-SPAN. It was on TV and somewhere. My dad was watching it, and he fell asleep at one point. So it was like me and sometimes Rico watching it, and Rico just got new shots because he's going to Japan for over the summer. Gotcha. And so he's all sore, and he's just sitting there looking at the TV because he'll watch TV, especially if there's sirens. And every time certain people come on screen, he'll growl at them. He does that. He barked at Nikki Haley, but he usually growls at her. And he growls at Jamie Raskin. I'm not sure why, but I think he's a smart boy. So
Raskin looks like he sweats grease.
He does. He looks sinister for some reason. He
weirdly has a bald spot yarmulke.
I think he always looks like the snitch that works for the mob, who looks really sweaty all the time, and he's like dapping his forehead, like, "Look, man, you're gonna get me killed. I got nothing, man. Just tell us what we want to know. All right, man, I'll squeal." That guy. That's who he reminds me of. Some sweaty dude that would narc on anybody for a nickel.
That dude's just a little douchebag. Anyway, let's get back to the debate. We're not here to talk about Raskin yet. Well, maybe we'll get on him tomorrow because there was some stupid shit today. But anyway.
Timing lights will remind you when time is expiring.
We also remind our audience here in the Sheslow Auditorium at Drake University to be respectful so the candidates can hear the questions and can hear each other.
Just hours ago, the Republican field narrowed once again. Former New Jersey Governor Christie ended his bid for the presidency. So, with one fewer candidate in the running, let's start with the decision voters here in Iowa are about to face. Governor DeSantis, why should voters who are looking for an alternative to the current frontrunner, former President Trump, vote for you rather than former Governor Haley?
Because she's a horrible bitch. That's a dumb question. I don't like that question at all. I mean, I get what they're going for there, but how about just why should voters vote for you? Why does it have to be versus somebody else?
No, because CNN's entire marketing scheme is us versus them.
I guess.
Well, the people of Iowa, good evening. It's great to be in Iowa to have a debate here. Donald Trump's running to pursue his issues. Nikki Haley's running to pursue her donors' issues. I'm running to
fuck. Wow.
Just whip it out and smack her right at the beginning, Ron. Good job.
I hope this continues because what he just did there was steal Vivek Ramaswamy's line.
Mm-hmm.
Vivek has been hitting her with that in every fucking debate.
Well, I don't blame him. It's a good line.
And DeSantis got a chance to use it because usually he gets upstaged by Vivek on that. All right, here we go. That's fucking funny though. God damn. That was practice too. He was waiting for that.
Yeah, he does look kind of rehearsed in this.
pursue your issues and your family's issues and to turn this country around. I'm the only one running that's delivered on 100% of the promise.
I'll give her credit. She did not roll her eyes right there. She hasn't gotten to that point yet. Usually the first thing that's said about her, she starts rolling her eyes like a child.
She was probably looking at Jake Tapper's wiener.
I'm going to be nice on this one.
Says that I've made.
She was looking at Dana's wiener.
I can be nice on this one. That says it anyway.
It made me laugh. I can't help it.
We've delivered huge victories in the state of Florida, things that Republicans have been asking for a generation.
Fair.
I'm also the only one running that has beaten the left time and time again. We beat the teachers union on universal school choice. We beat Soros on crime. We beat Fauci on COVID. We beat the Dems on election integrity. And I beat the left by banning China from buying land in the state of Florida. Now, Nikki Haley is running. We don't need another mealy-mouthed politician who just...
Oh, there go the eye rolls. Is it fair to call her mealy-mouthed?
Yeah, she kind of can be. I would say that's fair. It's obviously a bit exaggerated, but not unfounded.
I'd go liar would be my choice of words, but all right.
Tells you what she thinks you want to hear.
True. Just
to try to get your vote.
Yep.
Then to get in office and to do her donors' bidding. She was in another.
And for the record, I don't think it's just her donors' bidding. I mean, she is a little lefty. No, we do not need her. Meal equals cock. Stop it. We don't need another cock-mouth politician. It's actually a more accurate statement.
State,
yeah,
and she's
they're all kind of cocksuckers. So
I have this set up horribly. I need to move things around on my screen.
Okay.
It shouldn't affect anything you guys see. It's just so that I can pay better attention to what's going on with other producing stuff that y'all don't have to normally pay attention to. Da-da. Monkey moving shit during the stream.
Have you heard that C is for cookie? And that's good enough for me.
It's for cookie. That's good enough for me.
You know, they have him eating vegetables now. It's stupid.
Yeah, I know. It's stupid. He's the cookie monster, for fuck's sake. All right. Yeah. I got this set back up. I need to reduce the size of this.
That's what she
said. That's how Nikki deals with Saturday nights.
Yeah.
Why won't it let me resize this? What the fuck? Hello, computer. Computer.
You just get a new producer. Your current guy's a little disabled. Nailed it, Viking.
No, who said that?
Viking.
No, Viking. Not a little disabled. Highly disabled. How dare you? Seriously, why is this so funky? Anyway, it's good enough. Here we go.
Said the people of Iowa's votes need to be corrected. This is somebody that wrote in her book.
Yeah. Did we talk about that on the show? I don't remember if we did or not. There was a controversy that blew up because this fucking retard went to New Hampshire and said that Iowa's the first, and then New Hampshire corrects it, thinking she was being clever.
Yeah.
There's nothing wrong with that line if you wait until after Iowans vote. Iowagonians, however you say it.
Iowans.
Saying it before they voted is just stupid.
She's not real smart sometimes. Like, I guess if you talk enough in public, we say dumb shit all the time. But you know, you kind of expect her not to say something that foot and mouth.
Why would you alienate the people who are getting ready to vote first? Because here's the truth. If she has a bad enough showing in Iowa, it can affect her showing in New Hampshire. I don't know who's advising her. I'm assuming it's whatever sailor happens to be there that night.
That Hillary Clinton inspired her to first run for office. I remember Hillary denigrating people on the Republican side as deplorables. We don't need a candidate who's going to look down on middle America. We've had enough of that. I'm the only one that's going to be able to lead this country's revival. I'm asking for your support.
She's already got bitch face on.
Governor Haley,
that's sort of a common feature for her lately.
I gave her credit for not being bitchy, and then she immediately went, "Hold my beer." Look at that face. Look at that face. Now, here's the thing. They come in with their stump opening, which honestly, I'm not sure why they haven't been giving these guys opening statements lately. You know, just to get that shit out of the way.
Yeah.
So DeSantis gets his nice practice speech, and now she's going to have to respond to it. It's kind of funny, actually. Let's see how she does, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, we should take our first poll of the night, Jack.
What, Nikki's still? Oh no, I'm not doing it.
Give me a 1 if you think I'm going to make a joke about her being a whore during her opening statement. Give me a 2 if you have not been paying attention.
response?
Well, I think this is a time that we know that we need a new generational leader. We have watched.
So they're both just going to be stealing Ramaswamy's sayings, huh?
Well, he's not there.
Fuck. I saw her say this the other day, and in fairness, she's been saying it for a while. But Ramaswamy is the one who's been saying it the longest, and yeah, she just straight fucking cribbed it from him. So she's a whore and a thief.
Our country be in disarray. We see the world on.
Ironic, she's wearing a pearl necklace.
Is it? Is it ironic?
Look how many pearls are there. That's one for each guy last night.
Fire, and we need someone who's had executive experience. I've been a 2-term governor.
Okay, stop. We need somebody who has executive experience. I've been a 2-term governor. You're talking to a 2-term governor. That's That's a dumbass point to bring up. If you were talking to Ramaswamy, there you have it. You do not have government executive experience. But why would you bring that up when you have Donald Trump and DeSantis being your chief rivals? Both of whom have done more than you and are more popular for what they did.
Shut up.
Who's advising this idiot? Look, I don't want you to get elected, but come give me a what do they call it? A fee for being a consultant.
Oh, consultant. Oh, yeah, that's
I
not
will
where I
help
thought you
you.
were going with that.
I will help you at least not look like an idiot.
That's a pretty high bar, dude.
It's not, because all you got to do is tell her to shut up more.
Thank you, Frosted Glass. Haven't seen so much taken from an Indian since we bought Manhattan.
Oh, fuck.
Oh, that reminds me. Today, all the money I'm making up to about $40 is going to buy my parents dinner tomorrow.
Oh,
my sister came up with a great idea that my parents are like been kind of depressed because they've been in the house so much lately.
mm-hmm.
So we're going to have family dinner.
Oh, that's awesome, dude.
Yeah. A sit-down family dinner, like at a table.
Oh, fuck. Hang on.
We don't really do that.
We try to do it as often as possible. With my weird sleep schedule, it hasn't happened much, especially with me being sick lately.
Yeah, you should stop being sick. That'll help.
Digit unemployment state and turned it into an economic powerhouse. I was at the UN. I dealt with Russia, China, Iran every day. But you're going to find out tonight.
She's not dealing with the Jews anymore?
No.
When she first broke this line out, she goes, and even the Israelis.
Well, now she wants to invade these other countries. So she wants to go to war with Russia and China and all those. So that's what that's about.
I just feel like, well, okay.
there's going to be a lot of Ron's lies that have happened. There are at least a couple of dozen so far that he's done. So what we're going to do is, rather than have him go and tell you all these lies, you can go to DeSantisLies.com and look at all of those.
She's not really trying to do this, is she?
Oh, buckle in, buddy.
Oh, sweetie, who is talking to you?
There's at least 2 dozen lies that he's told about me, and you can see where fact checkers say exactly what's going to happen and exactly why it's wrong. So it will cover the fact that he's only mad about the donors, because the donors used to be with him, but they're no longer with him now. And that's because he's upset about the fact that his campaign is exploding. You're going to see the fact that he has switched his policies multiple times, and we'll call that out tonight. But every time he lies, Drake University, don't turn this into a drinking game, because you will be overserved by the end of the night.
All right. Well, we have their opening statements, their practice lines, Jack. Who did better?
I don't think honestly, Jake Tapper did better.
Fair enough. I think his was okay. He did get a damn out of me, and hers was
I thought they were both pretty milquetoast.
She tries way too damn hard to be funny, and it doesn't work for you, sweetie. You're not that smart.
No, it doesn't. Hey, check the side chat a minute.
All right, here we go.
Well, I think this is interesting because you can actually go to RonDeSantis.com, because Nikki Haley has this tactic. If you hold her accountable to her record, first she'll say, I never said that. Well, one good rule of thumb, if she says she's never said something, that definitely means she said it.
Wow. All right, and that's true. I mean, we saw her do that with I didn't say I wanted the government to know who's on the internet. Yeah, you did.
Yeah, she absolutely said that.
And then she'll say, you're lying, you're lying. That means not only did she say it, but she's on videotape saying it. And so we have all the greatest hits. The reality is Nikki Haley is not somebody that has been willing to stand in and fight on behalf of conservatives. You know, she ran for governor saying she was going to do universal school choice, and she caved to the teachers union. She didn't deliver that.
That face, man. I'm very curious if she's gonna play the "I'm a woman" card. You know, like in the morning, she'd be like, "Let me clean this cum out of my eye and go whine about how mean they are to me for being a girl."
Yeah, I didn't watch any follow-up interviews on this, so I don't know how they each played it off with their base, but there's enough whining in this to go around.
I delivered the largest expansion of school choice in the history of the United States. I beat the teachers union. And you know what the results are? When she was governor of South Carolina, she was rated 50th in education, dead last. You know where Florida is under my watch? #1 in the nation.
Your response, Governor Haley?
I'm a girl. He said mean things.
He's a bully.
Go to DeSantisLies.com and you can find out for yourself. But why don't we talk about the fact that, if we're going to say this, when Ron was representing Florida, he said that he promised not to raise the debt limit when he got to D.C. Yet he raised the debt limit by hundreds of billions of dollars.
I mean, if he voted for the debt increase, that's fine. That's a fair point. But to say that he did it, it takes a majority of the House, which he was in the House, is what she's talking about. It's not like he did it all himself and he put the thing forward. That's not how it works, Nikki. You can be mad and say he said he wasn't going to vote for it and he voted for it, but to say he raised it, you're trying too hard, lady.
It's a little disingenuous.
But
she's a woman. This is how women fight. They just embellish the facts to make you look like a piece of shit.
It's a fair bullet to put in the gun, but instead she misfired. Oh God, you exaggerating, bitch.
That's how babies are made. Premature misfiring.
support Ukraine. He supported Ukraine when President Obama.
Is that me or them?
That's I think that's Steve.
Was in office.
Oh, yeah.
Now he's trying to copy Trump and saying that he no longer supports Ukraine and doesn't want to give them foreign aid anymore. He also goes and says,
Stop. There's a difference between, look, I disagree with giving them aid in any manner anyway, but there's a huge difference between the aid that Obama was giving, which Obama said no weapons. Obama was like a humanitarian aid only. Whatever you think of the man, that's the truth of what happened there.
Yeah.
DeSantis supporting that versus DeSantis saying we're not sending any more money to Ukraine. Those are apples and oranges.
Yeah, you could say, look, we'll give you this amount of weaponry, no more after that.
Yeah.
You could change your mind too, like you guys are abusing us now and trying to take too much money. No, we can't afford it.
For fuck's sake.
It's a little disingenuous to say, oh, once you start giving money, you can never, ever stop.
Especially when it's for completely different things.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ. Sometimes, Jack, I wish I was one of those people who didn't pay attention. I feel like my blood pressure would be a lot lower.
Yeah, I know mine would, but, here we are. We're stuck with this.
that he wants to talk about me insulting Iowans. Iowans know when you're telling a joke. The fact that he's only running in one state is not the way you win president. I'm running in all states, but he should tell Iowans.
Okay. Oh. That's not how the primary process works. You do run state by state. You don't run overall. This is what killed the vice president's campaign when she ran in 2020. She tried running in the entire country, and you cannot do it that way. Because winning or doing really well in one of the first 2 or 3 states, typically going up through South Carolina, opens the door to money to spend everywhere else. That's just the simple, he's not doing it everywhere like I am. Oh.
Look, she's spreading her love everywhere, Monkey. That's what you've been telling me for weeks now.
Oh, she's so dumb.
Why he authored legislation to ban the renewable fuel standard that's so important to Iowans' economy, and the fact that he co-sponsored 5 different pieces of legislation to get rid of it. And also
she's basically talking about ethanol here. For the record, I am against ethanol subsidies.
Yeah, it's just wasting corn.
Mm-hmm.
And he also said he would never do anything with Social Security. Yet he voted 3 times to raise the retirement age of Social Security. So if you're going to talk about what you said and what you did, I think you've got your own explaining to do rather than telling lies about.
Thank you, Governor. We're going to get to a lot of these issues in the debate. Governor Haley.
That was not a very good clap for her. She came out with some bombs there, and she got almost a polite golf clap on that one. Is she losing the CNN audience?
I have a feeling that the audience members were a bit cherry picked.
Holy shit. Look at the chick behind. Okay, I'm going to be nice because I don't know who she is. And that's mean. But god damn, lady. Have a carrot once in a while.
She's eyeballing. Oh my god, is that Neil from the Young Ones? Jake's left there. Stage right? Yeah. Oh, all right. Yeah, that guy. It looks like right Neil from the Young Ones.
I was thinking gay boy band. Anyway, I'm gonna stop picking on the audience. This guy's trying
not
to see.
Neil. Damn. What was that guy's name?
I like this guy. He's trying to see around white boy's afro. I can't see.
Rick, what was
Governor Christie dropped out of the race just a few hours ago. He said the most important issue is, quote, the character of the candidate.
Okay, I don't. Did you watch this whole thing?
Yes.
Do they bring up Christie saying that she's going to get her ass beat here? Because that's a far more important thing to me than what Jake's asking right now.
No.
Right. I don't know about important. Maybe far more interesting, I should say.
Governor Christie also said he ran because he knew he would be the only Republican candidate to speak the truth about former President Donald Trump. Do you believe Donald Trump has the character to be president again?
I think the next president needs to have moral clarity. I think you need to have moral clarity to understand that it's taxpayer money, not your own money. I think you need to have moral clarity to understand that when you're dealing with dictators in the world, that we always have to fight for democracies and human rights and protecting Americans and preventing war. And so when you look at
preventing war, did that bitch really just say that?
Yeah. Well, you prevent war by having war. See.
Now, look, in fairness to her, if there's a war, her husband's deployed, she gets a lot more dick. So I understand she has a dog in that fight, but damn.
At Donald Trump, I have said, I think he was the right president at the right time. I agree with a lot of his policies, but his way is not my way. I don't have vengeance. I don't have vendettas. I don't take things personally. For me,
I don't believe that last one for sure.
You called Ramaswamy a sexist because he dared to question you. Jared, thank you. Nikki's line about renewables was pretty corny. Stop it.
To be fair, she took it as an affront to women.
Well, no. Stop it. We've seen her face when anybody says something to her. I mean, she started, 30 seconds into his answer giving bitch face?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. I don't take it personally. I hate him.
I don't take it personally. That's why I have a website called RonDeSantisLies.com.
Me, it's very much about no drama, no whining, and getting results and getting them done.
The question is, do you believe he has the character to be president? Yes or no? That's it. That's a yes or no question.
You would think so, but
yes or no, and then give your reasons why.
Yeah, there's a reason Eagle dipped out early on. As soon as he found out we were covering this, he's like, "Nope, not again."
Yeah, this chick, she's just so desperate not to lose the Trump crowd because she tried to come out and be Christie and go hard against Trump after the last debate.
Yeah,
and it blew up in her face because unlike Ramaswamy, that's how she got the pearl necklace. Unlike Ramaswamy, who has said, "Hey, look, it's my time. Trump had his time." She actually attacked Trump, where Ramaswamy's like, "No, the dude did a good job. He got fucked over by Washington. He had his turn. It's my turn." And she's like, "He's a dick." I'm not saying he's a dick.
So I don't think that President Trump is the right president to go forward. I think it's time for a new generation.
Is it a character issue, though?
That's going to go and make America proud again. That's what I'm going to try and do.
But is it a character issue? The question was, is it a... Fuck this bitch. I'm trying to prepare myself, Jack, because with the one-on-one, I was hoping that they would argue more, and I'm assuming they do. But I still get irritated every time they refuse to just answer a simple fucking question.
Oh, your blood pressure's not going to like this debate.
Vivek is winning the Trump crowd, but we shall see if it really works out. I think Vivek, in order for Vivek to have any chance, and guys, this is not me saying this is going to happen. He would have to blow out he would just have to have a blowout on the 15th. He would have to win Iowa by like an overwhelming amount. And that's just not going to happen.
No.
He might do really well in Iowa and get a little bit of a boost. And then you go on to New Hampshire where he's not really polling very well. And that boost drops off. So we'll see. We'll see what happens.
Governor DeSantis, what is your response to Chris Christie? Do you believe Donald Trump has the character to be president again?
Well, I'm running because I'm the guy that's going to be able to engineer a comeback to this country.
Answer the
I
question.
appreciated what President Trump did, but let's just be honest. He said he was going to build a wall and have Mexico pay for it. He did not deliver that. He said he was going to drain the swamp.
Wait, stop.
He did not deliver that.
Stop. No. Did he get the full wall done? No. And this is one of the problems we have with presidents. We've talked about this many times. What you should be saying is what we're going to try to do is this. And instead what they say is I'm going to do this. And unfortunately, you need Congress to help you on anything you want done.
Yeah.
He absolutely did have Mexico help pay for it. And people, how? We didn't get any. Because Mexico did move their security up to the border.
Yeah, in Title 42, where it was remain in Mexico.
Yep.
So they had to deal with a lot of that, which helped stem the tide.
That was them having to pay for those people where ordinarily they wouldn't have had to. And
let's face it, he did get sections of wall built, and a lot of
Yes.
people don't want to admit that.
he just rebuilt parts. What comes after that re? Say it again for me.
Nothing.
That he said he was going to hold Hillary accountable, and he let her off the hook. He said he was going to eliminate the debt, and he added $7.8 trillion to the debt. So we need to deliver and get this stuff done. And I think the difference between Nikki Haley and me, I listened to all that litany of stuff. I debated the governor of California, Gavin Newsom. I thought he lied a lot. Nikki Haley made.
Wow.
When in doubt, whip it out. Got myself a rock and roll band. It's a free for all.
God, I wish Vivek was here.
I know, right?
Gives him a run for.
There's nothing DeSantis could do or say that would make me want to cuddle with him. I miss my cuddle buddy.
Yeah,
That's
I know.
all.
You're a little brown cuddle buddy.
Dear God, my voice is getting deep.
It's because you're aroused.
My voice is getting deeper than Nikki Haley's vagina.
Wow.
His money, and she may even be more liberal than Gavin Newsom is. We are in a situation here in Florida.
Oh, that is not good for Haley. The fact that people started clapping when he just called her more liberal than Newsom.
It's CNN. That might have been a positive for her.
For their audience, but not for her with voters and stuff. I mean, this is a cherry-picked audience. We know it. It's CNN. These are Haley fans, and there was a clap for calling her more liberal than Newsom.
Yeah.
Damn. All right.
And as Republicans, you need somebody that is going to be in there and fight for you. And Nikki Haley, anytime the going gets tough, anytime people come down, she caves. When you need someone standing and fight for you, don't look for Nikki Haley. You won't be able to find her if you had a search warrant.
Thank you, guys.
God damn.
I like that line. That was good.
He's not as good as Ramaswamy, but that was pretty good.
He's not quick at adaptation, but rehearsed lines like that do pay off occasionally.
Yeah. It was well played and rewarded for it as well.
Governor Haley.
Look, I think I dealt with Russia, China, Iran, North Korea every day. No one ever said I caved. I defended America and I fought for America.
Oh, there goes the grill, champ.
But I'll also say this. This is not a time where you have to have pettiness. I wish.
Stop. Oh, my God. Jack, do you remember how she started this debate?
No, it's been a while.
She started by telling us to go to RonDeSantisLies.com, and she just said, we don't need pettiness.
We don't have pettiness at DeSantisLies.com.
Are you fucking serious? Oh, my God. There you go, guys. My pause game on point again. There's a row face.
Donald Trump was up here on this stage. He's the one that I'm running against. He's the one that I wish would be here. He needs to be defending his record. Right now, he's not defending the fact that he allowed us to have $8 trillion in debt over 4 years that our kids are never going to forgive us for. The fact that he didn't deal with China when it came to stealing.
My kids are old enough to vote, so it's their fault. They can't blame me for that shit. I voted for their mother.
Intellectual property, the fact that they gave us COVID, the fact that they've gone and
okay, sorry, you can't do this with Trump in China. There was a big hubbub. It went on for about 6 months to a year where they're like, oh my God, Trump is going to get us into a war with China because he was standing up to him.
Yeah, the whole trade war tariff thing.
Yeah.
And in the end, he won.
And she's going to try to play it off like, look, did he have some failings? Sure. But you can't sit there and call the man a coward towards China when he told them to go fuck themselves over economics.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ. God, she's an idiot.
Continue to put up Chinese police stations and continue to threaten our military.
Didn't you bring Chinese into South? You were just bragging about how well you did for South Carolina's economy. Didn't you do that by bringing the Chinese in?
Now, I know how petty DeSantis' supporters could be. How many people hurried to register HaleyLies.com?
Didn't do enough to make sure that we were really standing with our friends and doing some other things. What we need is a leader.
Some other things? That's kind of vague, sweetie.
Yeah, and stuff and some whatchamacallits as well.
Look, she was dealing with diplomats every day. Wink, wink. Especially the Jewish one. I'm shocked she dropped the Israelis.
I'm not, because those are all the people she listed: North Korea, China, Russia. They're all people she wants to go to war with.
Gerard says, Nikki, thank you so much for the donation. Nikki breathes through her teeth every time she's going to say something punchy. Can't unsee it. Damn it, if I see that now. I already have a problem with the fact the bitch doesn't open her teeth very often when she talks. She looks like she's practicing throwing her voice, but she can't stop her lips from moving.
I think she has some kind of jaw problem. Like she clenches her jaw. Like people that grind their teeth.
She looks like John Kerry here.
Ouch.
Am I wrong?
That's well, I'm not saying that. I just think it's mean.
That's not looking at 4 years and 8 years. We need a president that's looking at 20 and 30 years, because I want my kids to have a good future. I want them to have.
I want your kids to know their real dad. Wow.
One without debt, one where they can read, one with secure borders, one where we have law and order, and one where America is strong.
Well,
Thank you.
With all due respect, for her to single out Donald Trump on China, and look, I think he could have been tougher on him 100%. When Nikki Haley was governor of South Carolina, she was the #1 governor in America for Republicans of bringing China into her state.
You're ducking. Duck, duck, goose. Duck, duck, goose. Monkey. Are you back? I'm lonely. I'm so lonely. Sad and lonely. I don't know the rest of the song off the top of my head. What's up, chat? You guys staying sexy out there? It's a beautiful day in the neighborhood. Beautiful, won't you be my neighbor? So you guys doing anything interesting this weekend? I'm not. I'm gonna have dinner with my folks. It's gonna be awesome. Dad was really bummed because Christmas without my brother and all, but we didn't have like a real sit down dinner for Christmas, which we've had a lot of those, so it wasn't a big deal. But he kind of wanted to have one this year for some reason, so we're gonna surprise him with it tomorrow. It's gonna be a lot of fun. My sister-in-law came up with that one. Hi, Divine. No, Jack, tell us what's going on with you. That's about it. I am not exciting. I am incredibly boring.
Oh, no, you're not. How dare you?
Oh, yes, I am. Oh, welcome back.
I was sitting here singing Baby Come Back, and all I know is Baby Come Back, blame it all on me. That's all I know of that song.
I was singing too, and I didn't know the rest of the lyrics. So, I almost broke into like verses of songs I know 2 lines of. It's going to be like Walking in Memphis and Mandolin Rain. And then it's not going to make any sense. It'll be very confusing.
Put on my blue suede shoes and I boarded a plane. All right. Thank you so much, Frosted Glass, who says, most kids Nikki sees, she ends up swallowing. Wow.
Wow. Dead Rabbit said, just punch her around. Holy shit.
How dare you upstage me on my own show and give me money to do so?
Because he's Frosted Glass. He's funnier
Frosted
than we
Glass,
are.
man. All right.
We need a president that's looking at 20 and 30 years, because I want my kids
I went
to
back
have
because
a
I don't know
good
when I got
future.
cut off.
I want them to have one without debt, one where they can read, one with secure borders, one where we
Wait.
have law and order, and one where
Pause. I missed that the first time around. She says one where they can read. Bitch, you had the worst state for education. Ron already hit you on that, and you're like, I'm gonna make sure people can read. I want people to be able to read too. I just don't trust you to be the one to make it happen. Fuck.
America is strong.
Well,
Thank you.
I also want to stop and point out, I saw the other day Laura Loomer made a joke about Nikki Haley being a whore, and it hurt me. Stop stealing my jokes, you weird tire bitch.
Soon she'll be snuggling up to you like she has been Trump lately.
Ugh.
Like, notice me, Mr. Monkey. Notice me.
All due respect, for her to single out Donald Trump on China, and look,
Maybe she meant read Chinese. Well played, Dustin.
I think he could have been tougher on him 100%. When Nikki Haley was governor of South Carolina, she was the #1 governor in America for Republicans of bringing China into her state. She wrote a love letter to the ambassador saying that they were a great friend. She's on.
Hey, she worked with the ambassadors all the time. Remember? Oh, your penis is so big.
Video saying China's a friend. She had a Chinese business 5 miles from a military base. There's a video of her on the website right in front of a Chinese flag saying that she works for them now. So that was her #1 achievement as governor, was bringing China into the state of South Carolina. So you say you're going to look 10, 20, 30 years down the road. Why wasn't she doing that then when people were raising the red flags about it? In Florida, I banned China from buying land in our state, and we kicked them out of our university. That's what you need to be doing.
I almost feel bad for her. When there were 2 other people on the stage, some of the heat could be taken off, and Christie would be there oozing, and while Ramaswamy took shots at her, he also just took shots at a lot of stuff that needs fixed. This is just one-on-one, and she can't escape, and it's stuff that I pointed this out. I have not watched this. I said what Ron did before he said it. I mean, it's after he said it, but since I haven't seen it, you get what I mean?
You missed the super chat.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
It came in while you were gone. Comrade Kitty, you got to scroll before Frosted.
I don't actually have that open. I can only see the live chat. Could you read that for me?
I will get it. Thank you, Comrade Kitty. Monkey, her jaw is tired after last night.
Fair point. And thank you so much for the donation. Since I got cut off, I lost all of the chat that was here.
Oh, yeah.
And in order to see everything and be able to produce the way, I really got to hook up that 3rd monitor.
Yeah, you do.
I'm too lazy. I got to clean off my desk first. I don't know what I'm going to do with all this shit because it's not trash. It's stuff I want.
I have a solution. You get a box, dump it all in there, and put it in a corner and forget about it for 5 years.
That's fair. I mean, I have a little rolling cart with 3 drawers on it of stuff that I saved, and I've only opened that like twice in the last 2 years. I could probably throw all that shit away.
Yeah, what you do is
I'm not gonna.
You get an Amazon box, right? Yeah, it has all the Amazon packet. Take your label off, dump everything in there, and give it to your kid and be like, look, this came in for you, and then just walk out of the room and let him sort it out.
Indeed. Vivek needs to be a moderator. That would be awesome.
That would be funny.
We're going to talk about China in a little bit. I want to talk about the economy.
You didn't stop her from talking about China. What the fuck?
Which, according to a recent Des Moines Register poll, shows that the economy is the top issue for caucus goers here. So Governor Haley, the rate of inflation is down. Prices, though, are still high, and Americans are struggling to afford food, cars, and housing. What is the single most important policy that you would implement as president to make the essentials in Americans' lives more important?
I would tell everybody to go work for Boeing.
Do speaking gigs. You get paid millions. That's pretty awesome.
Pull a Bernie Sanders. Just write a book.
I think we have to acknowledge that Republicans and Democrats have both done this. I mean, the fact that they've done all of this wasteful spending, they did a $2.2 trillion COVID stimulus bill that expanded welfare, that's now left us with 80 million Americans on Medicaid, 42 million Americans on food stamps. That's a third of our country. What I will do is I think it's time we have
Wait. 42 million is a third of 330? I'm fairly certain that doesn't math. A third of 330 million. This is really easy. This is simple math. Even, third graders just learning division can know. That's 110 million.
Look, she's using Common Core math, so it's better than you.
God bless, she's an idiot.
Count it in the White House. We have to have someone that respects taxpayer dollars. And we'll start by clawing back $100 billion of unspent COVID dollars that are still out there.
And that's fine, but $100 billion isn't going to make a dent in the $33 trillion debt.
Do you really think she cares about any of that?
Well, in her mind, 100 billion is probably a third of 33 trillion.
Well, look, women aren't good at math. Barbie told me that. There was a toy that said math is hard, and I trust Barbie. She's very wise.
Don't worry, she's gonna make your kids able to read. They just won't be able to do fucking math. I think we're seeing why the education numbers were down when she was the governor of South Carolina.
We'll go in, instead of 87,000 IRS agents going after middle America, we'll go after the hundreds of billions of dollars of COVID fraud, one out of every $7. If 8%.
Oh, God. Nobody is using the 87,000 IRS agents anymore because that was gotten rid of. That was already taken care of, sweetheart.
Oh, she's bringing them back. Don't worry.
You're going to get rid of stuff that's already got rid of. She belongs in government, Jack.
Yeah.
% of our budget is interest. Quit borrowing. Cut up the credit cards. I had to balance a budget as governor. You have to balance a budget every day. Why is Congress the only group that refuses to balance a budget?
That's fair.
We'll stop the spending. We'll stop the borrowing. We'll eliminate the pet projects and the earmarks, and I'll veto any spending bill that doesn't take us back to pre-COVID levels. And
pre-COVID levels, we still had over $1 trillion added to the debt every year, you fucking retard. If you want to go back to no debt, you got to go back to like 1972 levels. What the fuck? Jesus Christ. Are people really this dumb that they fall for this?
Yes.
You guys aren't, right? You listen to us enough to realize this is stupid, right? I'm not telling anything new here. What's up?
See what Cannibal just said? I'm not reading that out loud, but that's funny, Cannibal. Over on Rumble.
Oh. Oh, God, that pause face makes her look like a transgender. That's the proper term, right?
I don't know anymore.
She looking like a man.
and then we want to make sure that
like a man. That's funny.
Look, she has had a lot of male DNA in her, but that hasn't changed her into a man. That's all.
we allow the middle
Why do y'all put up with this shit?
class to breathe. We're going to eliminate the federal gas
We're
and
16
diesel
minutes
tax
in.
in this country
I know.
and cut taxes
And actually, that's not even true because the video has about 2 minutes of filler stuff beforehand.
Yeah.
Oh, fuck me.
on the middle class and simplify those brackets. And then we want to make the small business tax cuts permanent. They made corporate tax cuts permanent, but they made small business tax cuts temporary. Small businesses are the heartbeat of America. We need.
All right, you know what I'm not hearing? And maybe she gets to it and I'm jumping the gun. I haven't heard her talk about anything she's cutting. I'm against taxes, guys. I want taxes as low as possible. But the simple fact is, if we have a program that we say we need, it has to be paid for. And we make money for the government by taking it from the people. You can't just lower taxes all the time. What are you going to cut to compensate? That's the important part of this conversation. Republicans do this shit all the fucking time. Just no more tax. I'm with you. But in order to do that, you have to get rid of all the bullshit spending, and none of you fucking assholes are willing to do it.
No, look, commitment is hard. And if there's one thing a Republican doesn't like doing, it's committing. Whether it's to what they say or doing something or anything, they like to talk, especially when there's a camera in front of them. They don't like to actually do stuff. That's hard and people get upset with them. They really want to be liked.
Q says, I tolerate this because I'm not voting for either candidate on that stage. It's entertaining at this point. It should be entertaining. We're entertaining at all points. How dare you?
Well, you said it's entertainment.
Okay, same thing. We're entertainment all the time.
We try.
I'm
probably miss occasionally, but
if my ego could be hurt, that one would hurt.
Your ego's
Need to prove.
impenetrable. What are you talking about?
Indeed.
But by making those tax cuts permanent.
Governor DeSantis.
But all you just said is you're going to make the debt worse. We're going to go after $200 million worth of COVID stuff to offset $33 trillion, or just in a single year budget, pre-COVID levels, to offset $1 trillion. Great, 20% of it for a single fucking year. It only works one time. What the fuck? Jack, my most conservative streak comes from fiscal responsibility. Mm-hmm. And so when I watch these assholes say shit like this, all you're doing, you're going to make the problem worse. This is why I don't usually support Republican presidents, because they do tend to spend more than Democrats do. Because nobody's looking at them, because they go out there and talk a good fucking game like they do with everything else. And then when it's time to actually lead, all they do is fuck us over constantly.
There's the best thing the Republicans are good at is snatching defeat from the jaws of victory. And they do it on everything. They fold like card tables. Mike DeWine talked a big game, and then a anti-transition bill for minors came in front of him, and he refused to sign it. And then he threw out an executive order that has no teeth. So that's the type of shit they do. They're fucking cowards. They talk a mean game, and they do nothing.
Thank you, Shane. I think is how you say that. Is that an Irish name where you're supposed to actually say like Shane or something?
I don't know.
Correct me if I'm wrong on the pronunciation of your name, but thank you so much for the donation. 11-year-old me hated her when she became my governor. I don't blame you. I didn't hate Nikki Haley. I didn't watch a lot of Nikki Haley stuff before she got into this. And seeing as much as I have, she's horrible.
I think she's the one that got pulled over on a DUI arrest. And,
was that her?
Said, "Do you know who I am?"
Sane is the proper pronunciation. Okay, cool. Holy shit, I got a name right, Jack.
Wow. First time for everything.
Dude, you should go buy a lotto ticket. All right, here we go.
Just, what's your response? How would you make those essentials more affordable for Americans?
Well, I disagree with Ambassador Haley.
For the record, before he gets to his answer, there's nothing a president can just do to make things more affordable, other than tax all of the rich people to pay to give stuff to poor people. What you can do right now is stop the bleeding. And that's the only thing we can do right now.
Haley, we don't need an accountant in the White House. We need a leader in the White House.
Amen.
And that's what I would bring. I've spoken with Iowans. I'm visiting all 99 counties and also folks all across this country.
Did you see that they all paused because there was that storm that came through, but Ramaswamy was like, fuck that, I'm still going out.
Yeah.
These fucking pussies.
He had big crowds too, like decent sized turnout for some of those.
I seriously, I know Ramaswamy has no chance this year, but I really, really do hope this guy stays in politics.
I would also point out he's from Columbus. So,
is he really?
Yeah, he lives in Columbus. He lives in Upper Arlington. It's a rich district in Columbus. I actually have some friends that live not too far from him, which I didn't know that, or at least where he used to live. I don't know if he still lives there, but so he's used to driving in Ohio weather, and Iowa is not going to be that much different than Ohio. We're both very flat.
Excuse me.
So even if his tour guy didn't want to do it, he'll be like, I'll drive.
Well, see, now that worries me, because one of these days I really do want to take like a weekend trip, and I want to come down there and take you to lunch and go see Satsu and take him and Squish and the little one to lunch. And now I'm thinking I probably won't be allowed because, I've said some things about Vivek that they might have security concerns over.
No, he looks like he'd be willing to cuddle. There's some really good places to eat in Columbus anyway. So yeah, I would wait till late March, early April to do that though.
Tyr the Politician, thank you so much. If you vote for me, I promise to get rid of prohibition, repeal the 19th, restore the monarchy, and hunt down the very last mammoth. Tyr/Frosted 2025, because we can. Honky cracker honky. I'm white, I can say that.
Tyr, I like where your head's at, and I'd like to subscribe to your newsletter.
Me too.
I hope not, Frosted.
Take Jack to lunch. I think you're about to get fired. No, I've been so close to you and Satsu when we go down to my father-in-law's.
Yeah.
And the problem is we're in such a rush to get down there, and then in such a rush to get back. After you've been gone for 5 to 7 days, we always think about it. Like, maybe we should stop. And like, we're so close to home.
Go home.
We're so close to home. So yeah, one of these days, I just want to go down and see you guys and meet y'all in person, because I love the both of you.
Like I always tell people that haven't met me yet, either over the phone or on the internet, it's not that exciting. I'm incredibly disappointing.
That's okay. So am I. I want you to get to see the mess you work with every night. I feel it's only fair.
I said that to a therapist once.
Nikki said that to her husband.
American dream is slipping away. People are working hard. They're getting the most out of their God-given ability. They're doing everything right, and they're falling further and further behind. Trying to afford a new home today, your monthly mortgage payment would probably be twice as much as what it would have been if you were starting out 5 years ago. We
did have news that mortgage payments, they spiked really bad last month.
Yeah.
Well, 2 months ago. And last month, they actually dropped by a lot.
Yeah, I'm not a financial advisor, but everybody I know that ever had an adjustable rate mortgage got screwed by it.
Yep.
So always go for the fixed rate. That's my opinion.
Well, right now there's a shortage of housing. It's not just all these assholes who bought up, places in big cities and stuff. That is a problem. But this happened right before the housing bubble.
Mm-hmm.
If you go back to before all of the nonsense that started the housing bubble, we were in a housing crisis because we didn't have enough homes. America is growing and we need more homes. That's part of the problem with why it's so expensive. But there've been new builds going on, and so the price is coming down. It is still expensive. I'm not going to say it's not.
Oh yeah.
But there's more reasons for why mortgages are high besides just inflation. And that needs talked about. You can't just throw out shit, Ron.
Well, let's face it. A lot of the new buildings are for illegal immigrants. Nothing. They're not better than you or more important.
You really want to bring down home prices? Get rid of all the restrictions, the red tape and bullshit to build a house.
Yeah, there's an insane amount of permits you have to build anything. We had to get a permit to put a concrete slab in for a patio. Mm-hmm. Just a simple square piece of flat concrete. And we had to get, 3 permits for that? It was ridiculous. It was like $150.
When we got our deck redone, I told you guys how long it took us just to find somebody who would do it. And we finally get the guy who would do it, and it ended up not working out because there were problems with permits. Somebody else had to come in and do the permits properly because there were like 3 or 4 of them we had to put a fucking deck on our house.
Yep. And you live out in the middle of fucking nowhere.
Yeah. Got to make sure this, because it is a raised deck, so you got to make sure the stairs are the exact right distance from each other and all. When this country was built, people went out into the woods with an axe, chopped down trees, and built a house out of it. And now they're like, there's a frog that lives over there. You got to make sure you're this far away from it.
Yeah. Why do I say permit weirdly? I don't know. I say lots of words weirdly. So
permit. How do you say it?
Permit.
You say permit, don't you? You put the accent elsewhere.
Yeah. Well, it's probably
that's
just
fine.
My regional accent. So I say alls too instead of all. Like have to do instead of all you have to do. It's just a regional dialect.
This is a true story. I mess with my daughter. It just started one day. I was being silly at dinner. I think we were having tacos, and instead of saying sour cream, I said, "Could you pass me the sour cream?" Put the emphasis on the sour, and for some reason, it drives my daughter insane.
And then you're like, "Give me the cool whip."
So, as a good dad, I torture my daughter with that when we have some sour cream.
Oh, I mean, that's a requirement, isn't it?
Look, there's a reason that children go to their mom for comfort and their dad for entertainment, because we're giant children. We are.
Yeah, it's true.
We have to make the economy work for those folks. Yes, I'm going to battle the spending in Florida.
I forgot there was a debate.
You look, we have the national debt clock going up to 34 trillion. I see it. If you did a debt clock for the state of Florida, it would be counting down because we've paid down 25% of our state debt just since I've been governor. We're going to open up all energy for production because that will be deflationary. Nikki Haley, when she was governor, she promised she would never do the gas tax. Then she tried to raise the gas tax on hardworking South Carolinians. Here's the thing. We need to fly a flag of bold colors, carrying the banner of putting the American people first. Not.
What the fuck does that mean? We need to fly the flag of both colors?
I don't know. I think it's the red and blue for like Republican, Democrat. I don't know.
All right.
I put the wrong emphasis on the wrong syllable. I don't take criticism from people that say aluminium.
Fair.
Or the pale pastels of the warmed over corporatism of people like Nikki Haley.
I mean,
Governor Haley, I want to.
Can I just say it's not as fun without Vivek?
Yeah, DeSantis is trying, but he's very deadpan. So his sarcasm and commentary sometimes comes off as a little like flat, and people don't necessarily catch it right away.
Yeah.
Comedy isn't just about timing, it's also delivery.
I wouldn't know. I'm not a comedian. That's what I'm told. I disagree.
We're pretty hilarious. Just ask
really
us.
am. This is true. Every so often I have to watch back for something, and I don't even realize what all we say, and I catch myself laughing at us all the time.
Yeah, because we miss jokes sometimes that the other one throws out, so it's very weird.
But because
Have a good night, Gigi.
DeSantis mentioned the
Later.
gas tax, you do want to eliminate the federal gas tax, and that tax generated approximately $40 billion in 2022 and helps pay for road construction and repair. So how would you fix America's roads and bridges if you take that money away?
Well, first of all, bless his heart, DeSantisLies.com.
We're not petty. There's no room for pettiness here. How are you going to pay for the roads when you're not collecting the gas tax? DeSantisLies.com.
Yeah.
We have never raised a tax.
tried to.
He didn't say you raised a tax. You did this same shit when he pointed out that you said you were against the bill to make it illegal to mutilate children. And you're like, I was for the don't say gay bill. You fucking lie constantly. I swear I've argued with women like her before.
We've all argued with women like her before.
You're not even talking about the same fucking thing anymore.
No,
he said she tried to raise the gas tax.
Yeah, you can't argue with somebody like this because they're changing the sentence structure and rewriting history in real time. And you can't keep up with all of the nonsense they're throwing at you. She's very good at this. I would hate to be her husband arguing with her.
Gerard says, bless his heart was so forced. You ain't Southern, my gal. I mean, she is from South Carolina, but she's from the city.
Yeah,
she's a fake Southerner.
Yeah, she's a city Southerner. They're a different breed.
Yeah, how you gonna be a Southern woman and not have a nice accent for me to enjoy? Fuck you.
Some of those accents.
Not me. I wouldn't do it because God knows how many diseases you carry.
I can tell you right,
Governor DeSantis, she has the floor.
So I can
All right. That is a dickish smile. I get her for her rolling the eyes and stuff, but that's just a dickish smile. Ron, stop it. He's so proud of himself right now.
He should be, though. That was one of his good ones. Like, good job, Ron, buddy.
And that's not true. It's on video. I
tell you that we killed the gas tax multiple times, but what we said.
Did she just say they killed it multiple times?
Well, you know, it kept getting up.
The gas tax is Freddy Krueger?
No, it was more of a zombie.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, it was like Dracula or Jason Voorhees.
That is, if you want to raise the gas tax, you have to reduce the income tax by 5 times that amount. They didn't want to do it. We've killed taxes every step of the way. But if he's going to talk about his economy, I think what we should say is, why does Florida have the highest
I'm honestly dizzy
property
right now.
insurance in the country?
Sweetheart, we'll get to your question in a second because it's a valid question. The question to you is, how are you going to pay for the roads without the taxes, fucknut?
Well, people will just want to make roads. Isn't that what the anarcho-capitalists say? They're just going to want to do that voluntarily, free.
Why is it that it is named the American hotspot for inflation? Why is it that his state is now known to have the highest cost of living increases? And why?
Because it's growing by leaps and bounds and land is limited. That's why.
Why is it that they're saying senior citizens can no longer afford to live in Florida? So that's the first thing I'll say. We don't need him doing that to our country. When it comes to the gas tax, when we eliminate that federal tax, the money is collected in the states and they send it to the feds. The feds attach a lot of strings to it and send it back. 75% comes from the state, 25% comes from the federal government. What they do when they add those strings is they pay for a lot of things that aren't roads, green spaces, sidewalks, all of those things, but they attach strings. I want that money to stay in the states. I want the state.
Well, you just said you're eliminating the money. I want the money that's no longer there to go to the states. All right.
States to be able to decide how to spend it. I don't want Washington bureaucrats deciding what we need for scenery and green space and all those other things. I want every state, including the state of Iowa, to make the decisions on how they spend their road spending instead of the federal government.
This money you're going to send to the states to spend how they want to, where's it coming from? Those are two different arguments. You can argue that the gas tax is being misspent and say, hey, we're going to get rid of the misspending, which that's not even what she said. She said, we got these green spaces. There's tons of states that have those same fucking things that are still going to happen if you just give them the money. And then the other question is, you get rid of the gas tax, how are you paying for giving that money to these people? I can't be the only one who sees the flaw in her logic here. This bitch is going to raise the debt. She's going to double what Trump did.
Oh, yeah, easily. Well, a good war will take care of that.
DeSantis, your response?
Right? She kind of admitted that she did try to raise the gas tax, and she's on video saying this. I know she'll say it. She never said it, but she
You
did.
snipped it.
She
that.
did.
You
She
took
did
a little
do it.
piece
She
of
did
that. That is
She
not
also,
true.
She also
You
raised
lied
taxes.
again.
She
Governor
raised
Haley,
taxes when
Governor
she was in
DeSantis
South
has the floor.
Carolina. That's on the record. And she even proposed a tax on groceries at one point. But I'm just thinking, have you seen your grocery bill lately?
Dude, her eyes went wide there.
She got mad.
Lately, that's one of the things that's hitting working people the most, that groceries are going up probably twice as much.
Do you guys have a tax on groceries?
Technically, no, although Costco keeps charging me tax on food. We have a soda tax. So if you buy like a Coca-Cola, and we also have booze tax, that sort of thing, but we don't technically have a food tax, not that I know of. That'd be very new if we did.
Yeah, when we moved up here, I was shocked that they didn't have one, because in Virginia, they sure as fuck did.
Yeah.
It was 6%.
That's ridiculous.
8% on prepared food.
Yeah, when I stayed at a hotel in Tennessee, they had like a hospitality tax,
Mm-hmm.
and it was like 12%. It was something ludicrous, but tourism, you make a lot of money that way.
Thank you, Jared. Sorry. DeSantis taking his turn is a good tactic here, not going to lie. Yeah, he's doing fine. He's just boring as fuck. There's no passion in this guy.
What you do.
I've made the comment before. He reminds me of Al Gore, with not with policy or anything, just with the way that he speaks and stuff. Nikki said the U.S. needs Israel more than they need us. Let that sink in. That is true. Lots of people say that, and it's clearly not true.
But I also think it's important that we lift people up. So in Florida, we eliminated all sales tax on every baby item, diapers, wipes, strollers, cribs. We want families to be able to prosper in this country. One of the things that's causing so much problem is the breakdown in the American family.
She's fucking insufferable. You're not lying.
We've done a lot in Florida to be able to rejuvenate that, but we need to make it easier for people to raise children in this country so that we can have strong families in a strong country.
Governor DeSantis, at a CNN town hall last week, you said you support a flat tax, which is a single income tax rate for every American. Under your plan, would working families pay the same tax rate as billionaires?
I would only do it if people are better off than they are now. I mean,
wrong answer. Yes, poor people should pay the same percentage as rich people do. That's called paying your share. They love to use that phrase, but they never mean it. When they say paying your fair share, what they mean is overtax the rich. And his answer here, I wouldn't do it unless it's going to not hurt anybody. You can't be for the flat tax and have that answer.
Hate fact.
And I want people paying less taxes. Actually, if you think the last year we have numbers for, the federal government took in the highest percentage of taxes from the economy since World War II. And yet they're going deep into debt. We have a spending problem in this country.
True.
It's not a tax problem in this country. And if you had something that was simple and transparent, not only would that be better for economic growth, it's also better to end the weaponization of government. The IRS has been weaponized against conservatives going back to the Obama administration. I was there for that. No one's been held accountable.
He brought up the Lois Lerner thing.
Yeah, good for him.
Good for him. Yeah, absolutely. There's a lot of talk about how the government's been weaponized against conservatives because of what happened to Trump, but that shit isn't new.
No, Obama was doing it for a long time.
Quick aside, watching that hearing today, it was funny. People were bringing up Trump saying that he can't be charged with anything he did while he was president, and everybody goes, oh, so he's saying he could get away with murdering a U.S. citizen.
They also took it to the extreme and said his political rival. That's what his lawyers were arguing.
Obama literally killed an American citizen and got away with it.
Yeah, with a drone strike.
Purposefully murdered an American. Knew that they were murdering an American.
Targeted him.
Now, for the record, I'm okay with them killing the guy. He was a piece of shit terrorist, but he should have been, they should have tried to capture him, and just signing a death warrant. You guys had no problem with that.
No president should have that kind of authority without some sort like unchecked authority.
I said that wrong. What I should say is I have no problem with him being dead. I just think he should have been hung at a noose by the noose in a U.S. court.
Yeah, I think, well, it'd inspire more people to not be traitors.
For doing that, you look at the Federal Bureau of Investigation, the Department of Justice. The weaponization of federal power ends the day I become the president of the United States. There's going to be a new sheriff in town. We're going to restore the constitutional accountability that our founding fathers envisioned.
Not unless you get rid of the bureaucracy in a manner like Vivek has been talking about. I'm just going to put a new head on this snake. Trump tried that.
When they formatted the Constitution. And, I've talked to folks who have overbearing federal agencies. I mean, you have farmers who have the EPA coming on their farmland because there's maybe a puddle there, waters of the United States. Give me a break. So we're going to reduce the size of government, but we're also going to reduce the scope of government. And in Florida, I've actually delivered on this. Florida has the lowest percentage of state government workers per capita in the country, and the cost of our state government employees is the lowest in the country. No wonder why we're paying down debt while we're cutting taxes for people. That's the way you do it.
Governor.
Fair. The next question should be, well, what specific department are you going to cut first? I like what he said there. I just don't know that he can do it. I don't think he has the political will to do it.
Yeah, well, again, Republicans are a little weak-kneed on political will at any given time. So.
Yeah, and that's the problem. And he's done good in Florida pushing back, but there's a difference between Florida and the United States and the kind of pressure he's going to get.
Yeah.
DeSantis, 15-second point of clarification. The question was whether or not working families would pay the same amount.
They would pay less than what they're paying now. The way I view it is, okay.
Now she wants to hold somebody to an answer?
Well, yeah. She'll like him.
And you'd exempt people, so you would pay no tax for working class people. It would only be as you get above, because I think the first 40, 50 grand, that's just to subsist. And even some places you can't even do that. So you would have no tax up to a certain point, and then it would just be a single rate. So if somebody makes $100,000, they pay a certain amount. If someone makes $200,000, they make twice as much, and they pay twice as much.
Governor Haley,
I mean, first of all, you just can't trust.
He did not describe that very well. It's the same percentage. So it would be twice as much.
Yeah.
That's what he says. I mean, that's the biggest thing. We don't have a grocery tax in South Carolina, and I never once raised taxes, period.
He didn't say you had a grocery tax. He said you wanted one. She did it again.
DeSantisLies.com.
But what I will tell you is it is to call into question, why did he promise he'd never raise the debt limit, and he turned around and he raised it? And then you want to go and you see one side of what he says early on, and then he changes it. So here he goes and he says that he is all for energy independence. He wants to get the EPA out of the way. Well, why did he run on the fact that he wanted to ban fracking and ban offshore drilling? Why did he go and author that legislation to eliminate the renewable fuel standard that matters so much? And why now is he suddenly coming to Iowa and saying, oh, never mind, I don't mean all of that? Why did he call Trump and say that he wanted him to stop drilling 9 miles into federal waters? Why is he now saying this? Why do you come to the people of Iowa and say one thing when you campaigned and on day 2 of your office, you banned fracking, you banned offshore drilling, you turned around and authored and led the charge on banning the renewable fuel standard?
I really wish she would answer back with NikkiHaleyLies.com.
I'm telling you, somebody's registered that by now.
Yeah. You've got to.
She probably did, dirty bitch. Just to keep it off the internet.
It just reroutes back over to DeSantis Lies.
Yes.
You've been beating that dead horse. That's been debunked multiple times.
Ron, it's true.
We're looking forward to be able to open up energy for production, and definitely here in the Midwest with biofuels. I'm the only one that checked all the boxes from the Iowa Renewable Fuel Standard, because I've actually visited all 99 counties. I've actually shown up to people's farms. I've sat and I've listened to people about.
Now she's very proud of herself, and I'm not sure why.
Girl power.
She thought this was a win, and you got to be pithy with this stuff. That's not a soundbite. You know what I mean?
Yeah. You got to be a lot quicker and more concise than that.
And her delivery is horrible. Both of them suck at delivery. Jesus.
What they're going through, how their economy is structured, and how it's important that we're producing energy here in the United States. I never want to go hat in hand like Biden has done to Venezuela or Saudi and begging for energy.
There are some good arguments against fracking. With some of the destruction of the environment, you have to do it in the right place.
Mm-hmm.
I would really like him to actually address why he was, why he's like, no fracking.
We're going to be able to open up production. We're going to choose Midland over Moscow. We're going to choose the Marcellus Shale over the Mullahs, and we're going to choose the Bakken over Beijing. Energy independence it's good for consumers. It's good to reduce inflation. It's one of the best things we can do for our national security. So we'll do that on day 1, and we are going to reverse Biden's Green New Deal and the electric vehicle mandates. Will save the American automobile.
Thank you, Governor.
I'm confused about his answer there. Was he coming out in favor of electric vehicle standards, or was he saying we need to get rid of those to save America?
I don't know. I kind of zoned out there. I'm not going to lie.
All right.
Just sort of talking, and he starts to sound like Al Gore after a while.
Yes.
This is sort of like Charlie Brown monotone.
This has been one of the biggest years for illegal border crossings into the United States. Last month alone, 225,000 migrants illegally crossed the southern border.
Illegal aliens.
It's a record high, overwhelming the Border Patrol resources that are already stretched thin. Mayors across the country say their cities are being pushed to a breaking point.
The ones who invited these guys. Put that in there, Jakey.
Yep. Sanctuary.
Governor DeSantis, former President Trump famously promised to build a wall on the southern border. He obviously did not get that done. You have promised to finish the job. How will you succeed where he failed?
We will build a wall. We will actually have Mexico pay for it in the way that I thought Donald Trump was. We're going to charge fees on remittances that workers send to foreign countries.
Oh, God. You guys really want to help with our debt and everything? Just start putting a small tax on the money that is sent back to Mexico.
Absolutely. Which I said really early on in that debacle, and finally somebody's saying it.
Billions of dollars will build the wall. He also promised record deportations. Donald Trump deported fewer people than Barack Obama did when he was president.
Once again, it depends on the way the counting was done. That's not a fair argument.
Yeah,
Biden's let in 8 million people.
Sorry, what'd you say?
It's just a cheap shot at Trump.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
Just in 4 years. They all have to go back. We have to enforce the rule of law in this country. Think about what's happening to our country. Just this week, we saw the news that a school in Brooklyn, New York, had the kids stay home. They were not able to go to school.
Why did she roll her eyes at that?
She doesn't like. She had bad experience with high school students once.
Oh, yeah. She likes big, sweaty men.
Told you can't go get an in-person education. Why? Because they're the city's commandeering the school to house illegal aliens in it. Talk about putting Americans last.
He actually said illegal aliens. Good for him.
Yeah, I'm proud of him on that one. Good job,
You're
brother.
putting these.
Yeah, I know Jack just got a little chubby.
Yeah, well, it twitched.
Kids out of an education because you can't control the border. Biden has failed in this endeavor. He has not taken care that the laws of this country be faithfully executed. Do not trust Nikki Haley with illegal immigration. That's like having the fox guard the hen house. She's on tape at the Aspen Institute. She'll say she didn't say it. She was chastising conservatives, saying it's disrespectful to illegal aliens to say that they're criminals.
That is 100% true.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
We watched that clip on this show.
A couple times, as I recall.
Violating the law. It's disrespectful when people come to this country illegally and impose burdens on our communities and run.
She is so pissy. You're running to be president and you're standing there like a 10-year-old who's being dressed down. Mommy yelled at me. I hate my mom.
Run drugs into this country. That's what's disrespectful. She's weak on immigration. She's bankrolled by people who want open borders. And she said there shouldn't be a limit on him.
If he had an ounce of charisma, he might actually have a chance in this race.
Yeah. He's got to get better at his programming needs to be rewritten to have that emotion chip that Data got.
Mm-hmm.
Once he does that, it'll be fine.
They just got to get the good one, because remember the first time they tried that, there was issues with it.
Yeah.
Immigration, you should work with corporate CEOs.
Thanks, Governor.
That is pale pastels. That
Governor,
is warmed
thank
over
you so much. So,
corporatism.
Governor DeSantis and also Donald Trump are attacking you for that comment in 2015 in which you said undocumented immigrants should not be called, quote, criminals. At the time, the full context is you said, quote, we don't need to talk about them as criminals. They're not. They're families that want a better life and they're desperate to get here, unquote. Do you still feel that way?
He says a full context. The full context was in the clip.
Yeah.
Because we talked about the fact that she said families, and a whole bunch of these people are single men in the 18 to 35 range.
Yeah. Look, what she said doesn't make it any different because they're still criminals.
Can I just say my pause game on this one? That's the face she makes when it first goes in her butt.
Oh.
I saw them when I was at the United Nations. I saw them. That doesn't mean we should let them into our country. I mean, first of all, I will tell you that when I was governor of South Carolina,
But do you still think they're not criminals? I guess I'm sure Dana Bash will redirect the question. Thank you,
there's
Jared,
a lot
again.
of redirection. Oh, sorry.
Thank you, Jared, again. DeSantis boots plus 25 to health, to height, minus 30 to charisma. Fair
Accurate.
We passed the toughest illegal immigration law in the country. Obama sued us over it, and we won. We fought Obama on illegal immigration. We fought Obama on migrant kids. We fought Obama on Syrian refugees. We fought Obama on Guantanamo Bay prisoners. I have always said we are a country of laws. The second we stop being a...
You said criminals weren't criminals, or that we shouldn't call criminals criminals.
Look, Monkey, that goalpost is heavy. She can't address that right now while she's moving this.
Country of laws. We give up everything this country was founded on. But I will tell you, in passing that toughest illegal immigration law in the country, we passed E-Verify, which I want to take national, which is where...
We'll get to that in a second. Over on the Streamlabs. Guys, don't forget, we are brought to you by you. Hit the like button, the share button. If you would consider donating to Jack or myself, the links for that are in your chat. They are also in the description of the video, whether you're on Rumble or on YouTube. By the way, Dark Resurrect, I don't know if I said it earlier. Thank you for that feminist $12. I know I read the donation and said thank you, but I don't think I highlighted the feminist $12 part.
Yeah, I think you missed that.
That's horrible.
Yeah, we're not good at our jobs.
Devil Fruit Zero, thank you so very much. Hey, Monkey, feel better from asthma and be safe from Google election interference. Do you mean election interference or erection interference? Did you see Jayapal talk about the Trump erection?
No.
Yeah, she caught herself and everybody had a great laugh. But this has happened a few times where people talking about Trump and elections say erection instead. And it's weird that their minds are going there.
Yeah, I mean, look, if you want to save yourself from that, you just have to say, sorry, I was speaking in Chinese.
Yeah,
that controversy will be way worse than anything you actually said.
Yeah, exactly. I was practicing for our Chinese overlords.
Where businesses have to prove that the people they hire...
This is the most bored I've been in a debate in a long, long time.
This was going to be a rough one, dude.
Or in this country legally. I passed it within 6 months of being governor. Ron didn't pass it for 5.
You know, I'm not saying Nikki Haley never did anything that would be conservative. It just doesn't override all the other shit she's done. Or said.
Her constant playing the woman card. I am shocked that at like the halfway point of this, and Ron said something mean, she didn't start breaking down, crying like, "How can you be so mean to a woman?"
From the first debate, she started playing that fucking feminist bullshit.
Yep.
By the way, this is the face 2 seconds after the last face we highlighted.
Ooh.
5 years. He
That's when it's balls deep.
only waited to pass it and when he decided to run for president. What we need to do is not just ban a wall. We need to put 25,000 Border Patrol.
Not just ban a wall.
I think she meant build.
Yeah, I know.
Or in this country legally. I passed it within 6 months of being governor. Ron didn't pass it for 5 years. He only waited to pass it and when he decided to run for president. What we need to do is not
Never mind.
Not just ban a wall. We need.
Real quick. Thank you, Devil Fruit Zero. Hey, Jack. Keep being awesome. Tell Monkey I meant election. I must have mistyped on my phone. Stupid big fingers. That's right. When I type the word penis on my phone, it changes it to Punisher. I wish that was a joke. It actually does that. And it ends up sending funny jokes into really weird statements.
How often you did write election, by the way, for the record, but how often are you typing penis in your phone?
More often than you'd think.
I don't know that I've ever done that.
Oh, you'd be amazed at the weird random shit I send to my friends. But when I'm like, this dude looks like a penis, it ends up, this dude looks like the Punisher. What?
Well, to Nikki Haley, that's the same thing.
need to put 25,000
That was a good joke. Thank you.
That
Border
was.
Patrol and ICE agents on the ground and let them do their job. We need to defund sanctuary cities once and for all. No more safe havens for illegal immigrants. We need to make sure we go back to the Remain in Mexico policy so that no one even steps foot on U.S. soil. And instead,
But the question's on the fucking screen, Jack. We're covering it because of where we have our avatars. But here, look, does Haley still feel undocumented immigrants should not be called criminals?
Yeah. There's a lot of dodging and weaving in this. Oh,
there's the one we want.
There's so much dodging and weaving, you'd think they're playing dodgeball.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. I get it. You're playing it up because that's the big talking point, and it's working well because the illegal thing is a big thing again because Democrats are in power. But the simple fact is, last time they were in power, you told people, hey, don't call them criminals. You're part of that nobody's illegal bullshit.
instead of catch and release, we need to go to catch and deport. That's the only way we'll stop the incentives of these illegal immigrants coming across. Biden turned around and gave 500,000 Venezuelans temporary protective status. That's 500,000 driver's licenses, 500,000 social security numbers. All that does is incentivize them to pick up the phone, call their family members, and tell them to come
Governor
ahead.
DeSantis.
She did bring, when she was.
We're not going to redirect the question for 15 seconds?
No, that one's done. We're all good.
Governor, she did bring Syrian refugees, and she got criticized for that.
That is not
she
true.
also, in her comment,
Hold on one second, Governor.
That is not true.
We'll give you your turn in a second, Governor DeSantis.
It's noted. So
Unbelievable.
the disrespect comment.
If I was DeSantis, I would start chanting DeSantisLies.com just to fuck with her.
Oh, real quick. Thank you, Vol Potato. How does your phone know the nickname for my penis? It's a complicated question. I don't have the answer to. You'll have to take that up with Android.
Damn, 208 people are watching. I hope you all hit the like button.
Yay.
Tell your friends, your family, that bitch you hate. Tell them Monkey's making really juvenile jokes about this chick. I had a weird conversation the other day, Jack, about the difference between GTA, Grand Theft Auto, and Red Dead Redemption. Because Grand Theft Auto is way outsold Red Dead, even though gameplay-wise, they're basically the same. And the reason for that is GTA is far more juvenile. And I don't say that as an insult. I like juvenile things.
Yeah, that's why Saints Row had such an audience for a while.
Yeah, I mean, it can be fun. But at a certain point, you're running for president. Can we try to be, grown-ups? At least a little bit some of the time. Ramaswamy does a really good job at bitch slapping these guys without being childish about it.
Yeah.
None of the others can seem to do it. Anyway.
I would like to correct you first. Sure. You said we had like 208. We actually have more because you didn't count Rumble. There's 55 watching over there.
Sorry,
there were 60, but you hurt their feelings when you didn't count them, and then 5 people left.
Well, I counted the 208, and 8 of them have left now. Don't leave till I sing.
That they're all families. If you look
at the end of the show, sometimes I sing in the middle of the show. Don't leave.
Yeah, don't leave. That's just a warm up.
Thank you, Jared. Again, yo, have y'all heard about DeSantis Lies website? I heard a rumor.
Look right now at the border. These are military-age males, many of them.
Thank you.
And they're coming from all across this world, not just from Central America. In fact, you've got them from China, Iran, Russia, the Middle East. When I was down there a couple of years ago, because I've sent people down there, you had people from Libya and Haiti. This is a ticking time bomb for this country.
God. Stop. We'll come back to that in a sec. I got to show you this, Jack. I went over to DeSantisLies.com.
Oh my God, I'm never going there.
We're going there right now. Look at this. They have it set up to look like some conspiracy website from a movie.
Oh my God, yeah.
Oh my good God.
World of lies.
Documented lies. Got Disney and free speech and the border wall and Black Lives Matter. DeSantis falsely claims Haley wants to accept Gaza refugees into the United States. She specifically said Hamas supporting countries in the Middle East should absorb Gaza refugees. I'm sure there's video of you saying it, bitch. because that's who she is. She's such a goddamn liar. Anyway, sorry, I had to go see the site, and then when I saw how they set it up, that's like a website from like 1990. Be like, we found the terrorist website.
There are, of course, going to be terrorist cells that have come in. It's like the lowest cost way to be able to harm this country. Just send people across the southern border.
Me and Jack were talking about this off air, I think yesterday, Jack. I said, I'm getting so poor, I'm going to have to cross the border and come through illegally to be able to live.
Right. I've thought about it.
Yeah. I mean, DeSantis is right here that we take way too good a care of them.
I've been saying that for a couple of years now. Like,
yes.
They need to send these parasites home.
Nikki Haley also opposed the border wall in 2016. She said that she ridiculed it when Donald Trump was pouring it. I'm telling you, you need a wall. You can't trust politicians to do this. If the wall's there, it's a physical fact of life.
Haley, be a man. If you think he's wrong, argue with him. She's trying to play the I'm going to be good card when she's already been an interrupting bitch anyway.
Yeah.
Oh, and all you do by just making the faces and stuff, this is why women don't like other women. This is why women politicians don't do well on the national stage.
Yeah, it comes off as petty, childish.
Yes. If you're going to argue, get in there and fucking argue. Don't sit there like a child rolling your eyes and shit. It's a bad look.
Look, I understand that a lot of ladies see panties as the border fence of their vagina, but you can't just let anyone hop over and come into your country, if you know what I'm saying.
Nikki ain't worn panties since her period stopped. Thank you, Jared. DeSantis lies gives DeSantis 4 Pinocchios.
Thank you, Frosted, who says, DeSantislies.com. Get shilled incessantly. Raid Shadow Legends. A challenger. I feel like that would be a Street Fighter game that I would actually play.
If I knew it was going to be like this and I knew she was going to bring that up so many times, I would have done a drinking game with this one every time she said it.
No, because we would both be dead. I'm not even drinking. I would die by like secondhand alcoholism.
Here's the trick with a drinking game. You don't take a full shot of alcohol. You just take a sip. Otherwise, especially if you're doing it with politicians, you're going to die.
Yeah. I mentioned at the beginning, I think, that how sick I was of the website. The first time I watched this, dude, it was like, oh, I rolled my eyes every time she said it after like the second time, because it was just bang, bang, bang every time. Like, come on, stop.
It's Nikki
I
Haley.
get you got a new shiny toy, but move on.
It's Nikki Haley. It's going to be bang, bang, bang every time.
Chitty,
And it's a
bang,
huge
bang.
step
Governor.
She likes the penis. She likes the Punisher, guys. That's what I'm getting at.
Like that Chinese guy said about her. Chitty, chitty, bang, bang.
Restoring this country's
Thank you, Governor.
sovereignty.
Governor Haley.
Go to DeSantislies.com.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
I said you can't just build a wall. You have to do more than build a wall. It was having the wall and everything else. You can't trust what Ron's saying. But this is a bigger issue. This is more than him just constantly being desperate and throwing things on me. This is the fact that we have.
Yeah, you don't throw things on her, you shoot them.
Some would say you let your muscles launch it.
She likes pearl necklaces, guys.
Have to realize my parents came here legally. They came the right way 50 years ago. They put in the time, they put in the price. They are offended by what's happening on the border. And my mom would always say, if they don't follow the laws to come into this country, they won't follow the laws when they are in this country. And
but you said not to call them criminals.
Well, she just made her mom sound like a bigot racist.
She did. Her mom is literally Trump.
Yeah, I kind of want to hang out with her mom now. She sounds pretty awesome.
Right? How do you justify those two thoughts together? Because she said her mom always said this. So in 2015, when you're telling people not to call these criminals, you thought that they were going to come and commit more crime. But we shouldn't call them criminals.
Well, her mom thought that.
But she's bringing it up as that's you bring up what your mom used to say as a thing like mama always said life's like a box of chocolates. It's something you internalize.
Hey, I don't go around saying that my grandma hated Jews, but
but see, that's something you reject, right?
Yeah, like it doesn't affect me. She's been dead for 20 some years, so I'm like, yeah, it's a flaw. Everybody's flawed. What do you want? But
You
she's
wouldn't
over
bring
there
that-
like, yeah, Mom said they're criminals.
Yeah.
I don't know why she inserted that. That seems like a weird thing to throw your mom under the bus right now.
And why not? And why not say, and I agree with her or something like that?
Yeah,
My
there was
mom's
just this like
racist.
dangling plot thread of a story that started there and then shifted away. Like, did you know that my mom thinks that illegals are criminals? Also, here you use a tablespoon of butter. You could use margarine, and then you cook for 5 minutes. What non sequitur was that?
And here we see her hand in its usual position.
We have to start treating this like it is. This is putting harm on our schools, on our hospitals. Taxpayers are paying for it. You see these mayors are now upset about it. The only reason Eric Adams is now upset, why? He shouldn't be a sanctuary city then. That's why we have to defund sanctuary cities. Now Governor Abbott finally did to them what's been.
Okay, stop. You can't just say Governor Abbott, because you know who else was in on that? The man standing to your right, you dumb bitch. Remember DeSantis? DeSantis is the one who sent him up to Martha's Vineyard.
Yeah. Oh, don't worry. That you're preemptive here.
See, this is one of those times when I was talking about. I wish I knew less.
Been happening to Texas for so long. We've got to put an end to this. It's dangerous, and it doesn't even count the fentanyl that's
Governor
coming across.
DeSantis.
I mean, yeah, we need to stop it.
There are more than 10 million undocumented immigrants already living in the United States.
Can we stop right there? Jack, do you remember back in 2016 when they were telling us there were 14 million?
Yes.
That was the number they kept using.
Uh-huh.
And now it's like, there's more than 10 million. How did it go down so far when we haven't had a single month where there haven't been them coming across the border? There hasn't been a single month where we've deported more than have come in. And that's just the ones we know of.
No, Trump put them all in FEMA camps. Remember? Kids in cages.
If only. He put them in the Obama cages.
Look, I already had a solution for this. I saw the Running Man, and we put collars on them, and when they cross the border, their heads explode.
Nuts, thanks for dropping the link, sweetie. Thank you to everybody who drops the links for us. You guys are awesome.
According to Pew Research.
Go ahead.
Evolves makes a good point. It went down because of the gang killings, because they're criminals.
You got to remember, a lot of those gang killings are civilian U.S. people.
Well, there is a lot of MS-13, so
don't call them animals.
Any of them be allowed to stay in the United States under your administration?
No.
The number of people that will be amnestied when I'm president is 0. We cannot do an amnesty in this country. First of all, it's going to.
But I don't know if he gets into it, but it's the amnesty thing is a good thing. Just no amnesty. Hopefully he sticks to that.
Yeah.
But we also need to go back to when we get refugees, when shit settles in their country, they go back home. Trump did that, and they threw fucking fits about it.
Oh, yeah. There was all sorts of hatred over that.
She's been here for 20 years. Her country's been fine for 10. Get the fuck out.
Yeah, go away. You don't live here. This was temporary situation, and you know that. Goodbye.
going to do is,
when there's like a weather event, or a tornado is the most common. People will go hang out in the high school to be safe because they're built to withstand that stuff. You don't live in the high school for the rest of your life. When the storm passes, you go the fuck home.
But it's a really nice high school, and it's free.
You're going to get kicked out now for the illegals.
Cause more people to want to come illegally. So you got to enforce the law.
Yes.
It's got to be consistent. People got to know it.
One more time, we do not need immigration reform. We need to follow our fucking laws. Period. It would take care of itself if we just did that.
It's there. You also have to remove benefits for people who are here illegally. California,
hey, Jack,
you can go.
Jack, my friend.
Monkey.
How do you feel about benefits for illegals?
No, none. Send them home. No help of any kind. Anybody helping them is assisting a terrorist.
Yeah, they're aiding and abetting a criminal.
That's right. You're an accessory to crime. Probably identity theft as well. But no, I think we should declare all of these people, declare it as an invasion, and all these people are insurgents and should be treated accordingly. Send them all fucking back. I'm getting very, very hard line on this shit. I'm so tired of the excuses. Every day, thousands more pouring over our border, becoming a burden on healthcare, education, housing, you name it. Crime is going up, and a lot of our cities are looking like third world shitholes that these assholes came from. Send them all home.
I just want to remind people that Miss Nuts is asking in the chat for you guys to hit the like button. You're not going to upset her, are you? How dare you?
Yeah, why would you do that to Nuts? She's so nice.
She's awesome, man.
Yeah, of course. How you feeling anyway, Nuts? You feeling better?
Nuts, you feeling better, sweetie? She was sick there for a while, guys, and hopefully, she had to spend Christmas in the hospital.
Yeah, that's never fun.
Nobody should ever have to go to a hospital anyway.
Yeah, hospitals below. So boring.
Illegal alien, and you get free health insurance coverage.
Yep.
You're here illegally and they're doing that. We should not let states provide these benefits. In Florida, obviously, we don't do that. We don't allow the driver's license and all that, but some states do, and it creates a magnet for people coming in. So federally, no benefits, no enticements to come in, and then the states, we're going to crack down on sanctuary states and sanctuary cities. And I showed the hypocrisy of all this back in 2022, because we have a program to transport illegal aliens to sanctuary jurisdictions. And one of the places we sent 50 to, beautiful, liberal Martha's Vineyard. And you know what? These are folks that were on their high horse, saying how they were a sanctuary jurisdiction, saying nobody's illegal, all refugees are welcome. That's what they had in their town. The minute even 50 came up, they called a state of emergency and deported them off the island the next day. How do you think Texas feels? How do you think all these other communities feel that are being overwhelmed? So
Yeah, it's a point we've made many times.
Yep.
You have these assholes like Adams and that idiot in Chicago, like, how you guys are ruining us. You guys encourage this shit. Fuck you.
we cannot have liberal elites in this country imposing policy.
For the record, I think we should deport all of the illegals, but we should start everywhere that doesn't encourage them to come here. California would be the last place I cleared the illegals out of.
Yeah, well, we push them out to the West Coast.
New York would be second to last.
Oh my God, what if we made a mantra from the Atlantic to the Pacific?
Oh, man.
The illegals will be purged.
From the Castro to the Jesus.
Policies on the rest of us that they are not willing to deal with the consequences of themselves.
Governor Haley, when you're president, will any of the more than 10 million undocumented immigrants in the U.S. be allowed to stay in the country under your administration?
You have to deport them. And the reason you have to deport them is they're cutting the line. You've got people who have done this.
No, it's not just because they're cutting the line. How about because they're breaking the fucking law?
What?
Even if there was nobody wanting to come into the United States legally, we should not have fucking illegals coming in, you stupid bitch.
Look, she's still dodging the criminal question.
It's not your vagina. We just don't let anyone in.
Oh my God.
And try to go through the right way. You can't have them.
Give me a 1 in chat if you're tired of my sexist jokes about what a whore she is. Give me a 2 if you have a sense of humor.
Go and jump the line and suddenly do that. And that is actually what will get them to stop.
Unlike Haley.
Is when they do realize they get to the wall and they have to turn around and go back. It's a dangerous process of what happens for them to try and migrate here. But when I was at the United Nations and we had this, which is another reason why we need to have Trump here defending himself and talking about what he would do going in the future, because it's a problem. I was on the ground in Honduras and Guatemala. And what we saw is a lot of the reasons.
When you were on the ground in Guatemala, were you meeting with the Chinese diplomat? Because you told us you were with them every day.
I thought you were going to say, were you on your back on the ground? That's where I thought you were going with that.
Dude, come on. She looks like a horse. She was on all fours.
Oh, Well, that is a better position. Just saying.
Reason why they were coming from there.
Not my favorite. That's too much work. My thighs are like, nah, bro, lay on your back.
Oh, there's
I'm
lots
lazy.
of different variations on that.
Now, fuck that. I'm lazy. Like, get on here and do your work. Make it good. That is horrible. That is actually not true, but
that's still funny.
It's funny.
Is because
my wife is going to hurt me.
Yeah, she
gangs
is. But,
and drugs.
And my daughter won't make eye contact. I love you, Munchkin.
So what we did was we had our military go and train them on how to deal with gangs. We went and put drug boats on the water to keep the drugs from coming. But we said you have to have.
You didn't do shit with putting the military anywhere. Is she really trying to take credit from that?
It does sound that way.
You were the UN ambassador, bitch. You weren't the Secretary of Defense.
Them process from here. You can't have them come. We were able to stop that.
It's the first time she hasn't wanted them to come.
Jesus.
Flow. We've got to go
quick.
back to.
Thank you, Tier. Thank you, Tier, for the dono. I say we drive the illegals into the sea, then summon a Red Bull to round them up from the four corners of the earth and turn them into sea foam. If you get the reference, you are awesome.
Mighty Balzac, thank you. I rate this stream a 4 out of 5 gigaties. Why, thank you.
Do that.
That's better than average, Jack.
Yeah, I mean, it is.
Yeah.
Need to end it once and for all. Donald Trump didn't do that. That's why he needs to be here debating on the stage right now.
No, he needs to be on the stage debating right now because this is the primary for the Republican nomination. That's the reason he needs to be there. Stop trying to be Chris Christie, okay?
Well, Chris Christie could be there today because he's busy, going to that sale at like In-N-Out Burger. But
and she likes the In-N-Out Burger too. Sorry. Do you think Christie got to nail her to drop out of the election?
No. How? Where's his penis even at?
Oh, I bet she's got skills, man. I bet she can, make change, if you know what I mean.
No, it'll be like that one video with the dude having to have two people lift his belly up on the board so he could get his groove on.
Hey, she is dedicated.
No, I don't know. This isn't a Boogie situation. Christie's got a much weirder gut than Boogie.
Look, I'm telling you, there's some times where she can't get to the bar, and Christie was there, and they both hated on Trump. And so, one thing led to another, and she took a dick.
Oh.
Thank you. Let's turn to foreign policy. You have expressed different visions for how the U.S. should approach the international conflicts. And I want to start with Ukraine. It's been nearly 2 years since Russia invaded Ukraine, and there is still no end in sight to that war. Governor Haley, you say that this is a, quote, war about freedom that Ukraine must win. Governor DeSantis says, quote, we need to bring this war to an end. Do you believe he shares your commitment to a Ukrainian victory? No.
Why is this our problem?
Because everybody wants us in that war.
Jesus Christ.
Just like they want us having boots on the ground in Israel. The warmongers love a good war, and it's the left and some of the right. They all want to rush in and blow shit up and get a bunch of our young people murdered.
I like when there's bad guys that we blow up. I'm not a warmonger, but I am an action film aficionado. I like Rambos, but when there's not a war that we need to be in, we shouldn't be in one. Just let them deal with this shit. Why is this my problem? Why are my taxes? Why are your donations going to the government so that they can pay for this shit?
It's a legitimate question, and it's not one they're going to answer. So, real quick, got a couple here. Thank you, Circus Zero, for the generous donation. He says 1.5 hours behind for the family dinner fund. Thank you. That's really nice of you. I just want to make my parents happy. That's been kind of a rough couple of months.
Yeah.
And some other things are going on, but yeah, I just want to have a nice sit down dinner with my parents and my sisters. So I think it'll be a good time. And thank you, Vol Potato. Even if Trump was at every other debate, if he wasn't there for this one, I kind of understand, since the judge didn't delay a bit so he could be with his wife just after her mother died. Him being with his wife now is good.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah, absolutely.
Frosted, thank you so much. He says neither of them could find his Punisher. And thank you, Dangerous Space. God damn it. He says, you're wrong, Monk. Haley prefers Five Guys.
Cannibal said over in Rumble chat, she's got a prehensile clit.
Oh, dear God.
That's horrifying. Oh, that's
because
nightmarish.
when President Obama was in office, he supported foreign aid to Ukraine. Now he's copying Trump and trying to act like he doesn't want to support Ukraine.
Oh, we already discussed this. Those are two different topics. And if you want to say he shouldn't have supported the humanitarian aid, that's fine too. I agree. But they are entirely different things. The humanitarian aid we gave to Ukraine didn't make them the third largest military in the fucking world. Or sorry, the highest spent on military.
Yeah, nothing.
Only us in China were higher than them with all of the shit we gave them.
Ukraine. But let me tell you why Ukraine should matter. First of all, I don't think we should give cash to any country, friend or foe, because you can't follow it. You can't hold it accountable. I don't think we need to put troops on the ground, and Ukrainians want to win this themselves. But dictators always...
I'm sorry. Then why was Zelensky going out there saying Americans need to be in this fight with them? Actually have our boots on the ground. The Ukrainians want to win this. No, they don't. They want us to do it for them. Zelensky's repeatedly said that we should be in there.
Oh, absolutely. He wants to sit there really badly. I just checked and HaleyLies.com is taken.
Is it used or is it just a hold?
Well, I didn't search that. I just did a who is.
Oh, gotcha. Okay.
Say, always do what they say they're going to do. China said they were going to take Hong Kong. They did. Russia said they were going to invade Ukraine. We watched it. China says Taiwan is next. We better believe them. Russia said once they take Ukraine, Poland and the Baltics are next. Those are NATO countries, and that puts them.
I'm sorry. Did she just repeat that lie?
Yes. Also, China didn't take Hong Kong. The British handed it back like was promised.
Yeah, that was a set deal that the British made with them.
Yeah, and that was like 1992, wasn't it?
No, well, kind of yes, but we had all that blow up not long ago with it.
Mm-hmm.
Remember when the Chinese were just beating the shit out of Hong Kongians, honkies, whatever they're called?
Hong Kongians?
Honkians.
Hong Kong Fooeyes? What?
To any country, friend or foe, because you can't follow it, you can't hold it
and
accountable.
That's fair.
I don't think we need to put troops on the ground, and Ukrainians want to win this themselves.
No, they don't.
But dictators always do what they say they're going to do.
Okay. China
said they were going to take Hong Kong. They did.
No.
Russia said they were going to invade Ukraine. We watched it.
Did Russia actually come out and say we're going to invade Ukraine before they did it? I mean, I know it was telegraphed.
I don't think they directly said it.
Impetus here.
Oh, son of a bitch. How far into this? How far in were we? Oh, yeah. Here, we're right here.
Having the backs of the right friends, because if Russia wins, China wins. There's a reason the Taiwanese.
Anyway, what happened there? We missed a little part, but she said that Russia said that they're going into the Baltics and Poland next. That is not true. That is a flat out fucking lie. And she's been repeating it over and over again. Russia is not on its own going to go into Poland. It would trigger a world war. It would trigger Article 5 of the NATO agreement, which would pull in every NATO country militarily to fight against them. And Russia is not going to do that. That's just nonsense.
Want us to help the Ukrainians. And that's because they know if Ukraine wins, China won't invade Taiwan.
All right, let me ask you this, Nikki. We are running out of shit militarily, and we're not being able to replace them. If China goes into Taiwan, where are we going to get stuff to help Taiwan with?
Well, I mean, you could just start seizing Americans' personal weapons and sending those over, right?
You could. If China wanted to go into Taiwan, and I know they do want to, but if they were serious about it, they would have done it already. If they were just looking at how Russia and Ukraine was going, they would do it right now because now would be the time.
Unless they think that there's going to be a better opportunity later.
Maybe. But what you're doing right now, we necessarily have to replace our stocks. And our older vehicles, which we're sending over to Ukraine, will be replaced with more modern stuff. It's not in China's best interest to wait. It would make more sense to do it right now than to wait. She's just making shit up. This chick was in the UN.
Yep.
She was up there speaking for us in front of the entire world, and she's a fucking retard.
Well, I mean, look at our president.
Fair.
I supported Trump's policy vis-a-vis Russia, Ukraine, and it was successful. The Biden policy has not been, but Nikki Haley is basically a carbon copy of what Biden is. It's an open-ended commitment. They want another $108 billion. They will not tell you when they have achieved their goal, and this is going to go on maybe hundreds of billions more into the future. I think a lot of people have died. We need to find a way to end this because our priorities for national security, of course, the border, which we talked about, and people like Nikki Haley care more about Ukraine's border than she does about our own southern border.
Oh, she got an idea, Jack. She just got her little smirk and she tilted her pen. She's got a line set up for us. I bet it's DeSantisLies.com.
I bet it involves DeSantisLies.com.
Which is wrong. But
hang on. Thank you, Vault Potato. Well, Britain didn't really promise to give Hong Kong to China. The British were renting the land around Hong Kong to support it, and the British own the actual island. The Chinese threatened to cut off any water to the island if they didn't hand it over. I don't know. I don't remember that, but yeah, you're probably right. I don't know. It's too late in the day, and I've had to sit through this nonsense twice. So I'm not going to look it up because I'm lazy, but I trust your judgment. Thank you, Vault.
Thank you, Vault Potato. Monkey, do you really believe Ukraine has the third most spending on military? They aren't spending it on the military. They're embezzling a lot of it and sending quite a bit to Democrats. No, you make a good point about how they're actually spending the money, and we don't know. Because
their bank accounts are labeled the military.
Right. It's the military bank of Ukraine.
Yeah.
On paper, it is the third most spent military. $100 billion. And again, only now what they're actually doing with it. Yeah, you have a point. But I mean, the simple fact is, how much more are we supposed to do? It's not my problem in the first place. Regardless of what even if they were spending every dime on it and buying old Bradleys and A1s, it would still be wrong.
You also have to look at what's the top threat to this country. It's the Chinese Communist Party. We are not doing what we need to do to have adequate.
Remember when Trump was called a racist for that? Because they're all like, we got to pay attention to Russia. And he's like, what about China?
Yeah.
This is before COVID. This is like year one. They're like, he's trying to tell the intelligence folks to look at China instead of Russia. Russia. That was when they were all on their Russiagate bullshit.
Mm-hmm. He's trying to distract because Putin paid for him.
And now everybody's talking about China. They literally all took it from Trump, and none of them have given him credit for it.
Why would they want to give him credit for it?
Put hard power in the Indo-Pacific. And here's the thing. We don't have enough resources being $35 trillion in debt to continue doing hundreds of billions of dollars.
True.
We got to focus on our issues here at home, and we've got to deal with the top threat that we face, which is China.
And then I wonder why you raised the debt when you were in Congress. We're all paying for that. I will tell you, this is the lie they're telling the American people over and over again. It is so wrong to say this. They're saying you have to choose between Ukraine or Israel and securing the border. Supporting Ukraine is 3.5% of our budget. I don't want cash going. It's equipment.
What point is she trying to make there?
I don't know. She'd rather actually give them physical arms than money.
But we still
to
have to pay
deplete
for
our
that.
supplies further.
That we still have to replace that, so we're still paying for it either way.
Hate fact.
But it's a false dichotomy. That's not the word she used because she's not that smart. To say that it has to be one or the other. We're spending 3% of our budget on Ukraine.
We shouldn't be spending any of our budget on Ukraine. Freeloaders.
She wants us to spend more, get more border security. Well, if you took that 3% and put it into the border security, that would take care of your problem. It is one or the other.
Nope. You're just dropping truth bombs, and we don't appreciate that around here.
God, I hate this woman.
And it's ammunition. If we support Ukraine and Israel, that's only 5% of our defense budget.
It's only 5%, Jack.
That's only 5%.
That could be spent on our border.
Yeah. Our border doesn't matter. We got to worry about other people's borders. There's a line coming up you're really going to hate.
Or how about this? Take that 5% and just cut it from the budget flat out.
What?
Get that spending down.
No, what?
You're going to borrow that?
If we
you know she used to work for Boeing, right?
Yeah. But hey, she left because of something stupid.
In Israel and secure the border. That's less than 20% of Biden's green subsidies. You do not have to choose when it comes to national security. This is about keeping Americans safe.
All right, so what we're going to do is we're going to cut those green subsidies. And instead of giving the money back to you guys, paying down our debt, we're going to give it to Ukraine.
How is it American defense when we're giving the money to some country thousands of miles away on a separate continent?
This woman's husband is in the military.
Yes.
This warmongering whore.
Yes.
This is about preventing war. This is about keeping our military men and women from having to fight a war. And you only do that when you focus on national security, not telling lies to the American people that they have to choose. That is wrong. That's never been the case.
All right. For argument's sake, let's say you're right. We don't have to choose. You know what else we don't have to do? Give money to Ukraine. Give anything to them. We don't have, there's no moral reason for me to give a shit. Oh, they're fighting a war. Yeah, wars happen. Let them deal with their shit. It's not my problem. When it becomes our problem, we'll take care of it.
The problem with what she's saying. She doesn't articulate how this comes to an end, except she was asked after the last debate by, I believe, Megyn Kelly, and she said, you bring it to an end by bringing Ukraine into NATO. But of course, we're a NATO country. So if you bring Ukraine into NATO, that puts the United States at war. Megyn said that to her, and then she basically gave a word salad as to how you go from there.
God damn, stop rolling your eyes. You're an adult.
Is she?
She's running for the presidency of the United States.
You wouldn't know it by her behavior.
So they have sent cash.
She makes Trump look like a mature grown-up.
Well, she's passive aggressive. He's just upfront about it, how he feels. So,
yeah, she's not. Look, it works for Trump. He pulls it off. It's not working for her.
No, because it's very passive aggressive, and most people don't like passive aggressive.
It's so petty.
Oh yeah,
Monk. She's a Democrat. I know.
She supports this $106 billion that they're trying to get through Congress. Where's some of that money going? They've done tens of billions of dollars to pay salaries for Ukrainian government bureaucrats. They've paid pensions for Ukrainian retirees with your tax dollars. We've got homeless veterans.
Hey, that helped fight the Russians.
Yeah, somehow.
We have all these problems. This is the UN way of thinking, that we're somehow globalists and we have unlimited resources to do. I think here's the problem. You can take the ambassador out of the United Nations, but you can't take the United Nations out of the ambassador.
He's been waiting all night for that line.
Oh, yeah. It's a good line. I'll give him that one.
Yeah. Very good line. I really do wish this guy had just an ounce of charisma.
Yeah.
Or just
some people just have flat affect.
Or just let Ramaswamy on the stage.
Yeah.
First of all, I have never said that we should give salaries or benefits or anything else.
It's not about whether you said it. It's about what's actually fucking happening, you crazy bitch.
Yeah. Well, not everything's about you, Nikki.
You support the money and all of this fucking aid. Is that the word they use? All this aid to these assholes. And that aid is being spent on this shit. Yep. I never said I supported that. You support what's letting it happen, you fucking idiot. God, she's dumb.
The Ukrainians, I've said it again, Ron, so stop lying.
DeSantis
DeSantis, she has the
You know, the whole DeSantisLies.com, I just realized it's another place where she's trying to be like Trump. Trump could pull that shit off. Wrong. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
She just looks petty as shit. And don't get me wrong, sometimes Trump looks petty, but more often than not, it lands.
Yeah, he's at least funny when he does it.
Yep.
He has very good comedic timing, probably from years of being on TV. But she doesn't have that. She's not nearly as polished.
Pyrus asked, does anyone else miss Vivek? So very much.
Absolutely.
And again, Vivek, because Trump won't come to these, he really is a stand-in for what Trump stands for, or at least what he articulates on the campaign trail.
Yeah.
And CNN, in their dirty fucking ways, made it so that that's not up here. And mostly they did it because he fucking destroyed this stupid bitch last time.
Yeah, and she's the candidate they want to run against.
They didn't realize that they should have paid attention because Ron was going after her a little bit last time too.
Yeah.
But they thought Krispy Kreme was going to make it and take some of that heat off.
the floor.
They thought that DeSantis was going to get double teamed like Nikki does most weekends.
Jesus.
So you go, I did not support the aid package. I support equipment and ammunition going to Ukraine. I think it is incredibly important that we're honest and say we have to focus on national security.
Never mind.
Don't go and lie to the American people to make them think we can't do this.
What the fuck does this have to do with our national security? I'm sorry. I was going to let that go. We have to pay attention to our national security by giving Ukraine all of our fucking weapons. Jesus Christ. Does she?
I know, buddy. I know.
Does she even hear herself?
Sometimes words just come out, you know. We've all done it. I don't know what. Her arguments vary. Like her position changes depending on how she answers a question.
You turn around and raise the debt limit. You're the one that's talked about, look at what you did to Florida. But think about the fact that he's talking about where's this money going to come from? The best way to tell about a candidate is to see how they've run their campaign.
I just got to stop right there. He accused her of answering with word salad, and that's all she's done right here.
Yep, she's flailing. It's embarrassing.
Yeah, I kind of want to watch that again because it's a little bit impressive.
She has the floor.
So you go, I did not support the aid package. I support equipment and ammunition going to Ukraine. I think it is incredibly important that we're honest and say we have to focus on national security. Don't go and lie to the American people to make them think we can't do this. You turn around and raise the debt limit.
She's literally just throwing out everything.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's eventually something else will stick.
One that's talked about, look at what you did to Florida, but think about the fact that he's talking about where's this money going to come from?
Think about the fact that he's talking about the fact that
the
money?
thing.
Jesus Christ.
The best way to tell about a candidate is to see how they've run.
She's Anton from Living Color.
Yeah, nice reference.
Their campaign.
I love Damon Wayans when he does that. He does it on stage too, and it's fucking awesome.
He has blown through $150 million. I don't even know how you do that.
Thank you, Bjorn, for becoming a member of the channel. I appreciate it. How does he do it? By spending money on his campaign. We're getting to the point where campaigns are costing billions of dollars at the presidential level.
Yeah, it's getting ridiculous.
Hillary Clinton did that in 2016, right?
Yeah.
Through his campaign, he has nothing to show for it. He spent more money on private planes than he has on commercials trying to get Iowans to vote for him.
So, like, I don't care if the man takes a private plane using his you got to look at how he runs his campaign. Pay no attention to how he's running his state, which is doing really, really well.
Yeah. But I'll be the first one to say DeSantis' campaign is a complete shit show. He should have fired some of these people long ago. But that doesn't change what he said, and you're not answering it, and you're just giving word salad gibberish.
And I'm less down on there. I think a lot of the problems from DeSantis comes from the press. He obviously there's mistakes there, obviously, but this has nothing to do with how he'd run the country. That's fucking retarded. Jared, thank you so much. No Vivek, let Haley truly show her war hawkishness. Yeah,
that's true.
If you
I just really wish that Vivek was here because this would be so much more entertaining.
You would have trounced both these clowns.
can't manage a campaign, how are you going to manage a country?
Maybe the way he did the state, you dumb idiot. That's redundant, I know, but I was going to call her a horrible name, and I feel like I've been misogynistic enough tonight. That's not true.
No, I think you could wedge some more in.
Yeah, and I will. It just felt wrong in the moment is the truth. Jack, we are 2.5 hours in. Would you mind talking to the audience for a minute so I can refresh my drink and my bladder?
Look, he's got to pee.
I got to pee, y'all. I'm old. It happens a lot. I'll be right back. I'm old and diabetic. I pee a lot. I'm peeing right now.
Yeah. Ew.
That's not true. I'll be right back.
All right. What's up, chat? How you guys doing? How's chat land? I miss being in chat sometimes, but it's much more fun to be on the show when instead of just screaming at my monitor, I can actually talk to people. Haley leaves Boeing and doors are falling off. Just saying. Yeah. Oh man, that Alaska Airlines thing, that had to be terrifying. Oh, thank you, Evolved Potato. Unlike Haley, DeSantis doesn't get free press, good press and ads from the media. He actually has to pay for shit. He can't just suck a dick for it like she can. That, yeah, look, she's gotten so much free press, especially from the media like CNN and Fox News. She's on Fox News like all the time, like Adam Schiff on CNN during the whole Trumpgate nonsense. It's embarrassing how much she's on Fox News. They love her over there. Talk about hot Asians. Ooh, there's so many good hot Asians. You still scream at your monitor? Yeah, but now you guys can hear it. I do hope Vivek is the VP pick. I think that would be great. That would be a hilarious ticket. There'd be the heads of lefties everywhere would explode. It would be awesome. I'll try to engage the chat with my show with Matt. It's not easy. Yeah, I know. It's difficult to get everything. You know, you can't see everything or hear anything. It's just not possible to keep up with it. Such something on Twitter. Oh, cool. Thanks, man. Alaska Airlines mileage plan. Oh, yeah. Be careful not to get sucked out of the gaping hole in some of the planes, apparently. The strategy is take out Trump, place Nikki in the prime spot because she's the easiest to beat. Yep. And if she ended up winning somehow through whatever unnatural incantations her demonic overlords use, then she would be a tolerable one because she would be easily manipulated and they could make her look bad. And there's some things that she'll vote with the lefties on. Jeff, jeez. Oh, yeah. Save the gaping hole stuff for when Nikki's talking. Oh, wow. Yeah, people are kind of tired of wars, but hey, look, wars are great for, ratings, and that's why the press loves it. They're really, really good for presidents because you can be a wartime president, and it usually means re-election. So they love a good war, and it's distraction because then everybody's like, "Oh, I'm worried my kid's gonna die," and they don't pay attention to all the money that they're spending. Yeah, Dangerous. I think Vivek would be a pretty good presidential choice as a successor to Trump. So he probably is going to end up dropping out at some point soon, but I think he's hoping to outlast one of these two clowns. I'd vote for DeSantis, but he's not my first choice. Yo, comrade. Feeling really close to Red Dawn. Dude, I've been saying that we are in a prime state to be attacked because we have weak leadership. We have incompetent leadership at all levels. I mean, look at Lloyd Austin. He went and had prostate cancer surgery, and nobody knew for 4 days at least, probably longer. I think they're lying about that. But even the person that was supposed to assume his duties didn't know for at least 2 days because he was on vacation in Puerto Rico. Plus, we have a lot of weak-willed people that are spineless cowards, and we have a lot of really uneducated, inattentive people. Might be a good time if you haven't started to kind of keep some extra food on hand, pick up some extra ammunition, just in case.
All right, I'm back. Sorry, Phoebe needed some love, and I needed a couple more cigarettes too. So,
fair enough.
All right. Do you need to step away at all?
I'm good for now.
All right. If you ever do, just let me know. And
I've got a bottle right here.
That's fair enough. I'm not going to ask which bottle you're talking about. Let's get back into this shit because, god damn, I love politics, and this is boring the shit out of me, Jack.
It's a rough one to watch. These are not exciting people.
I like the pause face there, though.
Yeah, that's his O face.
All right.
Listen, I'm proud that in the state of Florida, we're ranked #1 for economy of all 50 states by CNBC. #1 for
Highest cost of
education.
living.
She was ranked number 50 in
Highest-
education when she was governor of
highest
California.
insurance governor
And of
he
course,
has
she wasn't
before.
able to do.
When property is going up and things are booming, insurance rates are going to go up. Nuts, thank you so much for becoming a member for month number 7. Thank you. Do you think DeSantis beats Vivek? Depends on how you mean. If you mean in a 1-to-1 contest, like if it was just the two of them in an election, yeah, because I think the press would want DeSantis more than they would want Vivek. For whatever they hate on DeSantis, he's a better choice for them than him, who's full on get rid of a big part of the government kind of stuff, which they hate. If you're talking about in a head-to-head debate, Vivek wins it all the time, every time.
Who do you think's going to last the longest, Vivek or DeSantis?
DeSantis. The only way that Vivek outlasts DeSantis is Vivek funding his own campaign.
He just got a couple of endorsements today. I don't remember who they were, but one's some big donor.
Yeah, I saw that he announced that they were going to tell us who it was who came over from DeSantis to him. Thank you, John Jones, who says Nikki Hillary versus Ron DeSandwich.
It's a giant douche versus a turd sandwich.
It kind of is. Although, honestly, Ron's message, I'm with him on most stuff.
Yeah,
he's just a bad candidate.
Yeah, I don't hate him. I think he would probably govern okay. He's just not exciting, and he's not going to get people, ramped up and excited for him because he's just got all the affect of a plank of wood.
Yeah, exactly. Imagine him having a debate with Biden. He's going to make Biden look energetic.
Yeah, but Biden's going to be rambling nonsense most of the time.
John Jones says Ron flew too close to the sun running for president. I would amend that to say against Trump, because if Trump's not in this race, I think DeSantis wins it in a walk. I really do. He's got the name. He's got the record down there in Florida. As much as I love Vivek, the press would never let that happen. So Vivek only ever becomes, president if he's vice president for Trump. He's got to get the more name recognition and that kind of stuff. If Trump wasn't in this race, DeSantis wins it.
School choice. She didn't.
And that's not, I'm not saying that because he's my guy. I'm a Vivek guy. I think I've made that clear.
Yeah. Well, I'll vote for most of them. I'm not voting for Haley. If she ends up being the nominee, I'm going to vote for Vermin Supreme.
If Vivek is still in the race when Michigan happens for the primary, I will vote for Vivek. Actually, I'm not sure because I'm not registered as a Republican. I don't remember if we have to be for the primary here.
Yeah, I'm not registered as a Republican, so I can't vote in the primary.
He would be the first major party candidate I voted for in a long since George Bush, the first term.
Wow.
Yeah, I have not done it since then. Anyway, here we go.
Deliver big tax cuts. We're also number one for net in-migration, number one for GDP growth amongst large states.
Hemp Kid, you're right. He says, I think DeSantis just signed an anti-Semite legislation recently. He did. It's a weird bill that allows kids to change colleges and still get credits that they wouldn't if they are religiously persecuted at their current college. And the wording that a lot of people are like, it's anti-Semite. It's not just that. It's for any religious persecution. But we all know what it's really for. It's really for Jewish kids.
Nah, it's for the Druids.
And I don't like that he did that because I don't like the identity politics bullshit, which that's kind of what it is.
Well, I'm surprised Nikki Haley wasn't on board with that.
Number one for talent development, number one for new business formations, and on it goes. So the success we've had in Florida, I can cite the statistics. It's important. But just look how people are voting with their feet.
True.
They're leaving California. They're leaving Illinois, New York, all these states, and they're coming to Florida in record numbers because we're doing it right. And that's
why the inflation is going up there is because supply and demand. Yeah. That's just true. And the thing is, it's not inflation like Biden's 10% or 12% that we got to, which is really closer to 20. The reason that there's some inflation in there is because Florida's doing so well. Nikki doesn't want you to know that. She wants you to know DeSantisLives.com. And that if you're not busy on Friday nights, her husband's not home.
Not only have I cut taxes big time where she didn't in governor of South Carolina, we've paid down 25% of our state's debt. That's how you manage the third largest state in this country. Just imagine if we could do that for the United States of America.
So thank you. Let's stay on foreign policy. I want to turn to the Israel-Hamas war.
Oh,
you both have said that you unequivocally support Israel. You both have called for the complete elimination of Hamas.
Go ahead.
Governor DeSantis,
here it comes. But I warned you earlier.
Oh, is this what's going to piss me off?
You're not going to like. Okay. Something's going to piss you off here.
All right.
Are real disagreements within Israel about how to handle what happens in Gaza after the war against Hamas is over. Some Israeli cabinet officials are pushing for the mass removal of Palestinians from Gaza. Governor Haley told CNN last week she does not support that. Do you?
So we got to support Israel in word and in deed, in public and in private. And they need to be able to finish the job. Joe Biden is kneecapping them. He'll say one thing, then he goes, and his base doesn't like Israel, so he's got to do all these other things. This is a time to recognize that they suffered the most deaths of Jews, murder of Jews since the Holocaust. Hamas wants a second Holocaust. They want to annihilate the state of Israel. So I think to be a good ally, you back them in the decisions that they're making with respect to Gaza. Look.
As long as you agree with the decisions. You don't just blindly support. All right.
No, it's gonna get worse.
I know. You know me well enough that if you're telling me something's gonna piss me off, there's a very good chance that it's it. And this one is just one of those annoying ones.
Oh, I know. Well,
I'm pro-Jew. Good for you, but you don't just blindly back him. I still think I have no problem with what Israel's doing so far. Fuck those terrorist pieces of shit. But if they got to a point where they did something, let's say they were like, you know what? We're going to break out the mustard gas. I'd be like, you know what? That's too far, homie.
Yeah. Like, no, we draw the line at steamrolling babies.
Yes.
You know, that you're taking it a bit far, guys. You know, at some point you have to say enough's enough, or we can't afford this, etc. And hey, why are we giving money to all these other people's problems?
Look, there's a lot of pluses and minuses with how you're doing this. But for us to be sitting in Washington, second guessing them, I don't think that's the right way. We also have a disagreement, Governor Haley and I, when she was at the.
For the record, it is stuttering a little bit. That is on the actual video, not me. I know normally it's me, but it's not.
UN, she supported the idea of a two-state solution
Yep.
between Israel and the Palestinian Arabs. The problem with that is the Palestinian Arabs don't recognize Israel's right to exist as a Jewish state. So
Hamas does not. The Palestinian Authority has said they do. They're liars, but yeah, you ever going to trust a terrorist? This is just one of those times, guys. If we got to be honest about what was said and what's been done. Still, fuck those terrorist pieces of shit. But they did Hamas or not Hamas, the PLA. Fuck, what year was that? Was that the 2014 one? I think it might have even been before that.
It was either 2008, 2014. It was somewhere in there.
Yeah, you have to make a differentiation there between Hamas and the PLA. They're both terrorist organizations, but Hamas is much more hardline.
doing a two-state solution doesn't create something that's going to lead to a lasting peace.
It doesn't.
It creates a stepping stone for Israel's destruction. So
Yep.
under no circumstances, as
Just-
president, am I going to
Just look at what's happened so far. I mean, basically, there is a two-state solution going on there. You have the West Bank and you have Gaza, where the Palestinians are, and then you have the rest of Israel, where the Jews are. And all we've seen from that is violence from the Palestinians. So, what would saying, okay, this is an official state now, change about that? Anyone?
pressure Israel to risk their security to do a so-called two-state, and we're right to say,
They're right to say something.
I'm back.
What? Oh, there you are.
Yeah, that went real quick. I noticed it. You didn't miss much. You just said we should trust Israel to make their own decisions. No, we should support them when we think they're right and say they're wrong when we think they're wrong.
Yeah, there should be no blank checks.
And for anybody like, oh, that's easy to say. I do that all the time. It's why nobody will talk to me. Oh, it's why that one female comedian rolled her eyes when Mike said hi to me on his stream.
15-second clarification. Do you support the mass removal of Palestinians from Gaza?
so
He didn't do that. Why do they keep doing this to DeSantis?
You know why.
I know. It's fine to do this, and they should have done this with every fucking question that neither of these two idiots have answered.
Yes, because there's a lot of those.
But in this one, you know what they're trying to do here? They're trying to be like, you want Palestinian genocide.
Yeah, of course.
as president, I am not going to tell them to do that. I think there's a lot of issues with that. But if they make the calculation that to avert a second Holocaust, they need to do that. I think some of these Palestinian Arabs, Saudi Arabia should take some.
Nobody in the area will take these assholes.
No, because they're troublemakers.
Hamas is a splinter group of the, I was going to say Aryan Brotherhood. That's not right. The Muslim Brotherhood. Same difference.
Yeah.
They're literally a splinter group of them, which are embedded in Egypt, the country that's right next to Gaza. And they're like, nah, you fuckers can't come in here.
Yeah, because they tried to overthrow the Egyptian government before. They tried to overthrow the king of Jordan. They cause trouble wherever they go, and nobody wants to deal with their bullshit.
But the Israelis are supposed to deal with them.
Yeah, apparently.
You guys deal with this shit. These people that came from our countries, you deal with them. They're shitbags.
Egypt should take some. They've never been willing to accept any of these folks in their own neighborhood.
Thank you, Governor Hill.
That's exactly from what you said, because all they do is cause problems everywhere they go.
Mm-hmm.
Well, first of all, we need to understand the reason we need to support Israel is Israel's a bright spot in a tough neighborhood. They are the tip of the spear when it comes to defeating terrorism. It has never been that Israel needs America. It has always been that America needs Israel.
Wrong. having Israel there is a plus for us. It really is. But they need us so much more than we need them.
Nope, Monkey, it's been decided. She said it. We need them more than they need us.
When I was at the United Nations, I fought every day.
She supports the tip. Stop it.
Just the tip.
She's a shaft girl, and we all know it.
For Israel. And if you would have listened to what I said at the United Nations, a two-state solution wasn't something that was possible because Israel would always come to the table and the Palestinians wouldn't. But
that's not true either. The Palestinians did do it, and then they started blowing shit up, and the deal fell apart.
Yeah.
Look it up, bitch.
They don't want a two-state solution, so
they don't. Israel was on the side. They had got public support enough that most people in Israel were like, yes, two-state solution. It'll fix all these problems. Except it didn't, because every time there was any chance of them getting close to that, Israelis died. And like, why don't they just do deals with them? But the PLA, as them specifically, Arafat was coming to say, let's do the two-state solution. Excuse me. The problem is that you're trying to make a deal with a terrorist group.
But right now, we have to make sure that Israel has the support that it needs. There should be three things. Give Israel whatever it wants to get the job done.
Oh, Jesus, fuck. Are you kidding?
There it is.
Give Israel whatever it wants. We would like the USS Ronald Reagan.
And some anthrax.
You're supposed to check your money hole, bud.
Oh, thank you, Dark Resurrect, for that feminist donation. If it wasn't for the U.S. giving them equipment and money, Israel won't exist. Very true.
I don't know that I agree with that. Not currently. Maybe when they're starting out. Right now, I think Israel could mostly be self-sufficient. They do very well with what they do. They have faced off in war against powers supposedly much better than them.
Yeah.
And I mean, what's that? The 6-Day War? They just fucking beat the shit out of them.
Yeah, but I don't. The 6-Day War, they definitely needed our help on.
They did. They did. I think right now, and I say this because I don't think we should be sending as much aid to them. I think they could be self-sufficient.
Yeah. Well, yeah, maybe after this war is over, they'll be a lot more self-sufficient because they won't have to fund that Iron Dome all the damn time.
Yeah, you get rid of the terrorists actually in Israel, specifically Gaza. That's where the worst problems are. The West Bank has its issues, but it's not as bad as Gaza.
Yeah.
Then all you really have to worry about is Hezbollah up in Lebanon.
Yeah.
That's really the only other issue right now. So get rid of the Palestinians, you'll be fine.
2, eliminate Hamas once and for all. And 3, do whatever it takes to bring the hostages home. But it's really rich that Ron is going to act like he suddenly cares for Israel when he brought the person to Iowa that's the most anti-Israel Republican in the state, the person that went and voted against Israel's right to exist in Congress, the person that voted with the squad against anti-Semitism on college campuses.
Thank you, Governor.
And you brought that person.
I'm not aware of this controversy. What Jew hater did DeSantis have up there? Anybody know?
Hey, Governor.
To Iowa to go and campaign with you. If
Governor,
that's your friend,
Governor
I'd hate to see
DeSantis,
who
she's
the rest
obviously
of your
referring to
friends are.
Congressman Tom Massey from Kentucky.
Yeah, I mean,
Massey's anti-Jew? I didn't know that.
I had not heard this either.
I'll have to look into that one. This based individual. I love that idea of voting against Israel's right to exist. I would really have to look into that because I have no idea what the fuck she's talking about.
I don't either.
Maybe Jakey here will give us an answer, but I got a donation coming through. Thank you so much, Dark Resurrect, for that feminist $12.
Woo!
That's what I meant. My bad. If we didn't bankroll them up until the 80s, they wouldn't have lasted. They were entirely equipped by old U.S. tech. True. 100% true.
Yeah.
And in fairness, in the 80s, it was more important for us to have Israel there. When we're dealing with Iran more directly, when we're supporting Iraq in the Iran-Iraq war back in the day, I'm not saying it was good policy or anything, but for what was going on, it made more sense. But yeah, you're 100% right. They exist because of our dime originally.
That's just cheap garbage. But here's the thing.
Fuck. He said that's just cheap garbage. And I know what he's motioning to her because she's the one who said it, but it almost looks like he's calling her cheap garbage, which she is.
Waiting for you to say that.
I'm just saying. Just my opinion. I'm allowed to have opinions.
When the attacks happened again.
Poker Ace says he didn't want them to give more money. Or he didn't want to give them more money. He's right to not want to give them more money. I mean, look, if they got to a point where I'm okay with helping them with Iron Dome replacement, but only after we get our own.
Israel, I knew it was going to be a big deal for Florida. We have one of the largest Israeli American populations in the country.
Fuck. No, don't do that. Just call them Jewish Americans if you can do that hyphenated shit. Israeli Americans, fuck off.
And we've been a haven for Orthodox Jews in particular since I've been governor.
It's part of the move from New York because de Blasio was such a douche. Like, you Jews can't celebrate each other. And they were like, fuck it, we're going to Florida with the rest of us.
And you know what? Biden wasn't helping Americans get out of the war zone. These are people that were stranded. So I did an executive order. We scrambled planes and we...
Oh, real quick. Massey votes against Israel's billions and voted against a bill that turned criticism of Jews or Israel into a federal crime. Free speech, obviously. Yeah, and that shouldn't be if you want to criticize the Jews, I have no problem. Even if you're an anti-Semite, you want to go out there and say, fuck the Jews because you're a douchebag, whatever. I don't care. As long as you're not actually harming people.
Yeah.
Say what you want. Just don't harm people.
And don't beauty of the First Amendment.
Yeah, exactly. And again, there's always the caveat there. Incitement is not free speech. That's an actual crime.
Yeah.
So I don't give a shit what your opinion is as long as you're not being violent.
He rescued over 700 Americans from Israel and brought them back safely to the state of Florida.
I was wondering if he was going to bring that up when she's like, suddenly he cares. He tries to pretend he cares. Nikki, what did you do to help the people that were stuck in Israel when this all started?
What?
I mean, other than trying to keep your husband away longer.
You got to step up and you got to lead when things like this are happening. We also have gone after the anti-Semitism on our campuses. We did that early in my administration. You didn't see our college presidents doing some of the things that you've seen. I just announced in the State of the State address yesterday or 2 days ago that we are going to say, and not just for Jewish students, anyone who's having religious being persecuted or being marginalized because of their faith in any college around the country, we're going to waive the transfer requirement so that people can come to Florida and be safe. What they are doing to these Jewish students has been reprehensible, and we're not going to let it happen.
And I understand the idea behind it, but you are starting to veer into identity politics bullshit. Jack, how many times have we seen, I've been threatened, and it was because somebody called somebody an asshole?
Oh, we're on the internet, dude. It's like hourly on here.
This is virtue signaling.
It's absolutely virtue signaling. Monkey.
Oh,
there you are.
Oh, sorry. Did I break up?
Yeah, you ducked out right after you said this is virtue signaling.
It's virtue signaling. That's what it is. I get it. You got to do that right now for the political climate. But what you really should do is be the leader you keep talking about. And be like, look, it sucks that this is happening, and these other states need to take care of these problems. If you have Jewish students who are being abused, and I'm not talking about somebody saying something mean to them, I'm talking about actual physical violence kind of stuff, then by all means. But that's actually the state's problem. What you're doing right here is basically like the state's going, hey, come have your abortion here.
I'm coming to you. There are growing fears of this war escalating into a broader regional conflict. And Governor Haley just yesterday, the U.S. Navy.
Why? who's out there saying that the Jordanians are going to get in, the Egyptians will jump in and be like, "Fuck you, 1967."
Yeah, the only people that might join in are like Hezbollah and
who are already doing stuff.
Yeah, the Houthis are trying to do stuff but can't get over there, so they're just launching shit at us. And maybe the Iranians, I don't know.
Right now, no, this isn't going to escalate. There's no reason for it to be escalating outside the border. But what do we know? We didn't work at the UN, Jack.
That's true. We haven't.
Shot down 21 missiles and drones fired by Iranian-backed militants in the Red Sea. Iranian-backed militants are now also attacking U.S. and Western interests in Syria and Iraq.
And we should blow them the fuck up for it, which we can do with a push of a button. We don't even have to put any of our boys in harm's way.
Oh, no. Lloyd Austin might still be in the hospital then.
Oh, my God. That clip of Blinken talking about that with Ducey.
Told you.
Oh,
right?
That was
Did you
enraging.
see it before I sent it to you?
I had not. No.
Oh, dude, that was so condescending.
Okay, so guys, what we're talking about is Secretary Blinken was up there at the White House press briefing 2 days ago now. So technically we're on Thursday. So on Tuesday, I think is the date. And Ducey's pressing him about how do we know you guys aren't going to lie to us about stuff when you guys kind of kept this all hidden and shit? And Blinken says this. He goes, you have to understand that this is a learning experience for us. We're going to learn from this. That was his answer.
Yeah, which is a stupid fucking answer when you're the administrators of the most powerful country on the planet. Oh, it's a learning curve, dude. You're incompetent. You should resign.
Wow, I forgot how unrepresented Israel and the Jewish are here in America. Yeah, fair.
Yeah.
Excuse me, so sorry. Uh-oh.
What?
Your fellow South Carolinian Republican Senator Lindsey Graham is calling for the U.S. to conduct retaliatory strikes inside Iran. Would you?
Yes. When they start punching at you, if you don't punch them back, they're going to land one.
Yeah. It's going to be messy.
I do not believe in getting involved in the Israel-Gaza situation. But if Iran is firing missiles at us, we should absolutely fucking turn whatever that area is that they're firing from into a sheet of glass.
Yep. But it's actually the Houthis right now, which is a proxy for Iran, and we all know that. But if they just blew up a bunch of...
I'm sorry, they're firing them from the Iranian border. Go ahead.
Yeah. And they're launching stuff out of Yemen, which is largely controlled by the Iranians. But you've got to target them and wipe them off the face of the fucking earth. Why we haven't done that yet is beyond me.
Telvin says, somebody please think of the poor Jews. Look, there's some serious, there's real concerns, okay? We've seen that one guy who was just walking through that one quad where they're having a Palestinian protest, and this Jewish kid walks through and they basically beat him up. That kid had a real case of anti-Semitism against him.
Yeah.
But most of what we see is just, they said something mean.
Yeah, but there are actual Jew haters out there that will attack Jewish kids. And they're usually people of a certain religion.
Only $1 a day can send a food box. Won't you please think of the Jew? We're going to get in so much trouble.
It's the sweet stuff. You get blamed for everything I say.
Fuck.
You order strikes inside Iran?
Well, first of all, notice Ron didn't say anything about the fact that he did bring that most anti-Israel Republican into this state.
He did. He said that you were trash.
He brought the anti-Semite across state lines.
His mom bought it for him.
To campaign. He also hasn't told you that the only Republican Jewish state legislator left his campaign because he wasn't dealing with the neo-Nazi marches and wasn't dealing with anti-Semitism properly.
You mean people expressing their First Amendment right, no matter how deplorable it might be?
Hey, what's DeSantis supposed to do? Shoot him?
He's supposed to get rid of their First Amendment rights.
We've seen this before because this happened with some of that that turf trans shit going on.
Mm-hmm.
People LARPing as Nazis would show up and like, look at how these turfs are supported by Nazis. Do the turfs support the Nazis? Because that would be important.
Yeah, it's the direction of support is very important.
They tried this shit with Trump. David Duke likes him. So does Trump like David Duke? Because that would be a big thing to talk about. It's there is a difference there that matters.
Whatever.
She is such a fucking little liberal, man.
Oh, she's absolutely a lefty.
When it comes to Iran, what we have to understand, there would be no Hamas without Iran. There would not be Houthis without Iran. There wouldn't be Hezbollah without Iran. And when you look at the strikes that are happening in Iraq and Syria, that is because of Iran. They're pulling the puppet strings. What we need to do is the idea that we've had over 130 strikes on our men and women in Iraq and Syria is unconscionable. We're supposed to have their backs. And Biden has been slow. He's been hiding in a corner and he hasn't dealt with it.
Oh my God, Jesus Christ. So would you strike them? Ron DeSantis is a dick and Biden sucks.
I have to correct her on this because Biden's not doing nothing. He gave the Iranians a big stack of money, just like Obama did. So he's funding them.
He had the South Koreans unfreeze. It was billions of dollars.
Yeah, it was a lot of money.
Yeah.
Because between him and Barack, it's been like $6 billion.
Yeah,
I think.
And that money was not spent on anything good.
Yeah, you don't see any new school construction.
And take out every bit of the production that they have that's allowing them to do those strikes. It's hugely important that we do that. And you can't do that if you have a Secretary of Defense that is in ICU and the president doesn't even know about it.
Actually, you could. Because he does have an undersecretary and you could still have the strikes done. Biden's a shitbag and what happened there was crap, but she does it again. She just over fucking exaggerates.
What?
She did at least answer the question. She said we should take out those sites. This should have been a 10-second answer at most. I think she likes war more than strange cock furries. Jesus Christ.
Man, you put those two together.
She watches Rambo 3 as she's getting plowed.
Platoon gets me hardy.
Platoon sounds more her speed because, you know, Rambo wins.
Can we call your wiener Full Metal Jacket?
Climb my hamburger hill. Anyway.
Biden not talk to his Secretary of Defense every single.
It is a damn shame that there wasn't a spoof movie done about all those war movies that were really at the same time. The way that was done with Don't Be a Menace to South Central while drinking your juice in the hood.
That would have been a really tough one to do, I think.
It doesn't have to make any sense. I mean, that title doesn't.
No, I mean, I'm with you on that. But, I mean, like the marketing campaign, because during that era, it was a little bit more rah-rah America.
True. But, I mean, we love our spoofs. If they're done right, I mean, if you look at my favorite thing I ever heard about Airplane was this movie should have offended everybody and offended no one.
Yeah.
And it's because everybody was in on the joke.
Yeah,
so if you did it right, you could do it.
Yeah, I mean, Hot Shots Part 2.
Yeah, I was going to say, I'd bring up Hot Shots. Hot Shots did it. They just didn't have an awesome title that put all of them together.
Yeah. I mean, Top Secret really nailed it.
Oh, God, Top Secret's so good. I hated that movie the first time I watched it. Really? It took me about 3 viewings for me to really appreciate that one. And mostly it's because I got older and understood the world more.
Oh, yeah, that's fair.
Knowing the history and stuff makes it a lot more entertaining.
Yeah, that's true.
Single day.
And when that guy comes around the corner walking bow-legged after being in the cow costume. Every fucking time I lose it.
That scene and what's fake doggy poop? That one gets me.
Knowing that we have a war in Europe, a war in the Middle East, that we have our American.
We don't have those. They're just wars that happen to be going on. How come you don't bring up wars in Ethiopia? That's going on still, last I knew.
Yeah, there's lots of wars. Boko Haram's still about. There's all kinds of. I mean, did Coney 2012 ever accomplish anything?
No.
Somalia is still a
shithole.
Barely functioning country that's more of an anarchy than anything else.
Military with strikes going on them. We've got brain injuries. My husband is deployed right now.
Yes, we know, Nikki. Stop sending up the vagina signal to let people know to come to your house.
Look, she uses her husband being deployed like Biden brings up his dead son, Beau.
Yeah. And look, I get that her husband is deployed, but he's not in a combat zone, which is usually where people will bring that kind of stuff up. Otherwise, you just say my husband's in the military. She's trying to get more credit than she deserves. And again, I said this before, I have a lot of respect for military families. I come from one, Jack.
Yeah, indeed.
But to see somebody who's abusing it in this way is annoying to me.
Yeah, it's what I mean when I say people hide behind their service.
Yeah, exactly. And in this case, she's hiding behind her husband's service.
Yeah, which is even more disgusting.
Mm-hmm.
Military spouse.
We've got brain injuries. My husband. Yes, exactly.
That was a pretty less than subtle transition.
And it's one of the problems with her is that she's trying to think on her feet and she's not good at it. And she's trying to grab on to, this happens sometimes when you talk a lot in public. The thought is there and you're trying to get it. And so you just talk. And oftentimes it just comes out jumbled nonsense.
What's that like? We never do that.
Yeah, the way you deal with that is to just stop. Be like, you know what, guys, I lost that thought. We'll come back.
No, you stop, you collaborate, and you listen.
Stop, collaborate, and listen. Ice is back with my brand new invention. Something grabs a hold of me tightly. Thank you, Keldrig. I'm so fucking sick of hearing about Europe. Fuck them. They can pay their own. They can pay for their own wars for once. Yeah.
Yep.
The idea that the Secretary of Defense would not even be in contact with the president, much less in contact with his staff, is unforgivable.
True.
Governor DeSantis.
And he should be fired for that. But that has nothing to do with whether or not we can strike the Iranians.
After the attacks against Israel, anyone with half a brain knows Iran is behind this.
True.
They fund Hamas. They fund Hezbollah. We did a special session in the legislature down in Florida. We expanded sanctions against Iran. If we were our own country, we'd be the 14th largest economy in the world. The root of this is Biden came into office and he relaxed the sanctions on Iran. They've had massive amounts of money flooding into their country, just like under the Obama administration. They take that money and they use it to fund jihad around the world.
Yep.
I'm the only one running for president that served in the armed forces. I deployed to Iraq.
In fairness, Nikki served a lot more of the armed forces than you did.
I don't think he meant it that way.
Oh, my bad.
Back in 2007, 2008. So I understand what.
Look, she's smiling, thinking about all that dick she's had.
I like getting run through. I don't know which one I'm talking about there, but you know.
What our military goes through. I would never put our troops in harm's way like Biden is doing in the Middle East without defending them with everything they got. If you harm a hair on the head of one of our service members, you are going to have hell to pay. He's leaving them out to dry, and I think it's disgraceful for a commander-in-chief to do that.
Thank you, Governor. The CNN.
You two go to Israel, do YouTube live chat there. Why?
I don't like the heat.
I like my country. I like being here. We got it good here. If we got it so good here, people whine about men not squishing their balls when they sit down. I don't have to have my arms wide because I have boobs. No, it's because of the way the fucking body's built. Or doing Ukraine collab. I'm sorry. I haven't been paying that much attention to chat because I'm looking at this. Did we say something wrong or something good? I'm not sure where we're headed there.
Oh.
Either way, cool. Everybody's allowed their opinion.
Republican Republican presidential debate live from Des Moines, Iowa. We'll be right back.
Oh,
after
we got
this. Go to
commercials
CNN.com
coming up.
for real-time debate analysis.
I'm not
Stay
making
with
money
us.
for CNN. Fuck them. They hide this shit from people. Oh, man.
Welcome back to the CNN Republican presidential debate.
That's a lot of white people. Old white people.
Look, it's like a saltine convention there.
They couldn't even get Don Lemon to come sit in.
They fired him, remember?
Yeah, I know. I forgot.
He's gonna work on X now.
He's working on X. He's going over there to make money for Elon.
Look at the colors. He may have misunderstood the instructions.
You think his show's going to be Scratch and Sniff? If you guys don't get that joke, go watch all of my stuff till you get it.
Drake University in Iowa. Let's talk about a big question in the Republican Party right now, and that is.
Can I just point out, because I was looking at Dana's outfit there, and it's really not flattering. I feel bad for the women because all the guys have to do is put on a suit that fits. Yeah. Don't wear an ugly tie, and the women there's not like a standard dress for them.
But women dress for each other, so.
And that's fair. I just think they have a much harder time with it than the guys do. It's one of the places where I think, because we make fun of them for it too, but it's not really their fault. I mean, they look stupid in a suit most of the time.
Yeah, it's the shoulder pads usually.
However, ladies, men's white dress shirt and panties, I'm telling you, wear it. And nothing else.
What is the role of government, and should it use its power to go after businesses and private entities that take actions that don't align with conservative values? Governor?
That's actually a really good question.
And I'm scared too.
They're gonna dodge the fuck out of this, aren't they? What is the role of government?
DeSantis, you used your powers in Florida to take on Disney after the company criticized an education bill that you signed into law. How does that square with the traditional conservative view that small, limited government is best?
Real quick, thank you, Alan, who says good morning. Good morning, sir. Hope you're well.
Oh, hey, Alan.
This has come up quite a bit because I think DeSantis is right in what he did. I think he did it for the wrong reason. Because he went after Disney to punish them, and I'm sorry, I'm not in favor of that. Not government going after a business. The deal that Disney had was shit. It never should have been made in the first place, and it needed to be ended, but not because of a political disagreement. I have a lot of problems with what happened there.
Yeah, I think he would have been smart to wait and get retribution later. Then it wouldn't have looked like a political stunt.
Yeah, and he was quite honest about why he was doing it. So yeah. I'm waiting for him to dodge this question.
The proper role of government, if it means anything, it's to protect our kids. And I've stood for the innocent.
No. It's to protect its citizens, all of them. Stop with the Bill Clinton, but what about the kids? Bullshit. Okay? It's everybody.
Won't someone think of the children? Oh, thank you, Alan. This is Morning Jack. Good morning, Alan. Hope you're doing well.
You know, Ross Perot brought this up way back in 92 because Bill Clinton was who got to do this for the children. And Ross Perot said, yeah, we need to take care of children, but what about everybody else? And that got lost, and everybody said, no, the children. I'm all for protecting children, but that's not the biggest role of government. It's taking care of everybody.
You don't know. You don't know me.
But in very limited fashion. It's not their job to make sure we have, food on the table. It's their job to arrest criminals. Anyway, sorry.
Of our kids. It is wrong. It is wrong to sexualize the curriculum.
Yes.
It's wrong. And my wife and I, we've got a first grader, a kindergartner, and a preschooler. This is.
I realize he has a lot of answer left, but even if he does answer it at this point, I'm counting it as a dodge because he's talking about the trans thing when he was asked, how does what you did with Disney jibe with conservative talking points? Oh, trans kids. The fuck does it have to do with anything? I want a shot collar on these people and a button. So every time they don't fucking answer the question, I can hit it. And sometimes my hand just kind of moves. You've seen it with my mouse issues.
Yeah,
So they might get it. They might get a zap they didn't deserve once in a while, but I feel it's okay.
I feel like that scene in Ghostbusters where even when the kid gets the card right,
Yes.
he still gets zapped.
Something that's important to us personally. It's wrong to tell a kindergartner, like Disney wanted to do, that you can change your gender, or tell a third grader that you're born in the wrong body. So I stood up against, the media didn't like it, the left didn't like it, and Disney didn't like it, and they're the 800-pound gorilla in the state of Florida. Most people, most corporate Republicans would have caved. I stood and I fought for the kids. We took on Disney and we defeated that, and we won that fight, and our kids are better off. Now, Nikki Haley sided with Disney.
Okay, so I guess his justification for why it's okay to punish people for political speech is because he didn't like their political speech.
That's kind of what he said there, but I don't think that's what he meant to say.
Oh, I think it's absolutely what he meant to say. I think he was trying to dress it up.
Oh, fair enough.
Look, again, fuck Disney, and their deal was fucking horrible and should have been ended. This was the wrong way to do it.
He invited them to South Carolina, even though they were involved in transing kids. That is not what we need to do. But I think that's similar. She is representative of this corporatist element of the party. For example, she supported $900 million.
Is that the first time we've heard corporatist tonight?
I think it is.
Wow, that was a big one in the last debate.
Yeah.
All right.
$1 million in subsidies to
not wrong.
Boeing when she was in South Carolina. And then when she got out of office, she took a seat on their board and she made millions of dollars.
With no experience in airplanes, aviation, even like mowing a lawn at an airport. She ain't done none of that shit.
Club count?
Oh shit, you might have me on that one. Like so many had her. Anyway.
And she gave speeches.
I love when I set myself up.
Yeah, he did a good one in there.
Paid speeches to a lot of Wall Street interests, didn't publish what she said. We don't know what she promised.
This debate would go faster if the Democratic candidate wasn't there. Nobody, not me. Well played.
Promised them, and she made millions of dollars doing that. Now they're the ones that are funding her campaign.
I'm just going to start doing what Steven Crowder does. When I see a funny joke
Stealing
in
our
chat,
jokes?
when I see a funny joke in chat, I'm just going to read it like I was saying it.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Why didn't I think of that sooner?
I thought you were going to go look at old episodes and steal our jokes from those.
No, I just meant stealing jokes in general.
Oh, fair.
So we need to stand up for the people and not bow down to woke corporations. And we know Nikki Haley will cave to the woke mob every single time.
She absolutely will. She's shown herself to be that little lefty feminist shitbag.
Yep.
You guys should not say that abortion is wrong. Don't call those illegals criminals. She's a lefty shitbag.
She's got a weaponized heels monkey. They have ammo in them.
My ammo's my heel. What the fuck are you talking about?
Nobody. I don't think she knew what she was talking about right there.
I think I know what it is.
Uh-oh.
Sometimes when her husband's away, she puts those on to when she's in battle and getting shot, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
I'm saying when she's laying on her back getting the load dumped in her, she's got high heels on.
I don't think you needed to describe that one.
I think it's funnier if I do, though.
Oh, that's fair.
Anytime I can say Nikki Haley taking a load is funny to me.
Yeah, I guess.
And YouTube, for the record, I'm not being sexist there. I meant a load of what's something that comes in a load? Dirt.
Laundry?
To flatten her. Oh yeah, laundry's a better one. When she takes a load of laundry to the washer.
To her washing machine.
She dumps the load in.
Haley, a response?
I really hate this bitch. I'm so sorry, guys.
I've noticed.
I know I'm very mean on this stuff, but fuck her.
Government was intended to secure the rights and freedoms of the people. It was never meant to be all things to all people.
True.
And what we don't need is government politicizing anything. The first thing I'll say is, again, DeSantisLies.com, because I have never
Because I'm not petty.
Never said anything related to the transgender stuff he says. I have always.
You absolutely fucking have. In the last one, you tried claiming credit for supporting a different bill.
Fought to protect kids. I've always said that boys need to go into boys' bathrooms, girls need to go into girls' bathrooms. 18, just like we don't have tattoos before the age of 18, we shouldn't have gender transformation or puberty blockers. But I will tell you that it's really interesting that Ron talks about this Disney, because Disney has been woke.
It's really interesting that Ron talked about Disney. He was specifically asked about it, you fucking idiot. It's really interesting he brought up that thing you questioned him on.
Yeah, weird how that happens.
Oh my, who takes this bitch seriously? She has a really good chance of coming in high in second place in New Hampshire.
Yep.
This chick.
For a long time.
There are smart women out there. Why are they never in politics?
Because they got married and they're having kids.
I guess.
The immigration situation that Trump was doing. They were against the Paris Climate Agreement when I did it. They were against the pro-life bill in Georgia. Ron didn't have any problem with that. As a matter of fact, he gave them the largest corporate subsidies in Florida history. He had a tech exemptions that he didn't give any tech exemptions to anybody but Disney. Yet when they went and criticized him, he got thin skin and suddenly started to fight back. We don't need government fighting against our private industries. We are not woke in South Carolina. I will.
Did the feminist on stage just say she's not woke?
Yes.
All right. I was just making sure I caught that.
Oh, yeah. You got
always
that right.
All right.
Invite businesses to come to.
She loves her husband, too. She's faithful.
South Carolina. But the one thing you don't do is government doesn't bully our businesses, and that can't happen. And Ron is determined. Anybody that offends him, he goes after them. And
Thank you, Governor.
She just said she's always fought to protect kids, but when she was governor of South Carolina, they had a bill to protect girls from men going into the bathroom. She killed it, and she's bragged about it for years that happened. She didn't stand up and fight the kids. She caved to the Chamber of Commerce and the corporate.
To be fair, I don't think anybody should be fighting kids.
Yeah, that was a slip there. You're saying he meant fight for kids, I think. I don't think he meant that she should be out there punching 4-year-olds.
Yeah, I mean, it's not okay to hit a toddler. That's just for the record. Real quick, though, thank you, Keldrick. DeSantisLies.com as she proceeds to lie her ass off. Yep.
Yeah, that's absolutely true. Just for the record, we here at Ranting Monkey Inc. do not support punching children.
No, that's wrong. Don't do that.
She said she's against the surgeries for minors. That wasn't what she said this summer. She was asked about it. It's on video. And she said the law should stay out of it. I criticized her in the last debate. She took a lot of heat. So then she's flipped and said that there now should be the law involved. She said she supports a federal law. I'm glad she's come to the right thing. But here's the deal. It goes back to that young kid in the town hall that she had.
I'm actually okay with it being a federal law. We talk about that a lot, where states should do stuff. It should be a state law everywhere to take care of the kids. But it is part of the role of government. General welfare is in the Constitution in the 8 things that are listed that Congress is supposed to do. And if the states are not going to protect our kids, it should be a federal law. It's one of the few times where I'm like, yeah, government needs to be involved there. You're talking about letting people mutilate their children, and that's not something we should ever take.
No.
Where he said, Nikki Haley, you are the new John Kerry. You're for it before you are against it.
That's a great line.
That is a brilliant line, especially since she looks like John Kerry. Oh, that's wonderful. I am really tired, Jack.
That happens.
I woke up today at 1 and I'd gone to bed at like 7:30. So it wasn't much sleep to begin with. And I woke up like 4 or 5 times. I'm exhausted. So if I get a little punch drunk here, guys, I have not been drinking, I promise. I'm just bored of this fucking bitch. And plank of wood over here is not helping. The subject should be interesting. They've discussed some things that are important and meaningful in the election. But dear Christ, I'd rather watch those two old Muppet men talk about this shit. That would be entertaining.
Isn't that what we're doing?
Hashtag bring back Vivek. And yeah, you're right. It is.
It's a shame that we had to put up DeSantisLies.com. Honestly, if
We
you
had
would
to.
spend as much time.
We had to. It's a shame we had.
Try-
You do realize that this is just what the Washington Post did to Trump?
Yeah.
You're literally taking the left's playbook.
Trying to prove why he thinks he would be a good president, he would be doing a lot better in the polls. The reason that he spent and blown.
He's not doing well in the polls because the press is against him and they think you actually have a chance against Trump. And even though they don't want you to win, they would rather have you than anybody else against Biden. Because if you won, at least they would have an ally in the fucking White House, you horrible trash bitch.
Yeah, nailed it in one, dude.
Through $150 million and gone down in the polls is because he spent more time trying to lie about me than he is about telling the truth about.
No, it's because CNN and MSNBC and Fox News have been pumping you up because you're their candidate. You are the lefties' candidate. Don't you get that?
You missed the perfect opportunity with a phrase like pumping you up when you're talking about.
Oh, shit, I did. Well, I didn't think about her doing laundry in the loads again. That's my bad.
It happens.
Does anyone actually think that Biden can lose? Yes, Biden absolutely can lose. One of the problems for the Democrats with 2020 is with all the bullshit they pulled, in the immediate aftermath, so many judges were like, no, we're not going to change the election results. But since then, we've seen several things declared illegal, including what happened in Pennsylvania. We just had a story the other day from 2022 election. Where was that? Was that in Georgia? Where they had the
van?
The van, yeah.
Yeah, that was Georgia, I think.
Dark Resurrect, thank you for that. Feminist, $12. Nikki should be irrelevant, but she's the Hillary 3.0 iteration. I missed one word on that. I'm so sorry. I tried to be quick, Jack.
Yeah.
That's what I used to tell Lady Monkey that too. I'm trying to be quick. Shut up. You're ruining it. That is not true. I would never say that to my wife when we were naked because I like my genitals.
Yeah. She would cut them off.
Dark Resurrect, thank you for that. Feminist, $12. Nikki should be irrelevant, but she's the Hillary 3.0 infiltration tactic. True.
Yeah.
And Keldrick, thank you so much. He says lots of people have been pumping her up. There you go, Jack. He didn't miss it. I did.
Thank you, Keldrick.
She is artificially inflated by all the news. I cannot stress enough how much people still get their news from the big outlets.
Yeah. It was Wisconsin. Thank you.
Wisconsin. Okay, thank you. Yeah. Oh, that's right. Yeah. What they did is they had a van driving around letting people vote, which they went to heavily Democratic areas to get these votes, Jack. And it's highly illegal, but their excuse was it's not specifically barred.
Yeah. Okay.
Well, that's because when they wrote the law, they didn't think anybody'd be dumb enough to try that shit. Anyway. But my point being, they brought so much attention to it, they're not going to be able to cheat the way they did in 2020.
Yeah, it's made it more difficult. Not impossible.
Not impossible.
It's more difficult.
Yep. And with Biden's poll numbers being in like the 30s, there's no way they're going to pull off. His numbers were in the 30s and he got 90 million votes. It's just not going to happen.
They can't be as blatant about anything.
Nope.
They could try. It's just not. They're not going to fool nearly as many people.
And then you look at all the stuff that they pulled with Trump since, and there's too many eyes on it now.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Himself. I have never.
Oh, I thought that was you interrupted. I'm sorry.
No, that was them.
I told you I'm tired.
Kill the bathroom bill.
I have never said that we should have any gender operations or surgeries. You're lying about that.
Governor Haley has
when
the floor.
It comes to the bathroom bill.
Shut up, Jake.
I will say, first of all, that was 10 years ago. We had a handful of kids.
Well, Jack, if you did something horrible 10 years ago and it only affected a couple of people horribly, yeah, it's not a big deal.
Yeah, that's what I heard.
Look, only a couple of little girls had to see cock. It's not that big of a deal.
There were only a handful of rapes in Rotherham.
God, she's an idiot.
That may have had that issue. And what I made very clear at that time in the state is girls go into girls' bathrooms, boys go into boys' bathrooms.
But you didn't sign the bill that would have actually made that law.
Hate fact.
Look, I said it. You guys, many people have talked about, actions versus words. This is one of those instances.
Oh, is that what that is?
Here's what I said. All right, but what'd you do? I said last night that I'm a Bernie Sanders supporter, and if anybody believes that, you're fucking retarded.
And if there are any other exceptions, they use a private bathroom. I have fought for women's sports and making sure that biological boys are not women's sports, and I'll continue to do that. I have always said we have to raise strong girls. Strong girls become strong women become strong leaders. None of that happens if we have biological boys.
Governor Haley.
No girl will become a strong girl if there's boys and girls sports. What the fuck are you talking about?
She's got no defense, so she just starts throwing gibberish out. It's really a little bit frustrating, but it's not frustrating. Dark Resurrect with that feminist donation. Thank you, sir. It was only a handful of issues back then. Then why didn't you stop it before it became an issue? Because she's a disingenuous twat.
Why'd you jump?
Leftist.
Why'd you jump on the slippery slope?
The slippery slope was like a slip and slide, she thought.
All she told me there is she allowed it to happen.
Yes, that's what I got out of that too.
We're where we are now because of what you did then, you fucking idiot.
What?
Jesus Christ.
According to the U.S. Department of Education, in 2017, the year you left office, South Carolina schools ranked in the bottom.
I just want to point out the ticker at the bottom is from the channel who uploaded this. Mm-hmm. If you're so inclined, please check them out because again, they were the only place I could find this, Jack, and I appreciate that they did it.
Yeah.
What is it? Real Essential Film Works. They're on YouTube and Telegram and all over the place. So check them out.
10 nationwide in both reading and math scores. Given that, why should voters concerned about K-12 education support you rather than other Republicans?
Because I think what we did was we knew that there was an issue. We knew in South Carolina, if a child couldn't read by third grade, they were 4 times less likely to graduate high school.
Oh my God. Your state really sucked with education. Why should people trust you? Well, we knew they were stupid. Okay, I that's an answer.
So what we did is
fuck.
We started holding kids back instead of pushing them forward. We brought in their parents. We did reading remediation, and we set them up for success.
But none of that worked. Lowest in the United. You were worse than Alabama and Arkansas, where some of those people can't even speak because they're so inbred. What the fuck are you talking about? We did all this stuff that didn't work. Okay. That's like saying we tried the rhythm method. We don't know how we got 16 kids.
Rhythm is a dancer, I've heard.
Rhythm is a dancer.
Do that all over our country. We only have 31% of eighth graders in our country are proficient in reading.
Okay, the question is, why should you be in charge when you sucked at education and everything sucks? But I know kids are stupid, so that's something. I'll talk to their parents about how dumb they are. By the way, she graduated from that same education system, which is why she can't do math.
27% of eighth graders are proficient in math. If we don't do something, we're going to be in a world of hurt 10 years from now.
We're in a world of hurt now, you idiot. Jack, do you remember just a moment ago?
No.
DeSantis brought up the bathroom thing.
Uh-huh.
And she went, hey, that was 10 years ago.
Yeah.
And now she's like, if we don't do something 10 years from now, there's going to be problems. I guess she has the experience.
Well, she learned from her mistake of. No, she didn't learn anything. I got nothing.
That's why I
Hey,
want to
Pat.
take as many federal
Hey,
programs
Pat, how
from
you doing,
DC
man?
as we can and send them down to the state level. Think
Shut up. Pat, we got to have you on again soon. We haven't talked in forever, man, and I miss you. I love Pat, man. Occasionally I catch it. I don't talk in your chat, but I do occasionally pop into your streams when they're on. I love Pat, and if you guys don't follow him, make sure you do.
Yeah, he's good people.
That's your boy Pat. For anybody who's like, who's Pat?
education. We can move a lot of K through 12 programs down to the state level, reduce the strings that are attached, and that way states can handle it themselves. People in Iowa know best what types of education they need.
No, that's not true. That's not true. Look, Jack, I am pretty much state. That's your education. That's where it belongs. There should be no federal on this. But every time somebody says, hey, parents know best, you have to realize there's a lot of parents who are on board with all this stupid shit we see.
Yeah. Sadly.
Yeah. You can't just go parents, because some parents are fucking retarded.
So true.
Secondly, parents should decide what types of education their children get, what mode of education. And we should have complete transparency in the classroom. No parent should ever wonder what's being said or taught to their child in the classroom.
True.
That's why we'll have all of the curriculums online for every parent to see.
States should handle this, but we're going to make them do this. I think that stuff should be there, but she is a fucking contradiction.
Yeah. But if you're not paying that close of attention, you're just like, yeah, wait a minute.
Yeah, she has some good talking points, and then she keeps speaking, and she's a retard.
Mm-hmm.
She's just pearly things.
I think it's a little worse than that. I think she's Kamala Harris.
Well, just pearly things can't get laid, so you're right. It is a little different.
Yeah, Kamala doesn't have that problem.
No. Yeah, she's like Kamala in that.
And we need to start putting vocational classes back in our high schools. Let's teach our kids how to do things. We did that in South Carolina. We had apprenticeships. We taught our kids how to build the things we're making. When we start putting education back in the states and away from DC, that's when we'll start to see that we're going back to the basics.
Okay.
We're doing what parents want, and we're doing.
The question is, you sucked at education, and your answer has been, I will do the same shit. I'm not wrong on that, right? She's bragging about what she did, and they were this bad. And I'm not necessarily against some of the things she's saying here, but you have to show how that's going to actually help anything.
Look, I think she's going with the theory of go big or go home. So it's just a double down.
Bringing woodshop back is not going to make a kid better at math or reading.
You don't know that. Lots of interesting things happen
sure.
in woodshop class. Usually people getting limbs cut off, but it might just suddenly spark some sort of like, I understand how to diagram a sentence now. It could happen.
Doing what the industry in that state.
Yeah, when you're standing there at the lathe making a baseball bat, sometimes your mind just starts doing algebra.
Yeah, you never know with people. Weird shit happens. It's a strange world we live in, my friend.
We're gonna build a birdhouse. That's gonna teach you how to read, Tommy.
Yeah, you're gonna learn how to foil while using this here lathe.
What you have to do is actually concentrate and hold them accountable for their grades, and if they can't pass, then they don't pass. And if you have a teacher who keeps failing kids, the kids aren't learning anything, you fucking fire them.
Yeah. Yep, you have to crush the teachers' unions nonsense.
Yes,
and you absolutely have to hold standards to account. There has to be reading and writing and arithmetic. That's unavoidable. That's very, very useful skills to have in life. And your vocational training means nothing if the kid can't fucking read or do basic math.
Yeah. So the problem, the things she's talking about, yeah, we bring out, that's fine. But the issue is the teachers, and hashtag not all, because I know there's going to be some, hey, I'm a teacher now. You're one of the good ones, okay? But look at your fucking colleagues. Most of them are blue-haired retards.
Yeah.
That is the issue that needs addressed. We need to bring back educational standards.
Yeah.
I just read an article the other day, Jack, about the ACT.
Oh, there you go again, reading.
It's about the ACT and the SAT.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of colleges were like, "Oh, we're going to stop using those." You know what they found? Their students sucked, and so they're going back. They're going back to using standardized testing. And the one guy, I think it was from Harvard, even, he's like, "We're not going to use it solely, but what we have found is that even for, because the argument is that they're racist because white kids get better schools, they get tutors for the SAT. I didn't have a tutor when I took the ACT. I didn't even have a fucking calculator. I'm just smart, Jack.
Show off.
It's true, but what they found is that those standardized tests, you can look at somebody from a disadvantaged neighborhood and be like, this shows potential. This is a kid who has the potential to come learn, even if I don't even know what the SAT thing was. It 1800 or 1600 is perfect,
something like that. I think it's 18. I don't know.
Yeah, so
I don't care. I haven't been in school in 20 years.
You can look at this and see a kid who got a 1200, but you can see the potential there, and that it doesn't fucking matter that he's at Black Lives Matter rallies or any of this other stupid virtue signaling bullshit intersectional nonsense. What actually matters is how well they learn. And so a lot of these colleges have reinstituted it, because turns out when you can show that people learn something, there's a good chance they can learn more.
Yeah.
And what all they did is increase dropout rates. Fucking retards.
Yeah, because they're constantly trying to find ways around merit.
Mm-hmm.
It's all about equity.
Well, thank you, Governor DeSantis. I'm coming to you right now.
I'm sorry. I know we talked about this before, but I just have to reiterate that the point we're making there. If you go to, let's say, you go to school for engineering, right? And you go to, in the old days, back when Harvard was a decent school, you go to Harvard, you would learn some of the same stuff that you would learn if you went to a state school for engineering. The difference is in how fast they teach it. And we all do learn at different levels. And you take somebody who learns slower and you put them in Harvard, all you can do is set them up for failure. You're not helping them. You're actually making shit worse.
But they fill a checkbox, monkey.
I saw a professor talking about this, and he explained it so well. He's like, in the classes with the I don't want to say slower students, but the less advanced students,
the dummies.
No, not really dumb.
Remedial.
People who learn slower.
Remedial.
Right?
Yeah.
And he's talking like, if I go into a class with the elite students, I can just say a word and they already know what it means. Where if I'm doing it with a different set of students, I might have to stop and actually explain that. Take 10 or 15 minutes out of the class to explain this concept to them.
Yeah,
and that's
you have to help them with their helmets so they can hear you clearly.
Yes. But that's the difference, that those first kids are expected to just know that stuff. And if you don't, you're going to fall behind. And it's not fair to them. Anyhow,
you almost make it sound like people are individuals and some people learn in different ways and at different speeds than others. That's monstrous, you bigot. And probably racist and istophobic.
For the record, no, I'm not actually talking about dummies. I'm talking about people who can learn and are intelligent. They just don't learn as fast.
Yeah, not everybody's a good book learner.
I suck at book learning. I'm really good with, if I hear a lecture, that's where I learn the best. Because I take that in a lot better than reading stuff.
I learned through osmosis. That's why health class got real interesting when I'm like, I need to study the boob thing a little more.
Now, Governor DeSantis, you have supported limits on what subjects can be taught and how, including American history, in Florida schools. You have also made it easier to remove books from public school libraries. You say you want to, quote, make America Florida. Do you want to implement those Florida school policies nationwide?
I'll get to that in a sec. So Nikki Haley said she wants...
Why not answer the question and then do this? I fucking hate these people.
Look, dodging is a very important political skill, Monkey.
There you go. Nobody, not me. 130 versus 115 IQ. Yes, exactly. We're not talking 70 IQ here.
Parents to decide on the education. She campaigned for governor saying she was going to do school choice to be able to give private scholarships, particularly to low-income families. And she was governor and never did it. She caved to the teachers union. I delivered the biggest school choice expansion in the history of the United States.
Tell us this?
We beat the teachers union. We've even done paycheck protection so that so the teachers aren't forced to do dues, and now they're choosing other things. So we've done it right. And
they haven't been forced to pay dues since the Supreme Court ruled on that. I mean, I'm with him on it, but that was a Supreme Court ruling. Wasn't that back in the 90s?
It's been a while.
Maybe it was the 2000s, but yeah, that's a long time ago. Anyway.
In Florida, and the results speak for themselves. We have one of the top performing fourth grade reading and math in the country. And if you just took our
DeSantis, she didn't go past third grade. That's not fair.
Yeah, that's kind of mean, actually. Yeah.
I mean, look at that look on her face right there. Is that not just Mean Girls?
Yeah, that's that catty, like, I can't believe you're bringing this up. Fetch is not a thing, DeSantis.
Our charter school population, 365,000 kids, disproportionately low income, racial ethnic minorities. If they were their own state, they'd be in the top 5 in performance. Everyone can succeed, but you got to have a leader who's going to fight the teachers unions and is going to deliver school choice. Governor Kim Reynolds did.
In fairness, she was asked a question. Isn't he supposed to get a rebuttal? And instead, Jake asked him a new question.
It's all very fungible.
All right. I remember I listened to the rules. I told you when you tell me something, I retain it much better. I listened to that part.
Yeah, but they don't care.
Yeah.
They just expect everybody to forget. Thank you, Keldrick. If DeSantis makes America Florida, does that mean we get state-issued swamp gators? Because I might vote for him if it does. I think it means you get a machete, a gun, access to bath salts, and a saddle for an alligator.
Yes.
The alligator you got to buy separate.
And
it's like a $75 shipping fee.
And an eagle tattoo.
Well, yeah, maybe a case of really shitty beer.
Some Pabst Blue Ribbon.
Yeah.
All right, sorry.
Here in Iowa, who's endorsed me, Nikki Haley did not. She failed. And if she can't do it in the reddest state in the country of South Carolina, how are you going to be able to succeed in Washington, D.C.? Now, in terms of what we've done, we believe in empowering parents, and there's certain standards about what's age and developmentally appropriate. It's wrong to have pornographic materials in 4th or 5th grade.
True.
And you know what's happened? They'll go to school board meetings all around the country. They'll start reading it, and they say, oh, no, it's too graphic. You can't read it here. You can't put it on the 6 o'clock news. Well, if you can't.
That is 100% true. We've seen several of the videos on this channel. This stuff that they're banning books, they will not let be read in the school board meetings. But it's okay for your kids. Fuck you.
And if it's not appropriate in a school board meeting and you can't put on the 6 o'clock news, why are you jamming it down the throats of a 4th grader?
So, Governor, just a point of clarification. Do you want to implement Florida's education policies nationwide?
It depends on the policy. School choice, universal, yes. I don't want a nationalized curriculum. I think that that's a bottom-up thing. I want to get rid of the Federal Department of Education, get that weight off the backs of the state and local governments. But we are going to do nationwide scholarships through the tax corporate tax credits, and that's going to bail out a lot of poor.
I need you to clarify this. Oh, you shut up, please.
Yeah, you're making sense. Knock it off.
God
we don't want
damn.
people hearing this.
Thank you. Throughout this country,
Governor Haley.
Oh, she gets a rebuttal.
I have fought for school choice in my entire career because I think parents know their children best.
Then why didn't you get it implemented when you were governor?
It was only a few cases, Monkey.
Yeah, that was 10 years ago. I've been fucked in the UN. I mean, I went to the UN since then.
And I think we should always do that. That's why we passed charter school legislation in our state. That's why we empowered homeschoolers in our state. That's why we changed the funding formula. So we lifted up challenged areas without bringing down the wealthy areas.
You were last in education. You should not be bragging about anything you did. If you want to talk about why it didn't work out, there you go. But you should not be bragging about any of it.
We wanted school choice. I had a Republican legislature that wouldn't do it, but we pushed hard to get that done. That doesn't mean that we shouldn't do it across the country, but what we have to do is we have to make it state-centric. We've got to get these programs down to.
Doesn't mean we shouldn't do it state or federally, but it should be state-centric. How does that work out?
I don't know.
We're going to pass a federal law for the states to decide. What the fuck?
The state level. We've got to let the focus be on teachers. Teachers right now have to be the guidance counselors, the pastors, the nurses, and every.
No, they don't. They do that on their own. They have to teach the children the one thing they're not fucking doing. And
also,
here she goes.
You're not allowed to be their pastors.
She's up here. Oh, the teachers, the teachers are the ones who are fucking it up, you idiot. You're gonna blame the kids for not getting educated? Jack, why is there a push for school choice?
Because a lot of the schools suck, and people don't want their kids being around a bunch of gender weirdos that are obsessed with children's genitals.
They're trying to give these parents the ability to move their kids to a place where the teachers are actually doing their fucking job.
Yeah.
Thing in between, and oh, by the way, they have to teach to a test. That's not what teachers want. Teachers want to do what they were taught to do.
Yeah, push Marxism.
Oh.
Fuck, I can hug you right now. She's not wrong. They are doing exactly what they were taught to do, and our schools suck because of it.
Mm-hmm.
She just told us earlier about how bad reading and math scores are all over the country are, and now but you got to be the pastor. You got to baptize the kid. The one thing they're not doing is teaching, and they brag about it. It's Libs of TikTok's bread and butter for like a year of her account.
Oh yeah, at least.
We should be able to say penis to the 3-year-olds.
And that means math, science, reading, history, English, arts. That's it. Schools can't be all things to all kids. They need to let the parents parent. They need to let teachers teach. And we need to go back to the basics in education so we get our kids.
Thank you.
You're right. We need to go back to the basics. But again, it's the teachers that are the problem. How do you solve the problem? By pumping up the assholes who are doing it?
Yeah, you can't pander to the teachers union when they're the problem.
Jesus Christ, she's dumb. I cannot believe so many people are willing to vote for her.
I can't either, but in small doses, she does a little bit better because they give her softball questions and she's like, oh, I can handle this.
And she does with all of her rambling. She does eventually get, like, she ended there on a strong note.
Mm-hmm.
But you have to ignore everything else she said to get to that.
Like I said, if you're half paying attention, doing something else, like you're doing the dishes, and you've got Fox News on and you're listening,
yeah,
it sounds like it makes more sense because you're not paying attention to what she's actually saying. So she talks out of both sides of her mouth on an issue, and from just a cursory glance, you're gonna mistake it for something remotely intelligent.
Indeed. We're only an hour into this. How is that possible? These guys aren't that you know why? Because I keep getting distracted because they're so boring.
You get distracted? I have never heard of such a thing.
Speaking of distracted, Dangerous says Haley's a big fan of pumping up assholes. Fair. And Darth Kane says, must be my birthday. I caught you live. It's debate day, so we're really, really long. Welcome. By the way, guys, don't forget to tell your friends, your family that bitch you hate. Make them watch the show. Even if you got to like hold open their eyes with Q-tips. They don't have to watch. They can just listen.
Yeah, it could be some kind of torture device.
Yeah, we're not encouraging that. We're just saying if it happens.
Yeah, I mean, stuff happens in life.
Oh, hey, guys, I ran into a Nikki Haley supporter in the wild. It was weird. Yeah. I don't know how you can support this woman. I really don't.
I haven't seen anyone wearing any like pro Nikki Haley stuff, but she does seem to have a large support base. I have seen people wearing Vivek stuff and DeSantis stuff and Trump stuff and even some Biden stuff. There's a guy by my post office that has a big fucking flag that says Biden on it.
Jeff asked what time we started. We are at 4 hours, 7 minutes, and 16 seconds as of this moment.
Woo!
Woohoo! We still got an hour to go. I'm not gonna lie to you, Jack. We might just skip ahead at some point.
Yeah, well, it's just a lot of repetitive stuff after a while.
Problem, though. That word salad is the problem.
Governor
She said
DeSantis.
she's always supported school choice, and she failed to deliver. She blames other people. Leadership is about getting things done. Stop making excuses. Make it happen.
Okay, that is his best of the night. He just bitch slapped her in front of everyone.
Yeah.
Holy shit. And look, she's immediately going into her bitch face.
Oh yeah. Yeah, she's giving him the mom looks.
If leadership's about getting things done, how did you blow through $150 million in your campaign and you were down in the polls?
So here's
you
I
are
think
not
this
a
is
manager.
very
No,
instructive.
now I'm
I
going to
think
say.
it's very instructive about
if
what
he's
how
gonna
Nikki
do
handled
this-
If I remember correctly, it is DeSantis' turn to speak.
Hey, fact.
the world.
I
She
think I have
equates
the floor.
Political
Governor
advertisements
DeSantis,
as like
let
that's as important
Governor
as the
DeSantis,
kids and
Governor
their
Haley has the
education.
floor.
What is
Why does she have the floor? It's his turn.
No, it's her turn, monkey.
She literally
turn.
okay.
more important here? She's saying
Governor
somehow
DeSantis,
that that's
it's
not
Governor
important.
Haley's. It's Haley.
And here comes the cavalry to the rescue. Dana Wallace over here.
The media riding in like the shining knight of whiteness. The white knight's coming to save you. Oh, poor Rapunzel.
It's Governor Haley's time.
Go ahead.
Real quick. Thank you, Dark Resurrect, for that feminist donation. I use MITAM as conversion therapy for commies. So far, I have a success rate of 60%. That's really good.
Yeah.
The others got to experience the end result of their glorious communism. Diggy, diggy hole.
Just for the record, fuck commies. Anyway,
I'm stealing that diggy, diggy hole. That's funny.
diggy hole.
It just flows well.
It does.
Time. Go ahead.
I think I hit a nerve. What I will tell you is, look,
Hey, that landed with 4 people in the audience.
if you can't manage a campaign, it's been a revolving door of political people in and out of his campaign. You've heard of campaign people going to blows with each other because they can't all agree. $150 million, and he spent more on private planes and commercials. I flew commercial. I stayed in residence.
Yeah, because it doesn't really count as mile high if you're not on a Delta.
Well,
saying.
I mean, as Spirit Air, you'll probably get stuck in the bathroom and something horrible happen. Like
That's it.
Pebbles
We
comes
went and
back up
saved
out
our-
of the toilet. And
Right.
Revenge.
Revenge of Pebbles. She keeps harping on this. His campaign sucks. Okay. Even if let's just say he has the worst campaign ever. When you talk about actual leadership, which one of you did better with the state? I mean, they were just talking education. Florida number 1, South Carolina number 50. But his campaign sucks. He's talking about getting shit done, lady.
Technically, she got stuff done. It just wasn't productive.
I was productive. It produced a nice pearl necklace.
Yeah, her one daughter's kind of hot.
I haven't seen her kids.
Cute from the right angles.
I wonder who her dad is.
I don't know.
Neither does Haley.
Our money. We made sure we spent it right because you have to understand it's not your money, it's other people's money, and you have to know how to handle it.
No, it's his money at that point. It was donated to him, sweetheart.
You have to know how to handle it, monkey, if you know what I'm saying.
If you donate money to somebody, and in this case, it's for his political campaign, he can spend it on his political campaign however he fucking wants to.
No.
We're not talking about tax dollars here. We're talking about volunteering to give people money. You fucking it. Did you catch the give part? You. She's dumb. She's just dumb. And she's who the left pumps up. And yeah, when I say left, I mean Fox too.
If he can't handle the financial parts of a campaign, how's he going to handle the economy when it comes to the White House?
Probably the way he's done in Florida, where he's got the debt going down. None of your arguments make any sense, lady. even if you were going to take this is a one-time, hey, he sucks at his campaign. This is the third time she's brought it up.
Yeah.
He's doing really well in the state, but have you seen his campaign? He's not on CNN as much as I am.
And he goes and he's
great-
he has been demeaning me over and over again, telling lies,
Demeaning you?
DeSantisLies.com, because he thinks it makes him look bigger. But in the one basic thing, you've campaigned for president in one state, you're invisible in New Hampshire, you're invisible in South Carolina, you're in 5th place, you've got $150 million and you've gone down in the polls in Iowa. Why should we think you can manage or do anything in this country?
Thank you, Governor DeSantis.
This is a great window into leadership because she focused on a lot of political process stuff, things that no voter cares about. And she couldn't tell you why she failed to deliver school choice to people in her state after she promised it. So she says somehow that.
This is what I was just talking about. She should not be talking about this stuff, trying to hit him with that when he can just go, let's look at our actual records. You set yourself up. I don't know what fucking retard told this was a good tack to take, but you should fire them.
Look, Monkey, records are cishet patriarchy.
That is the indicative of, no, leadership is about producing results. We've produced the results in Florida. We did universal school choice. We've cut taxes. We banned sanctuary cities. On and on down the line, everything I promised I delivered. She doesn't have a rationale for why she couldn't get it done. That is poor leadership. You look at me, everything I promised I would do, I've delivered, and you can expect nothing less when I'm the president of the United States.
We're gonna move on now.
I need to respond to that.
Why does she get a chance to respond?
Because she's a woman.
Go ahead.
So you want to talk about leadership, and he wants to go and demean and put down. Let me tell you what leadership is. Leadership is the fact that I went into South Carolina that had 11% unemployment rate.
And made the kids stupid.
Well, you just fudge the numbers, and then they go down. That's how unemployment works.
I sold out to the Chinese and made the kids stupid. Well, good job.
Leadership is the fact that we turned it into an economic powerhouse, building planes, building cars, building tires. We were named the Beast of the Southeast. We moved the 11% unemployment down to 4%. We announced jobs in every county in the state. We moved 35,000.
You're talking about the recovery, which was happening anyway. I mean, good on her that stuff did get better, but part of that was just the nation as a whole changing. So be honest for once, Nikki. Don't make me find who owns that website and take it over.
People on welfare to work. We changed our prison system to where we now have the lowest recidivism rate in the country. We passed voter ID. We passed tort reform. We did pension reform. We paid down our debt. We cut taxes. We made sure that people were proud again. We did E-Verify in the first 6
Proud Southerners is kind of a problematic thing for me.
months, not 5 years like Ron. So don't go and pick on school choice and say that that's leadership. Okay. When I got to the UN, we cut $1 billion off the top, and we took.
Did you catch that? Dana starts to interrupt her and then stops.
Yeah. Well, it's okay because she's got the woman card.
I fucking hate the press, man. They are so dirty.
Well, they've already picked a favorite here, and it's not DeSantis, and there's only 2 people on stage since Krispy Kreme went on a food run.
I will say this, that CNN headline I saw, we're only about halfway in, but I agree with DeSantis. She embarrasses herself here. Yeah. This is embarrassing.
It is if you're paying attention to it. Like I said, if you're only half paying attention, I mean, listen to all the fucking seals in the audience going, "Yeah, you slay queen, yay!"
But the weird thing is, from that audience, she's not getting as much applause as she has from the others.
Yes, and I think there's supposed to be a lot of sympathetic people in the audience for her.
Yep.
So I'm gonna go pee. I'll be right back.
Sure. We're gonna wait for him to come back, but the South, unlike the Dems, got over our racism. I was just making a joke, Dark. Just making a joke. I know I talk about it all the time, but it's because it's important. The way the press acts. I mean, we saw it way back in 2016 in such blatant, or sorry, in 2020 in such blatant terms, where Chris Wallace starts arguing with Trump instead of Joe Biden during the debate. It's not always that blatant. It's things like this, where earlier Ron DeSantis is in the middle of giving an answer. She starts speaking up. And even though there hasn't been a new question or anything, and it's not her time to rebut, excuse me, Mr. DeSantis, it's her time. It's her time. And like right here, they have just talked over DeSantis anytime his light goes off, because they have lights letting them know how long they're allowed to talk. And they did. Governor DeSantis. Dana goes to cut her off here. She's not even supposed to have an answer here. She was given extra time so that she could do this nonsense. And instead of cutting her off like they do with him, they just let her keep going. Maybe she'll ramble out some stuff that makes sense eventually. It's so dirty. And it's why it is a large problem with why we are where we are. Media and education are so fucked right now. So infiltrated with commie fucking losers that somebody like Nikki Haley, who has such clear liberal shit going on, is seen as almost a real candidate. She should be laughed off this fucking stage for the stupid shit she's been saying. She's contradicted herself, literally right behind each other. It's fucking stupid.
Contradicted.
She likes that contradicted.
What about the Iranians? The Iran Contras?
She takes a pearl necklace so seriously it crystallized. Wonder how long that took. Thank you so much, Lysis. That's gross.
Gross.
Funny, but gross.
To kick me son off of our backs, and America was respected again at the UN.
I
I know what
We're moving
leadership
on to a topic, governors, that both.
And you know, she wants to make that sound like the only thing he brought up was school choice. He also brought up that you absolutely failed at education, period, which was the debate topic.
Of you have made central to your campaigns, and that is China. Governor
China.
Haley, American farmers.
No, you say it properly. China.
Hurt by former President Trump's trade war with China. As a result, his administration paid out $28 billion in subsidies to farmers. You have vowed to be even tougher than Donald Trump on China. If your trade policies also end up hurting America's farmers, are you prepared to cut a check just like he did?
Well, that's why Trump should be here on this debate stage. He should have to defend it. So
this is one of the few times he was right to do so. When we get into this trade war with China, it seriously hurt our farmers. That was the government who did it, and they have a responsibility to step in. And 28 billion, that is a huge number, but compared to what our government spends, the 4 to 5, are we at 6 trillion now, I think, every year? It's not that much. And it wasn't that long. It was a very short thing, and he won that trade war.
Yeah, absolutely. Plus, I really didn't have a problem with it. We've sent more money to Ukraine on a whim than what he was trying to set up for longevity. So, yeah, I didn't really have a problem with it. We all knew it was going to be a short-term thing.
Yeah. What was he supposed to do? Let them starve? Let their farms go under? This was literally Trump's doing. It's the government's responsibility at that point. But anyway.
So first of all, I've said China is our #1 national security threat. I fought them every single day at the United Nations.
And sucked him off every single day as governor. Stop it.
I know what they're
Probably
capable
literally.
of. The first thing we have to do is we have to make sure we stop selling them any land and we take back the land they already purchased.
In South Carolina? When you were governor?
Oopsie poopsie.
We need to go to our universities and we say, you either take Chinese money or you take American money, but the days of taking both are over. We need to stop all of the technologies that are going to China. Biden approved 70% of them. Trump approved even more than that. We have to tell them we're going to end all normal trade relations with them until they stop murdering Americans with fentanyl. And we need to make sure we build up our military. But
okay, you're going to end all trade relations with them till the fentanyl thing's done. I get where you're going there. But what are you going to do when the economy crashes?
Yeah, how are you going to respond to that? What are you doing to bring those jobs that we lost to them back?
Yeah.
What's your alternative? Are we going to shift some of that buying over to India? Because until you have answers for those questions, it's not that easy. It's a good talking point.
Exactly.
I'd like to get us off Chinese interests as well, but You don't have a choice until you have something replacing it.
Or if you are going to do something like that, which is kind of the question, because that's what happens with Trump and the trade war with the agriculture sector. You have to be willing to step in and go, okay, we're gonna take care of you guys who get hurt here. But where are you getting that money? Because you've already told us you're cutting taxes. You haven't really mentioned any spending cutting. All you mentioned was we were going to go after $200 billion of COVID money, which isn't going to cover shit.
The biggest thing, I was very attached to China in terms of
He nodded. We got stuck.
of trade. And the one thing we'll do is we won't wait for the China to pull the rug out from under Iowans. What we'll do is instead we will move that trade to where we have friends. We will go and build partnerships. India, Japan, South Korea, Philippines, Australia, Israel. We will go and move that trade over. Right now, you can ask our farmers when they go and they buy from China.
You're going to move that trade over to people we could be trading with now. There's a reason we're trading with China, you idiot. It's not just that we really, really like the Chinese. Is Israel going to make me a cheap Walmart TV?
I doubt it.
And China orders, cancels the order.
Now I kind of want a TV with a yarmulke.
I don't know. You might get one with like the curly hair on the sides.
Oh yeah, that would be awesome.
Then goes and tries to buy it cheap. That's what China does. Our farmers deserve better than that. We will get them trade deals. When I was governor in South Carolina, we sold and we exported everything we were making in South Carolina. When I'm
What?
Okay. When I was governor, we sold stuff. All right.
president, we will sell and export everything that's being made in Iowa to those that are our friends, not our enemies.
Thank you, Governor DeSantis. Your response.
And when they don't need it or don't have the money for it, what are you going to do with it? Let it go bad? Wait, how come we're not getting a... She didn't answer that question.
No, she didn't.
How come we're not getting a redirect?
That's a theme tonight.
We've seen DeSantis get corrected, what, 2 or 3 times? I know at least twice. Hey, could you answer this question? She's allowed to just fucking ramble.
Well, like I said, to dumb people, a long, wordy, rambly answer sounds smart.
Furry from Finley says, we already grow all that. If China stops buying, we'll sell to Africa instead. Africa doesn't have the money.
Yeah, we're going to be giving it to Africa.
Yeah.
And it'll be subsidies. Yeah, there's not a lot of people that have the money for a lot of what we sell.
Yeah. Hey, Dixie, how you doing, sweetie?
What's up, Dixie? How you doing?
The way you deal with China is threefold. One, we need more hard power in the Indo-Pacific. I'm a Navy guy. We need more sea power. We're going to build that up, and we're going to have a strategy to deny their ability to invade Taiwan or to get...
This isn't a question about China invading Taiwan. It's will you take care of farmers if there's a trade war?
Well, he got Nikki's attention because she was thinking about semen. How did you not see that opening right there when he brought up the baby?
That was wonderful.
Thank you.
Get beyond the first island chain. On the current course, they're going to take advantage of Biden, and we're going to rue the day when that happens. Second, we got to decouple our economy, particularly things that are nationally significant to our national survival. And you got to be methodical, strategic about it. There's a lot of moving parts there, but we're going to do that. Nikki Haley's not going to be able to do that because a lot of her supporters make a lot of money in China. And so she's going to talk tough, but she'll cave on that. And then also with here in the United States,
I don't know how her eyes haven't gotten stuck like that. This bitch keeps rolling her eyes something fierce.
Yeah, can you imagine what her kids are like? I mean, if she rolls her eyes this much, she's got a teenage daughter who's like 19 or 20 or something. Can you imagine how much that chick rolls her eyes?
She's so insufferable. Jesus Christ. You think your daughter ever looked at her and goes, Mom, grow up? I hope that's happened at least once.
Yeah, that'd be funny.
She's saying they shouldn't be buying land and be in the universities.
Hit her.
She was governor of South
Get her.
Carolina. The state gave China land, and they were in the universities. As governor in Florida, I banned China from buying land,
She's doing that little. Yes, you did, bitch.
and we kicked them out of our universities. That's what you want to do.
Go ahead.
DeSantisLies.com. He has an economic development arm. You had an office
Somebody just wooed that.
I'm so tired of hearing that fucking website.
in Hong Kong. On the website, it said that Florida is a great place to do for Chinese companies to do business. And then when we called you out on it, you had the website scrubbed. So we know that that's the case.
Okay, let's say that's true. What does it have to do with you selling land to the Chinese?
That's called a misdirect, monkey.
What I will tell you is we need to focus
Eagle says, I'm guessing she's been saying it all night. Literally her first answer.
on what we're going to do to become less dependent on China. And
Or
we
wait,
need to make sure.
It might have been her second answer, but she opened with it. It was either first or second. Yeah.
She hasn't stopped repeating that website since. It's driving me up a fucking wall.
Here we see her showing how much she can take.
That we look at it through a national security lens.
Oh,
When
hey,
we
we
had
can't show
COVID,
that on
everybody
here.
told you to wear a mask. It was made in China. They told you to take a COVID test. You turned it over. It was made in China. If you go down the drugstore aisle, all those medicines are made in China. We need to make sure we're getting medicines made here, or we need to get it from our friends so that we're not in any way threatened.
He accused you of selling land to the Chinese after you're out there talking about how we can't have land to the Chinese. And your answer is COVID tests were made in China.
And the masks.
And the masks.
medicine.
And the medicine.
But she's not wrong that a lot of our stuff is made in
No.
China, including medications. But it's irrelevant to what was asked.
Yes,
but nobody
exactly.
can stay on point this entire fucking thing.
Tell you,
And
Ron continues.
Instead, she gives us, but DeSantisLies.com. Keldrick, thank you. DeSantisLies.com. She says to dodge answering for her own lies. And then I missed the last sentence there. I'm so sorry. Now I have to refresh a different page. It'll take a second. So I'm going to keep talking as though it was planned, because that's how you deal with dead air instead of letting it just be dead. Thank you,
Well, the
Keldrick.
show is scripted.
DeSantisLies.com. She says to dodge answering for her own lies every single time. True story. True story.
It does seem to be the case. Once she throws the website out, I don't believe anything she's saying.
No, because it's just distraction.
To sit there and talk about China. He has done expansions in China. His biggest donor that is backed by China gave them $340,000. So don't go and talk about donors and money.
No,
Go
that's
to
not true.
He didn't talk about donors and money. He talked about you giving land to the Chinese when you were governor. At least she didn't pull out the "it was 10 years ago" line again.
Well, you can only use that so many times.
She erects so many so many sailors. She erects so many straw men. It's ridiculous.
Look,
That thing you didn't say didn't happen.
there is a big industry right now during this election cycle for straw men, and that industry is growing.
God bless, man. And it's all Chinese straw.
Probably, which means it's coated in lead.
She brags about how well she did with the South Carolina economy, but she won't tell you why. A lot of it was the Chinese money coming in.
Mm-hmm.
DeSantisLies.com. and we'll
Oh,
tell you
fuck. She said it again.
Yep. Yeah, you stopped it right as she started the Santa's lies. You paused it so you could talk to this is gonna be annoying.
Jesus Christ.
Look, I know
Governor
your record
DeSantis,
hurts. I know your record hurts. in
My
China.
record
Governor
doesn't
DeSantis,
because
I
you're
wanna
an
ask-
economic power.
You're talking the opposite of what you did. You were made a big effort to bring them into the state. They had land near a military base. You were in front of the Chinese.
I can't believe Dana actually let him go on. She was, in fairness, she was cutting him off and let him talk here.
I think they just gave up at some point, because you haven't heard Tapper stop anyone.
Tapper hasn't said stuff in a little while.
He's probably
flexing.
asleep.
He's probably beating off, thinking about thinking about the spin room later with Nikki.
For them. You wrote a love letter to the ambassador. That's well documented. You were the
Okay.
#1 Republican governor in the country. And even people that on the media who are hostile to me, they say they can't find one instance of me as governor recruiting a Chinese company because I haven't done it. It's not been part of that. And the Enterprise Florida, we actually eliminated. So here's the thing, though. She's backed by companies like BlackRock. She's backed by major companies on Wall Street. They make a lot of money in China. There's a reason why.
I didn't watch this piece of shit, but I got a message from my brother telling me to drink every time you hear DeSantis lies. Now I get it. Mr. E, is your brother trying to kill you?
Right? I think you better find out if he's got an insurance policy on you before you follow that one through.
I'm Aussie. This is just comedy to me. I'm of two minds because as an American, it does matter to me, but also a lot of the stuff is just comedy to me too.
Yeah,
I mean,
like this is a clown show for second place.
Yeah, it really is.
You're in the mess you are in terms of trying to deal with the inflation and everything because the elites in this country have sold out the middle of the country for China. She is part of that now, and she's not going to stand up for you.
Governor DeSantis, I want to ask about something that you mentioned you've been talking a lot about on the campaign trail, which is decoupling the U.S. economy with China's. China is a top supplier of goods to the United States. The U.S. sells more than $150 billion of goods to China every year. Is it really possible to sever economic ties without inflicting major pain on American business? And
not quickly. That's not something you can do overnight, but it can be done. We just have to have the will to do it.
Also, I don't think you're inflicting major pain. It's a delightful film.
Major Pain is one of the few misses. That and Blank Man for Damon Wayans. God damn.
Because those are sketches. It's like the Saturday Night Live effect. You can't make a whole movie about that.
Well, the problem with Blank Man is
they didn't go retarded enough.
Yes, it was purposefully toned down.
Yes. The same thing with The Ringers. Did you ever see that? Where the guy pretends he's retarded?
Yep.
It was the South Park episode first, I think. But yeah, if they hadn't tried to dial it back and just went full retard, it would have been hilarious.
The only part of that movie I like is when the fuck did we get ice cream?
Yeah.
It's not a horrible movie, but it could have been so much better. Whereas Blank Man was just horrible because they took out the funny part. Furry says I like Major Pain. We just have different tastes then. That was a miss for me.
I found it tolerable. It's something I put on in the background or leave it on. It's not something I'm going to seek out.
Damon's best performance is clearly in I'm Gonna Get You, Sucker. I fucking love that movie.
I kind of rewatched that because you reference it a lot, and I haven't seen it in at least 20 years.
I think I can still quote it. My wife used to give me and my brother shit because we'd get around each other and we'd just start quoting that movie. Anyway, if you don't know blaxploitation films, you probably won't get most of the humor in that. But if you do, it is fucking hilarious. I know you do, so you get the humor.
I've seen most of the blaxploitation films. I grew up on that shit. It was awesome.
Yeah.
And American consumers.
Sure it is. And
I wish they would ask these candidates about blaxploitation films.
Right? Like, what are your thoughts on Shaft Goes to Africa?
What do you think about Big Bad Mama? What do you think about Cleopatra Jones?
Oh, that's such an underrated movie. Or Dolomite. Oh man.
Blackula.
Oh, Scream, Blackula, Scream. Blackenstein. Oh man, all the good ones.
Haley would be like, I'm from South Carolina. I don't know what black is.
We don't talk about that. Civil War.
That's a dark time.
Wow.
Something that you got to be strategic, you got to be methodical about. You got to focus on the things that are of national significance. For example, I don't think it's a good idea that the pharmaceuticals come from there. Things for our military weaponry, all these important things that if we got into a worldwide conflict, we're going to ask China, who may be on the other side of that, to continue doing that. So you got to be smart about it. You got to recognize that you're going to have to do some incentives here in this country, tax incentives, regulatory incentives. But I want to make things here again. You know, I look around the country.
Okay, fuck, you're just rambling. The short answer is it is possible. It's just going to take time, and we have to commit to doing stuff on our own. It's a simple answer.
country. There's parts of Iowa that have been hollowed out, particularly in the eastern part. And I've talked to folks and seen what that did for the community. We were sold a bill of goods by a lot of elites in this country that somehow putting China in the WTO and granting a most favored nation status was going to lead to our manufacturing exporting a bunch of stuff there. Instead, they've gobbled up so much more manufacturing. I don't think you can be a first-rate power unless you have a very strong industrial base.
I'm falling asleep.
So we're going to
listening
do
to
that
this.
here. We're going to work on workforce education. Not everyone needs to do a 4-year brick and ivy university. That's not the best way or only way for people to succeed. We're going to do.
Oh my God, Ron, what the fuck does it have to do with whether or not we can sustain a trade war with China? How are you going to do it?
He doesn't have an answer, so it's time to ramble. That's the theme of this debate.
It's such an easy answer. And if you're being honest about it, it's a really easy answer. Yes, it can happen without too much pain. It's just going to take a little while.
Yeah.
Skilled trades. We're going to do vocational. We've done that in Florida. It's going to be a really, really big thing. But I just think the middle of the country.
Are you going to do vocational schools for how to make medicine?
Yes.
Oh, fuck.
To have those good paying jobs. And we can't put the interest of some of the people on.
We'll just put all the meth labs out there to work.
Well, the Chinese do have secret labs. So
yeah, indeed.
Maybe they're higher.
Over the interest of Americans on Main Street.
Let's move on to Social Security. Let's move on to Social Security. According to the Social Security Administration, Social Security will be unable to pay full benefits in a decade if no.
Which, by the way, they've been saying for at least 3 decades.
No, they've been printing more money for 3 decades. So,
and that's all they would do then too. I mean, it's one of those things they talk about every about 8 years. This comes up. We're not going to have any money in Social Security in 10 years. Okay, put it in a lockbox so that it's not being misspent on other shit. How about that? How about getting all the people off of it who should not be on there? Social Security is supposed to be a retirement program for people who pay into it. How the fuck is some kid who's retarded? And I get it, he needs some help and stuff, but how's he getting Social Security?
Don't look at that.
He didn't put a fucking dime in it. You put too much weight on the system. I don't believe in the system anyway. It's a Ponzi scheme. But all you've done is make it a worse, more dangerous Ponzi scheme with all this shit.
Come on. It's not like our system will collapse under the weight of, say, 38 million illegal aliens mooching off the system.
You know
That's just goofy talk, monkey. You're silly. You're a silly head.
You know the only reason it's not insolvent right now is because baby boomers started dying?
It's almost like if you really wanted to, you could kill off a bunch of them with a disease that's highly contagious that seems to target the elderly. Oh, I'm sorry. I was just thinking random thoughts for a possible novel.
Yeah.
Totally unrelated sci-fi stuff like Andromeda Strain. Don't worry about it. That would never happen or be manufactured in China.
No, because that would obviously be not man-made.
Yeah.
Action is taken. Governor DeSantis, you have said that you're not going to, quote, mess with Social Security, unquote. Does that mean you have committed to never raising the retirement age and never cutting benefits?
So
the retirement age needs lifted. The retirement age should stay in line with the average lifespan.
Mm-hmm.
People are living longer and healthier, and you're like, well, you hit 67. It's you get to do it, even though you still have time where you could be working and stuff. That the whole point of it is for after you're done and on the way out. I mean, that's a horrible way to say it, but it's like a safety net until you die. That's what it was supposed to be.
Yeah, well,
All
I mean, not many
seniors
people made it to 65 back then.
True.
But, you know, now if you raise it, oh, you're murdering old people.
Well, there's a solution to that, and it's been mentioned before. What you do is, all right, as of today, if you're still eligible, then you get it at this. But as of today, that age goes up. And it has to happen. It really does.
Yeah, it should have happened a while ago. But then people will just start identifying as elderly.
Mm-hmm.
So, you know, I am actually an 80-year-old man.
I'm trans birthday.
Yeah.
out there, promise has been made to you. You've paid into this.
And I think anybody born on April Fool or not April Fool's Day, leap year on that extra day, your birthday only comes every 4 years. So you never get Social Security. Sorry.
Yeah, because you're gonna die at like 10.
Yeah, so 20 maybe, you know.
If you're lucky.
Every single paycheck that you've had your entire life, they've taken money out of, and that promise needs to be fulfilled. So that will happen when I'm president. Of course, I have a lot of seniors in Florida that depend on Social Security. I know many of them, and I think back to my own grandmother who was lived till 91.
Nobody cares.
Social
Nobody
Security
cares.
was her sole source of income.
Nobody cares.
So promise made, promise kept. You know, on the retirement age, you know, it used to be people would say, well, life expectancy is going up. Shouldn't it mirror that?
Yes.
Well, the problem now in the last 5 years is life expectancy is going down.
Stop. That was because of COVID. Stop.
It's because everybody was dying.
So I don't see how you can raise the retirement age when our life expectancy is collapsing in this country.
One, it's not collapsing, and it's still higher than it was when the age was set at 67. That's how, dumbass.
Shush. You're thinking with your logic brain again and not with like my fifis. I gotta worry about you killing grandma, you evil politician. They will kill your grandma either way, so don't even pretend. Thank you, Evolved Potato. It might not take as long as people think. China is worse economically than it ever has been in decades. They only survive with constant injection of foreign cash from investments that never work out. Bleeding them dry of foreign cash is the way. They do a lot of that, and yeah, their economy is in some trouble.
Go ahead.
But if we start trying to lure companies back, we could accelerate that.
The problem, though, it's not just that simple. You still need like infrastructure. Like when you're looking at the, say, the chips that need to be made, the silicone chips for computers and everything else we fucking use today. It takes 5 years to build one of those factories.
Yeah.
Could we speed that up? Probably, but even if you got it done in a year, that's still a year wait. So
Yeah.
I'm not saying it's going to be like decades and decades, but it's going to be 5-10 years easily.
Yeah, we should have been working on this a long time ago, but let's face it, our politicians are stupid and lazy.
They really are.
Probably getting kickbacks. But the Chinese, they can because they could fudge their numbers, they can cushion the blow a little bit with all these work programs that they've got. Like they're building all the coal power plants. And what has China done historically when their economy starts to tank or they have a large male population and small female population? They invade somebody.
Frosted, thank you. So I tied an onion on my belt, DeSantis. That's a quote. What is that from?
Simpsons.
Oh, gotcha. Yeah. I'm not as big on the Simpsons. I like the Simpsons, but I'm not all up. I haven't seen all of it. I've seen maybe, if you put all the episodes together, probably 4 seasons.
Wow. Well,
Yeah.
you know, you tie an onion on your belt because it's the fashion of the time. It's just
Gotcha.
the way things are.
Samsung's building a factory in Arizona right now, and somebody else, it might be Intel. I think you're right about Intel. Oh crap, who is that viewer that used to come around that girl? Fuck, what's her name?
That narrowed it down.
She's a big Sinatra fan.
Gamer Valine?
Gamer Valine, thank you. She works in that industry, and she was telling us one time about the different factories that were being built that she knew of. Why did this not refresh?
I don't know.
I hate computers sometimes. All right. If somebody sent me a donation and I missed it, I apologize. I don't see it anymore. Maybe it was Frosted's that came through that I saw. Anyway. Fuck. They're going to put me to sleep, Jack.
That's a huge problem in and of itself. I'll work with both sides of the aisle. We'll work on something for the long-term strengthening, but I am not going to mess with seniors' benefits. In this high inflation environment, groceries are going through the roof, rent is going through the roof, all these staples, and you get a cost of living adjustment, but that's not enough to cover the costs that have been increased. So seniors are really strapped, particularly those that are on fixed income, and they have to know that we're going to deliver when it comes to their Social Security check. Now, we're going to get inflation down.
My
We're going
God.
to get energy costs down. There's going to be a lot of things that are going to help seniors, but I think seniors should know promise made will be a promise kept.
So just
Did anybody watch this thing all the way through?
Yeah, I did.
Why?
And then you sent me a link because I knew we were going to talk about it. I did. For some reason, I didn't think we were going to do this one live, or I wouldn't have, because it was fucking painful the first time.
This is boring as shit. They just keep rambling.
Yeah. Nobody Not Me brings up a good point. Cuomo, with his great Meemaw massacre, did save Social Security some money.
He did. Absolutely.
So did Whitmer. I think that's why they were murdering old people.
Frosted says, can somebody shine Vivek's bat signal? God, I
wish. He was busy hanging out with Timmy Pool.
He did his own thing tonight, didn't he?
Yeah, he was hanging out with Tim Pool and some other retard. I don't know.
And Trump did one too. So, I mean, if I was watching this live and knowing those other two, even with Timmy Pool, I would tune into Vivek or Trump every time.
Yeah, because even if you disagree with them, it'll be entertaining. These two planks of wood. Oh my God, this is almost like watching paint dry half the time. They get their cheap shots in, but if you're not a political wonk, this is going to bore you to fucking tears.
I am a political wonk, and it's boring me to tears.
I know.
The first half of this was okay. Well, probably the first 30 minutes of it. But since then, it's just a race to see who can say the most shit in any given answer.
No, this is a fucking ad for DeSantisLies.com. It's like watching all the Grammarly commercials back in the day.
What's up, P-Dog? How you doing, my friend?
Hey, Doug. Real quick. Thank you, Evolved Potato. Social Security shouldn't be your only source of income. We have mandatory retirement funds in Australia, but it's not government run. It's created a big industry to run the investments. So it's not the best, but it's much better than your Ponzi scheme. Yeah, well, that's a low bar. It's a pretty shit system we've got going on here.
Yeah, they tried to kind of do that with 401ks to make it not mandatory, but give you at least an option. And for some people it works, and it's a reason our stock market is blown up as big as it has. And God forbid anything ever happens to that. There's a lot of old people going to starve to death.
Oh, yeah, don't worry. Give it time. It's gonna fuck up.
In 15 seconds, removing current seniors from the equation, you're not saying that you're committing to never raising the retirement age or cutting benefits.
I would never raise the retirement age in the face of declining life expectancy. I mean, I think that would be really bad. I mean, just think about it. That hurts blue collar folks. You get taxed your entire life. Life expectancy's down. You may not even be recouping very many benefits. And so life expectancy is.
But theoretically, you're able to work longer, dumbass. I could get hit by a bus tomorrow and never get a single dime from Social Security.
Don't give the government ideas. They'll start a busing industry.
Bro, if I get hit by a bus tomorrow, that is like the worst luck ever. I don't think there's even a bus in my town except for a school bus.
You don't know what's lurking around in that woods.
And I hang out in a cement box, basically, because I'm always in the basement. That would be horrible.
Yeah, you're going to get hit by a bus driven by a turkey. An asshole to cricket will dance on your grave while you're dying. He'll be sitting on your forehead chirping.
Oh, excuse me. Jack, do you have a problem with us jumping ahead a bit?
Not at all.
Thank God, because I just can't. Let's try to get closer to the end here.
And the other 39 states who accepted Medicaid expansion to keep it.
Well, I've spoken with a lot of folks here in Iowa, and we.
This is about the expansion of Medicaid benefits to others.
How did I jump back to old people?
Because they ramble on about Social Security for way too long.
You need healthcare that's accessible, that's affordable, and that's accountable, and particularly an emphasis on mental health. In every corner of this state, everywhere I've traveled in the campaign.
What? We do have a problem in this country with a severe shortage of good doctors or any doctors with mental health training. Michigan has a severe shortage, Jack. So that is important. But that's not what the emphasis should be. It should be on general welfare to begin with.
Who is General Welfare? Does he work for Lloyd Austin?
He works for Obama.
Oh, yeah.
I'm jumping ahead again because I can't. Oh, we got a climate change one. Hang on. Let's try to get back to where this stupid question comes from. All right.
Blind eye to what's happening to our vets. It's not going to be done just through the VA, and it can't
I don't
be
care
done
about
just
what
by
he's saying right
pumping
now because
people
I don't know the
with
question.
pharmaceuticals.
I see it's
The
on the
veteran has
screen, but
post-traumatic stress. You need more than just that. So we're going to use the VA to link veterans with resources that are throughout our country. For example, in Florida, we have
please stop.
for our vets, and they're
28 weather and climate-related disasters that cost at least $1 billion last year, another record. Governor DeSantis here in Florida
define climate disaster.
Look, when a hurricane hits Florida, it's just America getting its dick wet.
These retards call. Have you ever seen the theory that because people call Florida America's penis, but there was this one theory that came out and said no, actually Maine is our penis and Florida's our droopy balls.
I had not heard that one.
It's hard to unsee once you've heard it.
Yeah.
Oh God, these fucking retards. My problem with the 28. You guys like to count fires as natural disasters even when they're set by people?
Yeah, arson is always climate change.
I'm sorry, Governor DeSantis here in Iowa, massive flooding has left farmers underwater. In Florida, rising seas threaten coastal cities. You have taken action in your home state to mitigate the problems of rising seas. But as president, would you do anything to deal with the underlying cause, which scientists agree requires cutting carbon emissions?
Scientists used to agree that the world was flat. Do we even have to do this again?
Yes, we have to do it every fucking time. Just like you must daily condemn white supremacy.
How long did it take humanity to figure out that gravity might be a thing?
Look, some things just float through the ether. It's not radio waves. No, it's in the ether. Sometimes the moon comes loose from the firmament in God's terrarium. It's just the way things are. You just have to accept that, monkey, that science is settled. It's a stagnant thing that never changes.
Scientists are not gods, and a whole lot of them are stupid, asinine people with an agenda rather than actually doing any science. They literally, instead of using the scientific method where you test your hypothesis, and if it turns out wrong, you change your hypothesis, they go, oh, it must have been our test. We're still right. We got to make a new test to prove it.
By science, you're correct. Reminds me of the episode where Cartman wanted the Wii, so he freezes himself.
Oh, yeah.
Up in the future.
Great episode.
Scientism. That's really what it is. It's just it's a different form of religion for some people. Real quickly, though, thank you, Vol Potato. Why does the U.S. have a doctor shortage? Oh, yeah, because the federal government limits how many new doctors can be trained every year, and they haven't increased the number for about 3 decades. Again, the government fucking the people over. Plus, being a doctor's hard, and when your population is borderline illiterate and can't do math, it's a lot harder to pass med school.
Hey, at least Nikki Haley knows they're stupid.
That's true. It's just
so one day.
Pathetic.
Yeah.
They want as president. We take.
This is our last question. We're going to see what that retarded whore says after this, and then we're calling it. I can't anymore. This is boring as shit.
Oh, okay.
It's like watching old people fuck.
Biden's Green New Deal.
Not that I've ever done that. I'm just going based on the fact that I'm an old person and I know what I'm capable of.
We tear it up and we throw it in the trash can. It is bad for this country. We have to have reliable energy. And here's the thing. You know, they talk about, Joe Biden has said that global warming is worse than a nuclear war. And I'm just thinking to myself, well, gee, John Kerry hasn't given up his private jet. Obama hasn't given up his Martha's Vineyard seaside mansion. I haven't seen Biden do anything to hold China accountable.
I have the solution for global warming and nobody will take me up on it. Everybody who believes in man-made global warming, stop all CO2 emissions in your life, all of them, and the problem will go away. I promise.
We gotta control the weather, guys. It's like they all think that Cobra Commander has the weather dominator pointed at him.
Yes.
Except making sure that Hunter gets his money. So these guys talk out of one side of their mouth and then they behave in another way. And I think that's wrong. But I also think that
I don't know what he said recently, but she looked pissed. I like when she's pissed. It makes me happy. Somebody's getting grudge fucked tonight. I feel bad for whatever bastard ends up under her.
those policies would devastate communities, particularly here in Iowa. I mean, for example, he wants to mandate electric vehicles. That's going to be more costly. I think the car companies would go bankrupt, but it's going to hurt liquid fuels, which is very, very important. You're going to end up having rolling blackouts if they kneecap reliable energy production in this country. Florida's had a massive decline in emissions. Wasn't because of a single mandate. It was because of innovation, because a lot of natural gas has replaced coal. We do have market-based solar, and it's a complement, but we cannot walk away from reliable energy. And I think about, here's what the left wants to do.
Kildrick says, and here's the thing. No, Ron, stop talking about the thing. Yes, please. Just answer the damn question quickly.
They want to take away your freedom, and they want you to pay more for everything.
They don't want to just take away your freedom and make you pay more for everything. They want to take your money and give it to others.
Yeah. You will owe nothing and like it. Now get in your pod and shut up. Eat your bug rations.
And I'm not even talking about the wealth distribution that they want to do here in the United States. They want to take American money and give it to Africa. Like these guys need more of the money because you guys are too rich. Global warming, give them money. It is literally just a Marxist plot. I will remind you once again, environmentalism came from communism. And notice that what they want to do is wealth redistribution. Back then.
We need you to pay less for energy, and we need to make sure people can innovate. We cannot have these mandates, and they'll be gone the day I'm president.
So, Governor, just a point of clarification, 15 seconds. Recent research at the University of Iowa ties these floods in Iowa to the rise in greenhouse gases. And here,
So plant some fucking trees.
I just want to remind everybody that scientists up until recently didn't realize that CO2 is what plants breathe. These same scientists, they were all shocked. We were all going to die. Why is there so much green?
Yeah, we learned that in like third grade. I don't know how they didn't know it.
That's actually one of their excuses. Yeah, we didn't realize that the plants would absorb a lot of this stuff. That's why it hasn't happened as quickly as we said. These are scientists who cannot handle third grade science. But don't worry, guys, they know everything. There are good scientists out there. There really are. They're just not in the global warming field. Those guys are straight up agenda-driven shitbags who take our money because they will get a grant if they write, I'm going to show how global warming's horrible.
Yeah. Look, a lot of scientists these days are funded by grants, so they're going to say whatever they want. The same thing happened previously under a certain administration in Germany, where they were trying to determine how they could adapt facts to make an ethnic group the superior one, just to keep getting grants.
Peter says, thank God scientists in the 30s had enough sense to plant 30 million trees in response to the Dust Bowl instead of banning fossil fuels or something stupid like that. Yeah.
Here's the thing,
let me just ask the question. As president, would you do anything to deal with this underlying cause?
I would call it out and tell everybody it's bullshit. I would tell all of these scientists who've gotten money from us that they have to release all of their data now. Yeah. Let everybody see all of the data sets. These are people who have been caught lying when somebody broke into their email. It's the only reason we know about it.
Yeah, say what you will about hackers. They do good stuff occasionally.
Yep. Hide the decline. Oh, don't worry about that. It's hide the decline. You know what the decline was? Temperatures going down. But no, it's the global. Fuck off.
Innovate. And here's the thing. China is building 2 coal plants a week You can do everything Biden wants to do, and you're going to have way more of what
Mhm.
China's increasing it. So why would we be cutting off our nose to spite our face? China.
That is a bad answer, because if you actually believe in the global warming, it wouldn't make sense to, oh, hey, they're making it worse, so fuck it, we can make it worse too.
Well, but we could make it worse faster.
Yeah, because
we're better than them.
Yeah, the answer there would be, they keep making these coal power plants. What we should do is decommission ours and build nuke to try to at least offset it a little bit. This is how you know they're not serious. Anybody who fucking pretends this is real, they're not serious.
Yeah, well, we should be building fusion plants.
Yeah.
Also, I mean, come on, we could be the number one polluter if we tried hard enough.
We really
could be number one.
Show those Chinese how to really do it.
Yeah, we once set a river on fire.
I was about to bring that up. That's how dirty we are. We make water burn, fuckers.
Right? But America's number one. Woo!
Number one.
China is the problem here, and so hold them accountable.
Thank you,
don't
Governor.
hold the American people.
Thank you,
to less
Governor. Governor
opportunity.
Haley, as president, would you do anything to deal with the underlying cause of the floods and other climate disasters, which scientists agree requires cutting carbon emissions?
I mean, first of all, regardless of what party, everybody wants to have clean air, clean water. They want a world that they can pass on to their kids that's going to be healthy and all of that. But it's how do we do that? I think the first thing we have to understand is you don't deal in extremes. When I was at the United Nations, the reason I took us out of the Paris Climate Agreement was because
you didn't take us out of the Paris Climate Agreement. You don't have that power. You don't have that power. President Trump did that.
Because President Obama had put all these mandates down on our businesses, but they didn't do anything to hold China and India to account. Those are the two countries we have to really go to if we care about the environment, that we go and make them be held accountable.
Have you noticed she's not actually talked about global warming?
Why would she want to do that? They've been veering off topic this entire time.
Second thing is we'll roll back all of Biden's green subsidies because they're misplaced. Rather than putting anything towards innovation on what we can do on nuclear fusion and other things that reduce emissions, which there are things out there, to go and have everybody have to drive an electric car.
This is why Vivek needs to be here, because you know what Vivek's answer to this would have been? It's fucking bullshit.
Yeah, well, I mean, these are two actual politicians. He's just a business dude.
Both of these idiots are basically signing on to the climate bullshit.
Oh, yeah, of course. It's just to be accepted now.
By 2035. That's not even smart. One, because, which, by the way, Ron took Biden's stimulus money and did charging stations all throughout Florida. I wouldn't have taken the stimulus money. But what?
How are you going to get the charging stations? Look, I don't agree with the charging station thing, but you do kind of have to answer that if 8% of vehicles on the road are EV.
Nope. Let them run out of steam and then just leave them there. Like little disposable lighters.
What that does is basically we don't have the infrastructure. And I'm not just talking about charging stations. Electric vehicles are heavy. Our roads and bridges wouldn't be able to handle that if we did that because they're heavy in weight. And so we have to be smart.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but our roads, not here in Michigan, but most roads can hold like 18-wheelers and shit, right? Fully stocked.
I know there's a lot of bridges that can't, but I don't know.
Metal Minister, thank you. Good morning, Monkey and Jack. I am way behind, but I'll watch all the way through. No matter how much it hurts, like my ears when Haley speaks. I understand. Thank you for the donation.
Thanks, Metal Minister. You're going to have a rough go of it, I'm sorry to say.
Yeah, and when you get here, you'll realize we tapped out.
Yeah.
I admire your dedication, but we're about to tap out here in a minute.
About the way we do that. Not to mention 70% of the batteries in electric cars are made in China. So Biden gave this massive windfall to our number one national security threat. If we're going to do it, innovate it, transition, and do it the right way.
No, there's no need to transition. How about you stop scaring the shit out of people? Vivek already has a video on climate change. He does, and he talks about it. I watch a lot of his speeches. I follow him on Twitter, and when he gives speeches, they link it and video them all. I really enjoy watching him talk, and yeah, he's talked about the climate many times. They call him a conspiracy theorist because he pays the fuck attention.
Yeah, well, that's what they seem to say to dismiss people. Like, hey, you're a little too close to reality, you conspiracy theorist.
Well, they've done studies that show that people like me who are, what do they call me, a denier? We know more about this shit than the people who believe in it. And that's not just we're smarter. It's not that. It's that we actually have to go out there and read this stuff where if you're on the side of climate change, all you have to say is, I believe in it. And that's enough.
Yeah. Because it's a religion to them.
Yeah, absolutely.
And you'll never be able to convince them otherwise, no matter what facts come out, because they just start dancing around it. They start saying things like, well, what's your source on that? And then you give them your source, and it's a legitimate study. But, oh, well, Fox News reported on that, so dismissed.
If it was good, they wouldn't need to force it on people. That's true.
Yeah, that's true with most things. I do like...
sorry, I didn't mean to click that one.
Oh, that's okay. Somebody said something really good in chat a second ago. I don't remember.
Even the audience tapped out. Stop it. All let's see.
I want to turn to the issue of crime. The majority of Americans.
Whoa. How come DeSantis got redirected to actually answer the question and she didn't?
You know why.
I know
We've
why.
talked about this the entire time, dude. She's their candidate. They're going to give her softballs.
All right. She likes softballs and hard wiener. That's enough of this shit. Guys, I will throw this link in the chat if anybody wants to catch it, because fuck, that's boring. That is boring as shit.
Yeah. DeSantis does have one good line at the summation section.
We're not that far from it from what I can tell here. Let's try to find.
It's really not worth it. This is too painful.
Hey. The longer we're on the air, the more donations are possible. Shut up.
Oh, okay. Good point.
Yeah. And we come back to Prune Face here. Carry and drag.
We had no division, no riots, no anything. We didn't need the National Guard.
Thank you, Governor.
Because a leader knows how to bring out the best in our people.
Thank you, Governor. So
you had no riots when the riot season wasn't upon us yet? All right. I mean, there were some riots that back in 2016, but not like going into 2020. Whatever. I didn't hear the question, so maybe she made sense because somebody.
No shit. No, don't even think it. No, it's just not happening, dude.
you have been sparring on the campaign trail for months. We've seen some vicious attack ads going back and forth, and tonight we have
vicious attack ads. You called her a twat. No, you said she did what she did.
This is why I hate watching TV, dude. Vicious attack. Fuck off.
Oh, I forgot to hit enter on this one. Sorry, guys. There's the full video for you guys.
Have had a very lively debate. On a different note, Governor DeSantis, let me ask you, what do you admire about Governor Haley?
She can swallow a lot.
Well, look,
I bet she'd be great in a hot dog eating contest.
I really liked her on Blacked.
I mean, I think that, at the United Nations, I did think that she spoke out strongly on some key issues, and I appreciated that. I also appreciate the state of South.
I really hate this shit where they're like, hey, say something nice about him. Fuck you.
Wait to hear her response.
I already know, because they've done this before. Was it the third debate where they did this? And she refused to actually be complimentary to anyone.
Rod lights in her tits.
Her tits.
South Carolina. My wife is a College of Charleston graduate. Her parents lived there for many, many years. And so it is a wonderful state. There's a lot of great people.
Isn't this kind of the answer he gave last time too?
Yes, it's almost identical, if I remember it correctly.
There. And I think to be able to have been governor there is a great achievement. And I really appreciate everyone I've gotten to meet in South Carolina.
Governor Haley, what do you admire about Governor DeSantis?
Well, I do like a military man.
I think he's been a good governor.
Okay. So
I wasn't expecting that. That's actually a good answer.
Yeah, that was it though. He was like going on this thing, and she's like, "Yeah, I think he's been a good governor."
I actually appreciate that, especially with how she's rambled so much.
Yeah, but it doesn't actually like speed this process up and get this
No.
disaster over with.
I just want to give her a little credit on that. I do appreciate that answer. It could have been better. She could have gone into some specifics, but in fairness, part of his answer is I like the people who live in her state.
Yeah. A state she hasn't governed in a decade.
Yeah, it's been 10 years, Ron.
Smile, Ron, smile.
Somebody I knew went to college there.
This is a smile, right? This is a smile.
I know you're not a big Friends watcher, but if for those of you who are, him smiling is like when Chandler smiles for a picture. It is so bad.
In another quick break, and we'll be right back with more from the Republican debates here at Drake University.
Let's get to the end. Sorry, when I was scrolling through, when it went to the black screen, I didn't pay attention to that was a commercial thing. I probably should have jumped here, but I'm glad we got to see that other answer. I like the people who live in her state. What a fucking douchebag answer. I mean, he did still compliment her. He said, she did well at the UN and the accomplishment of becoming governor, which is that's kind of an underhanded one right there.
Yeah.
But how are you going to say he's been a good governor when you've trashed what he's done as governor? She spent the first half of this debate trashing Florida.
Well, in principle, I mean, he looks gubernatorial. I don't know. None of this makes any sense. I'm confused. I'm getting dumber by the minute.
Michigan roads are potholes with patches of more potholes. That is 100% true. But it's finally started snowing decently, so the roads will be smooth for a few months.
We're back live from Des Moines, Iowa, and the CNN
God, their audio
Republican
sucks.
presidential debate. We now have time for closing statements, and we begin with Governor Haley.
First of all, I want to thank the good people of Iowa. I have campaigned for 11 months, whether it's dry.
Do you know how many dicks she's taken in that time?
Well, she's got to get votes somehow.
She's doing this for you. Her vagina looks like an old worn out glove because she cares. Is that a baseball mitt?
Having a combine or holding a pig
it's a catcher's mitt.
At a produce area, or whether it's the fact that we've met owners of bakeries and small businesses.
Bakeries and small businesses.
Yeah, as opposed to those mega bake. Was she at the Hostess?
I was about to say she went to Hostess.
Well, they do have the Twinkies, which are cream filled in all three holes.
She likes the cream filled dick shaped things. I don't like Twinkies; they're too dry.
You're a bad influence.
It's not my fault, man. It's my go-to. She's a dirty whore.
Every one of them knows that we can't go through 4 more years.
I need to stop just for a minute. I have a problem with a Republican. I don't remember his name. Watching that hearing today, there's a Republican sitting there on his lapel pin. He's got 2 flags. You want to guess which one should be there that wasn't?
The American flag.
You're trying to guess which 2 he had?
Ukraine and Israel.
Oh, did you watch?
No, I'm just guessing. It's just kind of predictable.
This fucking cocksucker's wearing flags of 2 different nations and didn't even have the good sense to put on his own flag.
Well, at least they're not putting on their...
I'm sorry, go ahead.
At least they're not putting on the Chinese flag because that's the people that are giving them money more.
That's their underwear, man.
Yeah.
If you're going to do something like that, at the very least, put the American flag above it on your lapel. You fucking dirty pieces of shit. You are a representative of the United States.
Yeah, they should only be wearing the American flag pin.
I'd let them wear their state flag.
Yeah, but that's still part of America.
Yeah.
That's not some foreign interest group that they're doing favors for.
That's what I was thinking. She spent how long trashing his running in Florida and then turns around and says he's a good governor, right? Well, remember, he sucks because his campaign is bad.
It was a debate.
Fuck this whore.
Years of chaos. And if it's Donald Trump, there will be 4 more years of chaos.
You don't know when to shut the fuck up. There's no reason to have said that.
No, it's just going to alienate Trump voters that might vote for you. Everybody's been doing this thing where they're trying to alienate Trump's base.
Yeah.
And we can't be a country in disarray and a world on fire and go through 4 more years of chaos. And we can't go through another nail biter of an election. And if you look at the polls right now, going against Joe Biden, in every one of those head-to-head polls, Ron doesn't beat Joe Biden. Trump is head-to-head. On a good day, he might be up by 2 points. I defeat Biden by 17 points.
All right.
That's bigger than the presidency. That's House, that's Senate, that's governorships, that's down to school board. That's a mandate to get our spending under control and get inflation down. That's a mandate to get our kids reading again and go back to the basics in education. That's a mandate to secure our borders with no more excuses. That's a mandate to bring law and order back to our country. And that's a mandate for a strong America that we can be proud of. We can do this. I know we can do this. If you will join with me in this movement, if you join with me in this fight, I promise you our best days are to come. God bless you.
All right. I just want to pause there because I looked this up. In some poll for the Detroit News, Glenn Gariff Group has Haley up by 10 over Biden. Sure.
Would they conduct that poll at her national headquarters?
Well, here, let's actually look at it. It's this poll right here. Biden, Haley beats him by 20 or by 10. Let's go down here to Trump. I don't know if you can see this, but it says 29 for Biden and 41 for Trump. I realize Nikki Haley sucks at math because she went to school in her state. But this is a bigger difference than this one is. This is 10 and this is 12. And if you go back to this is from the same poll. He's up 39 to 47.
Look, you already mentioned how the math is not covered in South Carolina, Monkey. So she doesn't know how these things work.
This is 538 for what's going on with the presidential election right now. You can sit there and say, "Hey, CNN said I'm the best candidate." It doesn't make it true, shithead. Dark Conservatarian, thank you so much, my friend. I've been real bad about covering the debates ever since after the first one. Here's a few bucks for the good job on your part, Monk. Oh, thank you. That's very kind of you. I've had fun doing it live. The first 2 I watched and then we talked about it. And then on the third one, I just didn't get a chance. And I enjoyed that one so much.
Yeah.
We did it on number 4 and now on number 5. I've enjoyed parts of tonight, but not because of the debate.
That's because we're funny. And
yes.
These people are sad and irritating.
We've been forced to make this entertaining because they suck.
Governor DeSantis.
What are you guys clapping for? She didn't really even say anything.
No, it's because this thing's almost over. That's why.
Jesus. This has felt like a lot longer than 2 hours.
Oh, my God, I know.
And, guys, I realize we're at 5 hours and 20 minutes. When we did the last debate, that thing flew by for me. Same with the one before it. It's why I'm doing this one live again. They just flew by. I looked up and like, holy shit, we're 4 hours in and didn't even notice.
Yeah, I had more caffeine that time, so I think that's part of it. But this is torturous without Vivek there to like be a shining beacon of entertainment.
To have a personality?
Yeah.
God damn. I vote Monkey and Jack for debate moderators 2024. We should be. We absolutely should be.
That'd be hilariously the worst shit show comedy. Oh, it would be a disaster, but it'd be so much fun.
Brand says, "I'm not joining Nikki in a movement. That's how you get an itch."
I
feel like I've been a corrupting influence to more than just you. All right, here we go.
Well,
Ronnie?
it's been great to visit all 99 counties here in Iowa. I've been able to meet so many.
No, nobody cares that you went to all 99 counties. Please stop.
No,
friends,
he can't.
And really,
I mean, this is a thing because I believe it was a senator did it one time. They're like, look, he went to all 99 counties. That should be just expected, especially on the early primaries. You can't do it in later ones like Super Tuesday. There's just no way you can go to every county in every state there.
Yeah.
Well, you guys started running a year ago. You only got to go to one county every 3.5 days. It was rough. We got to take naps for 2 days before we hit the road again.
Only 2 days worth of naps. I just hear Starbucks barista crying right now. It's so hard.
Oh God, that's what Nikki said.
Learn about some of the best of America. Iowa's votes do not need to be corrected by any other state. You all know what you're doing. And we have an opportunity on Monday to really change the course of history. Donald Trump's running for his issues. Nikki Haley's running for her donors' issues. I'm running for your issues, your family's issues, and solely to turn this country around. I'm the only one running that's delivered on 100% of my promises, and I'm the only one running that has beaten the left time and time again, from the teachers' unions to Fauci to the Democratic Party. We need to run under the banner of bold colors that are putting the American people first.
When he says bold colors, he actually means like colors, and he's not like been too close to Haley for too long and is picking up some South Carolina colors. We got to raise up them colors.
I'm waiting for that to be called a white supremacy dog whistle.
It probably is. I'm learning.
We can't run under a banner of pale pastels of the warmed over corporatism, the likes of which is practiced by Nikki Haley.
Too much metaphor, dude. Just say what you mean.
He's said all these things before.
So. Yeah. I mean, that one part is literally verbatim how he opened.
Yep.
Freedom is on the ballot. Decline is a choice. We have it within our power to fix this country and to turn it around. I am asking for your support in the Iowa caucus on Monday, January 15th. I'll be a president that you can be proud of, and I promise you this, I will get the job done, and I will not let you down. Thank you, and God bless you all.
Our thanks to Governor DeSantis.
Look at her face. She knows it. And look, his answer wasn't great, but it was much better than hers.
Yeah.
And you can see it on her face. She knows it. You got bitch slapped, lady.
And Governor Haley.
Fuck it. All right, that's the end of it. I mean, I feel like we've been pretty clear on this. He wins this debate hands down. But
yeah,
that's not a major accomplishment.
Not at all. It's funny that the one stream that I watched, because remember I said I had to go back and watch it on somebody else's stream.
Yeah.
This progressive guy that was watching it and talking, and he kept saying how Nikki Haley was crushing it. I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? She did terrible.
She really did. I mean, I think we pointed out enough examples where she just contradicted herself in her own answer.
Yeah.
Beth says he seems to be a good choice. If you're talking about DeSantis isn't the worst choice. There's definitely issues with his campaign. He should be doing better than he is, but he does have the entirety of the press trying to keep him down as they try to raise up Haley.
Yeah. Look, I would have voted for Christie over Nikki Haley.
Yeah. We might have got free donuts.
Yeah, and, I'm sure there's a buffet somewhere in one of the omnibus bills.
Think about how much he would have helped American farmers with all the food he eats.
Yeah. I threw a Twitter link in there. It's got the comment I was talking about. He coined a really good phrase that I'm totally using.
I want to say this because I know there's people out there who are ardent Trump supporters who just hate DeSantis, and that's fine. You can be that way. But I do caution you that DeSantis is still leaps and bounds better than Biden is.
Oh, yeah.
All I ask of people when it comes to these guys is to be honest about them. Hate them all you want. I don't give a fuck. I hate people. I hated on Jake Tapper's coffee cup, for fuck's sake. I'm not above hate. But just be honest. That's all. And DeSantis would probably be doing a lot better if Trump hadn't have seen him as a threat. He did.
Mm-hmm.
He targeted DeSantis for the first part of he only recently started really going after Haley in any kind of way. Ron has taken the shitstorm the whole time. And he didn't rise to the occasion. That's a fair criticism. you might be able to say he met the criticism, but he didn't rise above, which is what he really needed to do. But that doesn't make him a bad choice, especially when the alternative is Biden or worse, Kamala.
Oh God.
So yeah, I don't hate Ron DeSantis. I hate Nikki Haley because she's horrible. And that was a bad showing. She really did embarrass herself here.
Yeah.
That was 10 years ago. We need to look 10 years down the line. What? She allowed men into women's bathrooms. But no, I said I was against it, but you still allowed it, bitch. She did not help herself. She hurt herself over and over. Ron was just milquetoast Ron. He got a couple of zingers in, but when he had a chance to give really powerful answers to a question, like say the global warming one, is bullshit. There was a lot of these times like, can we actually take over manufacturing from China? Yeah, it's gonna take a little bit, but yeah, we can absolutely do that. Instead, he gives this rambling 2-minute answer that has nothing to fucking do with the question. It was a bad debate, man. It really was. But if you have to pick a winner, I think just obviously because, not necessarily because he deserved it, but Ron won because Haley kept shooting herself in the foot.
Yeah.
And all of that goddamn eye rolling. Oh.
That is very off-putting.
Oh. Hey, Beast Boy, how you been, dude? It's been a while. I hope you're well, man. Hope you're well. My throat is sore.
Nikki, what?
Nah, Nikki can take it. I'm going to wrap this one up. Thank you guys for joining us. This one was a little rough to get through. I'm not going to lie. This debate shouldn't have been more than an hour and a half.
Oh my God! For our show or for theirs?
No, for real.
Oh,
they should have cut down their answers. They should have gotten a minute instead of a minute and a half. Most of these answers were pretty. I mean, the questions were pretty straightforward, yes or no kind of questions. And the only reason it went so long is because they have to hear themselves speak. Oh, the light's still green. I got to keep talking. No, you can shut up if your answer's done.
No, just keep talking.
And
keep talking.
The only time Nikki does it is at the end. He's a good governor. Anyway, thank you guys for watching. Thank you for the donations. You guys are awesome. I really, really do appreciate it. Jack, anything you want to show out?
I'll drop some links to some really cool videos. As always, thank you so much for all the support you give us, whether it's watching the show or the donations, which are always appreciated. You guys are awesome, and we love you.
If you haven't done so, please hit the like button. Jack, a pleasure as always.
Always glad to be here.
Folks, take care of yourselves. I'm going to bed. I love you. Be well. We'll see you next time.
Bye, everybody.
Nikki Haley takes it in the butt from strangers at a bar because she's a dirty slut.